He's chased by Tavares Moss. Tavares Moss trying to make a very impactful statement here, but it is all Aiden Musgrove. Strong.
Let's go. Say put up your flag, put up your flag. And wave it up high, wave it up high. On the track we ready. On your mark get steady. Running and jumping, hopping and throwing. Bond if you want it, you can come get it. So we rip up the track, we faster than flash. We just come to win, we just come to win, we just come to win. Go. We just come to win, we just. Let's go. Say put up your flag, put up your flag. And wave it up high, wave it up high. On the track we ready. On your mark get steady. Running and jumping, hopping and throwing. Bond if you want it.
2 days in the books. We are into day 3 here at the ICF. Tell you what, the CARIFTA Trials and High School Nationals, and things have been going great so far. Over 50 qualifiers through 2 days of competition, and still more to come, we would imagine, as we roll into this final night of events here. Chris Saunders along with Marcellus Hall here with you. And I tell you what, Chris, it has been, I think, to me, probably one of the best CARIFTA trials I've seen in quite a while.
I think that I could agree with you on that. There has been some outstanding performances we've seen, not only on the track but on the field as well. Just take, for example, we were flabbergasted yesterday by the under-17 boys. We had 5 qualifiers who made the standard. All of them went over it. I mean, that's just indicative of the type of talent that's out here over the 2 days so far and culminating tonight on day 3.
Yeah, we anticipate even more to come tonight. There are a lot of different events coming your way. Hurdles will start things off. Following that, we do have the 800-meter finales. Those going to be coming your way this evening, of course, and let's not forget those relays. Everybody's gearing up to see what's going to happen in those 4x1s, and of course, later on this afternoon, we'll have the 4x4s to close things out. But it's going to be an amazing third day of competition. competition. So much more to come. Right now, we're looking at this first set of events on the track. This will be the 75-meter hurdle for the under 14 girls, but I do believe we have Jay Philippe standing by over there trackside. Jay, what's the latest?
Yes, I will be trackside for all of the finals of today's day 3 of the CARIFTA Track and Field Championships and also high school national championships. And so it's going to be a long day. Finals 4x1, 4x4. We also have the 800, also the hurdles, and of course the 200 meters where most of the top athletes from all over the Bahamas will be in action. And I'll be right there on the side of the track capturing all the moments. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot, Jay. And tell you what, we are already set up for our first events of the evening session. This will be the girls under 14 75-meter hurdles, and this will be a final. Taking a look at Jelena Simons, lane 2 will belong to Demaya Lockhart of Jack Haywood Junior High School. Aaliyah McDonald of Sister Mary Patricia Pratt has lane 3. Rose Palmer, Jack Haywood in lane 4. That's Malaya Gorin of QC in lane 5. And representing St. Augustine's College, Jayla Smith, sitting out there in lane number 6. And that is how we'll start things off here in this evening session. Again, an absolutely gorgeous day here at trackside. We hope that you are making your way out there. Otherwise, stay tuned, because as we mentioned, we'll have this broadcast for you in its entirety, perhaps the best seat in the house. And there go your competitors. We have one empty lane, so that means that Aaliyah McDonald of Sister Mary Patricia is not here. She was scheduled for lane 3. Here's a good look at all 4 remaining competitors. Good clean start. And coming over the first hurdle of this, Jayla Smith of St. Augustine's College. And Jayla really pulling away as the race continues. This is a no contest here in this finale. Jayla Smith, St. Augustine's College, in just about 12.5. Great run there for the young lady from St. Augustine's College, as she, as you can see, looks quite calm and collected. Like, hey, I expected this to happen here today. So great job there for Jayla. Excellent run. Good way to start off the evening competition, Chris.
Yeah, her flash time, 12:81. She came off really strong. As you know, SAC does have a very strong program in terms of hurdles. So it's not that surprising that she came off very strong going out there. Again, it is under 14 girls. And she may be looking forward to maybe later on going after the CARIFTA standard. But 12:81, still very respectable time here.
All right, indeed, as we get ready for our second event of the night. This will be the under 14 boys. They will run the 80-meter hurdles here, so the race it can extend by about 5 meters. They'll adjust those hurdles just a little bit higher for the boys, as we'll see what they can put forward here. You can see they are doing a great job. The backhoe officials have been really good here, Chris, over the last couple of days. And this is a dry run for them, too. They want to make sure they're on point once CARIFTA rolls around in a couple of weeks' time. But they want to be sure that they got everything in order that they need to do. And so far, they've been great.
Good test match here for them as they get ready for CARIFTA in just under 3 weeks. We're going to head over very quickly to Jay Philippe standing by with the winner from the under 14 girls, Jayla Smith from St. Augustine's College.
Jayla Smith, congratulations on your first place finish. It seemed like it was an easy event for you. Tell me, walk me through the race, how you felt about your performance.
My goal was to just get out fast, keep on pushing off my arms, bringing my legs up, and try to come home and win. And that's what I did. So I'm very happy and glad that I got a chance to do it.
There you go, Jayla Smith, this year's under 14 girls champion for the National High School Championships. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot, Jay. And then next time, by the way, Jayla, you come by the house, I'll give you an extra slice of pizza. Good stuff indeed. And I love to see when the young folks are able to talk well on camera. She was, you know, obviously very poised. And especially at her age, 14 and under, that says a lot, because she's going to be talking a lot to the press over the next few years.
I was about to say, especially if she continues along this track. We have some great hurdlers in the country. Devin Charlton came through St. Augustine's College, then at Purdue. We have a history of it, of short hurdlers. And when I say, I mean the short distance, not necessarily short in height, but those who are getting out there and really making their mark out there. Again, you talk about the BAAA officials. This is one of those intricate things that you've got to stay on time. They've got to make this transition very quickly. Obviously, at CARIFTA, they'll only have 3 transitions, but here they will have 5. But being able to get through it very quickly helps them stay on time for the hurdles and for the meet overall.
Yeah, it is a true test for them because, as you mentioned, there are a lot more athletes here at these trials. And, of course, because of the combination between that trials and the high school nationals, then they will definitely have to deal with right around 600 athletes or so would be here for CARIFTA, a total of 1,500 plus for these trials. So
yeah.
That's a lot of difference when you think about it.
And then, of course, because we have added an extra element with the National High School Championships and then integrating the under-14 division, does put that extra added burden on the officials to get out there and to do their best to move on and keep the meet moving. We did start a few minutes late. I don't know if that was a technical issue or a practical issue, but they're surely going to hope to catch back up with some time. And if they're going to catch any time back up, it's going to be in this transition right here in the hurdles.
And speaking of time, while we have some time, let's take you back to this morning where we had some great events earlier on in the day. Let's take a look at some of those highlights. We will interrupt that highlight program just a second while we swing over to the medal podium. There are a number of medals being presented. Let's swing it right now so you can hear exactly what's going on.
9 meters, Davario Simonet. Congratulations to all of our medalists in the shot put boys under 14. Medal ceremony for the javelin under 17 girls. Presenting the medals, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Bolag. Bronze medalist representing Nassau Christian Schools, Tasha Stubbs. Silver medalist representing St. Augustine's College, Diore Scott. Our champion in the javelin under 17 girls, gold medalist representing St. Augustine's College with a throw of 43.59 meters, new high school record, CARIFTA qualifier, Kamira Strawn. Medal ceremony for the long jump under 20 girls. Bronze medalist representing unattached, Coy Adderley. Your silver medalist representing St. Augustine's College, April Adderley. Our champion in the long jump under 20 girls, gold medalist, representing Queens College Comets with a jump of 5.58 meters, CARIFTA qualifying standard, Lanisha Lubin. medal ceremony. For the javelin, under 14 girls. Bronze medalist, representing Queens College Comets, Elizabeth Prosper. Silver medalist, representing Queens College Comets, Jazaria Kemp. Our champion in the javelin under 14 girls gold medalist, representing AF Adelaide Tigers with a throw of 16.71 meters, Renee Evans. Congratulations to all of our medalists for the javelin under 14 girls. On the track, we're getting ready for the finals of the under 14 boys 80-meter hurdles. National high school qualification, 13 seconds flat. Here are your finalists. Running out of lane 3, representing St. Augustine's College, Dwayne Saunders.
All right, so medal ceremonies ongoing. We're swinging back to the competition now, where we see on the track, this will be the under 14 boys 80-meter hurdles. Should be pretty good here. Looking at the lane assignments, just a total of 4 athletes set up for this one. Dwayne Saunders will be in lane 3 from St. Augustine's College. Jack Haywood Jr. has 2 athletes right in the middle of the track. That would be Traquan Gordon in lane 4 and D'Amico Davis in lane 5. And on the outside in lane 6 would be Nathan King, again of St. Augustine's College. So again, we have the 2 athletes from SAC. We have 2 athletes in Jack Haywood Jr. And should be, well, we know one of those schools is going to win something at this stage.
I think that's a easy prediction to make on this one. But again, Nathan has been running pretty well, ran pretty well at the BAISS. But again, this is the high school nationals. Everybody is looking to make a mark here. So as we get ready for the start, again, Saunders, Gordon, Davis, and King. Sack on the outside, Jack Haywood on the inside.
And we have a false start right there. I can tell that is, looks like the young man from St. Augustine's. No, that's from Jack Haywood.
It looked like it was Gordon from Jack Haywood.
Yeah, right there in lane number 4.
And
looked like he went just a bit early. And we'll see whether or not the disqualification comes into effect. Traquan Gordon is the athlete they're looking at. And they'll go over and discuss things here. Don't want to disqualify somebody unless it's completely unavoidable. I can tell you whose heart is beating right now.
I know, right? I think, too, the discussion, it looked clear for us, but the discussion may be, was the hold at set too long and he lost focus? That may be the discussion that they're having at this point. Because it did seem a little bit long, the hold. So Traquan Gordon right there in the middle. So unfortunately, it does look like they are going to give him a red card, or is that a white card? Can't really tell.
We'll find out momentarily. Well, he
it looks like
on the track.
It looks like it is a white card to the field.
So warning assessed to the field, and we will hopefully have no more issues going forward.
I'm hoping that I hope that he can regain his composure.
Get his composure
because again, you're at that point. You talk about it. That the adrenaline was definitely pumping. Ironically, the 2 in the middle, I think except King are not using blocks. So their King started off pretty strong with Saunders.
And he's fading off already. And there he goes down. So it's just been a rough day for him.
For him all around.
Continues. And it's going to be the 2 SAC boys going neck and neck there. Kind of tough to tell from this angle, but it might have been on the inside.
Yeah, it looked like Dwayne Saunders got it. His time, 13:22.
Unofficial, Dwayne Saunders, 13:22.
Well, they've readjusted it to 13.2. And then, oh no, they gave it to Nathan King at 13.22.
And I saw him tap his chest as if to say he got it. So, okay then. So It is indeed Nathan King of St. Augustine's College out there in lane number 6.
And Saunders picked up second in 13-2-2. From our angle, it looked as if it was Saunders on the inside.
And you got a good look at it here again.
Yeah.
You can see where our good friend Traquan Gordon going down, and
yeah, you do see it a little bit better there.
Right there, right there in lane 6, like you said, just nipped him at the tape.
Coach Edwards would be happy with that. Nice finish there by King, getting it, just edging out his teammate again by only 0.02 of a second, but nonetheless a win there for Nathan King from St. Augustine's College. I think Jay is standing by with Nathan King. Jay.
Nathan, what a race, a close race, you and your teammate. Tell me about the race.
Well, it was a great race. I wanted to PR, but I didn't PR. But next time I will PR. I put my trust in God and my coaches. But it was a good race since I came out in front.
I saw you celebrated with your teammate as well. Talk about the relationship you guys have.
I know him from primary school. And now he's in grade 7 and I'm in grade 8. I like a big brother them, you know. Be cool, be close. That's all.
There goes Nathan King, your winner in the under 14 boys hurdles. Back to you, Chris.
I tell you what, Chris, as he said, I'm in grade, he's in grade 7,
I'm in grade 8.
I'm like a big
brother.
I'm his big brother.
Right.
So they can tell you what the mindset is, right? And I guess for him, that whole year difference makes a difference. Makes it all, that's right.
So let's head quickly over to the medal ceremonies as they are presenting medals from early in the competition.
And I do believe that's the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg over there presenting medals.
Medal ceremony for the high jump under 20 girls. Bronze medalist representing Study Hall, Kyle Gray. Silver medalist representing unattached, Lachey Smith. Our champion in the high jump under 20 girls, gold medalist competing unattached with a jump of 1.59 meters, Coy Adderley. Congratulations to all of our medalists in the high jump under 20 girls.
All right, so those medal presentations are out of the way. We're set to continue with action here this evening on our final day of the CARIFTA Trials High School Nationals combination, an historic event because we've never done this before. We've never combined the two events before. And with this being the 50th CARIFTA Championships coming up, the 50th birthday of the nation, all kinds of 50 good things happening. So
I'm kind of disappointed that I'm not 50 to celebrate along with everything else. A lot of 50s going on. 50th of CARICOM, 50th of our independence, 50th of CARIFTA. A lot going on, and like Ricardo Lightbourne pointed out yesterday, this really bodes well for our Family Island students, student athletes from Grand Bahama, because it does cut down on costs for them.
Yes.
For us here in New Providence, it's a drive around the corner. For them, it's a get on a plane, get on a plane, come down. Even for competitors like from Moores Island, I watched their trek from Moores Island on the boat to the plane, to the van, to the plane, back just to get here. So that's tiring and expensive. So it does cut down on expenses and gives them an opportunity to try and knock out two birds with one stone.
Absolutely. And, you know, it is, like you said, cost efficient, which is the most important thing in these times. And we certainly do appreciate that. Speaking of cost efficiency, we're gonna save money on a birthday greeting right about now because we're going to wish Shamar McKenzie, one of our crew members. We're going to tell him happy birthday. We missed him this morning. He was here in the morning crew. They didn't say happy birthday. See what Fish and them do for you. That's all right. But that's all right. We got
Send cake.
Yes.
Send cake.
Send your cake to the table. We'll appreciate that. I'll allow Chris to have it all.
Just as a reminder, Marcellus tries to keep me in shape.
Yes.
I don't know what shape that is, but it is a shape. So I'm not quite sure what the delay is here now as we get ready for the under-17 girls 100 hurdles. It looks as if they have adjusted the hurdles already. The officials are in place. I don't see a starter and I don't see competitors as yet.
And we saw just a second ago the warm-up going on for the triple jump. That's the under-17 girls. They're going to start things off with that. That'll be one of the first field events. They were scheduled to have the under-17 girls discus throw finale at about 3:30. I have yet to see anybody come out here for that event, so perhaps they've moved it down in the schedule. We'll find out and of course keep you appraised of that. But right now it does look as if the triple jump will be the first field event to take place for the under-17 girls. Under-17s will go for the hurdles. That's a nice view of the stadium.
Nice
right
shot
there.
of the Thomas
yes,
A. Robinson National Stadium here on New Providence. But we can never forget about our Grand Bahama athletes. Let's take a look at one of them competing here this weekend.
I've been running track for 5 years, and CARIFTA is one of the biggest schools for any junior Caribbean athlete. So it really means a lot, especially it being in the Bahamas this year. It really means a lot. I was waiting for really good competition all year. I really had a chance to get good competition, especially in the one. And I feel like it would just bring the best out in the Bahamian athletes and the best out of myself.
My expectations are pretty high for me to go there and qualify for the CARIFTA team. I have a high standard that I could do it, but the other guys out there, they be trying to get on the team too, so I got to be prepared for that as well.
All right, gotta love that. And you know, it's really good when you see these youngsters out there doing some great things like that and feeling the pride of being able to compete for their nation. And again, we get that beautiful look from above. The stadium is really looking good as we get ready for CARIFTA. And it's going to look even better.
Yep.
We talked about the cosmetics that they're going to be putting over to make sure the stadium looks really great for the visiting nations coming into town. And tip of the cap again to the NSA for really putting their effort forward to make sure that this thing, and this is right now the lineup for the upcoming triple jump under 17 girls. They're going to announce that right now.
So you talked about the NSA getting ready. They've put a lot of work into this. It's not just the cosmetic work that goes into it. A lot of background work goes into getting this ready. So they've really put a lot of effort into this under the leadership of the chairman right now, acting chairman Grafton Eiffel, the general manager Moses Johnson. They've been putting in the work, knowing that we've got a very quick turnaround to get this stadium ready for the CARIFTA trials. Sorry, the CARIFTA championships in just under 2 weeks. So it's a lot of a huge turnaround for them getting ready for that.
And as we get a look at the under-17 girls triple jump competitors, we're all set to get going there. We got Deborah Evans of Temple Christian. Joining her will be Batisha Brown of PJ Bethel High. C.R. Walker has Chanel Stewart. Asia Ferguson representing Jack Haywood Sr. C.V. Bethel's Arizona Mackey. Bigley Major of SAC. St. George's Alexi Bullard. Sierra Missick, 8 Mile Rock. Temple Christian with Antonia Thompson. Daranique Morris from C.V. Bethel. Zoe Adley she's actually competing unattached, and also competing unattached, Sante Ferguson. So that's the field for the upcoming under-17 girls. As they are all geared up and ready to go in that event. That'll be the first field event of our evening session here on this final day of the CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships here at the Thomas Robinson Stadium. And again, we hope you guys availing yourself of the opportunity to come out and start this. You know, this is a dry run for the Bahamian fans as well. You know, this is a chance for you to show what you're going to be doing come CARIFTA, because we cannot, I repeat, we cannot be underrepresented. and I may use that word maybe incorrectly, but we cannot be outshone and on on our own turf.
I mean,
cannot have that
a lot
happen.
of people tell you as commentators to not make bold predictions on air. But I think I made a bold prediction yesterday that there may be 1 or 2 goatskin drums during the CARIFTA Championship.
Just 1 or 2. Yeah.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
I was corrected that maybe this entire, what is this? This is the southern section, may be filled with goatskin drums during the CARIFTA Championships. Again, there's always that strong rivalry between us and Team Jamaica, always coming both usually with a full contingent. Barbados has been coming up very strong as well. So you're going to expect a lot of competition. And of course, it is a Caribbean-based competition, we have persons who will fly in from Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad to compete. And then we also have a lot of expats here who will come out to support their country. And so that's always important and exciting for them to come out here and represent their country. I know that's always important for them as well.
I need my cowbells and goat skins to make more noise than them uzu horns and those pot covers. I don't want to hear none of that. I need the cowbells to overpower that.
I'm going to show off the I was going to say it correctly. The Vazuluva. I thought I was going to be able to get it out correctly.
Is that
yeah.
Okay, all right.
I remember
those things. Yeah, one of those things.
I remember they banned them at one point at World Cup. But then they allowed them back in because there was such an uproar over it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I don't know. I think we're just a few moments away to see some of the fans and competitors up there in the stands, and hopefully by the end of this evening session, which has been going well the first 2 nights, we've had crowds coming in into the evening and being very supportive of these young athletes, and I don't anticipate that's going to change. As we go through the course of this competition here tonight, this being the final evening. So, it is one of those things as we get ready to get through this thing that we can look forward to. I'm sure, like we mentioned, we'll have lots and lots of Bahamian fans out here over the next few weeks to get time to get your tickets. They got drive-by. I see now he got me saying drive-by. It's drive-up.
Drive-up. Unfortunately, though, for a lot of people, if you haven't gotten your tickets just yet, I understand that they are almost completely sold out. And so that bodes well for us here, knowing that we will have the support. And that's not only the support locally. Obviously, they're incorporating online ticket sales in that number. I think only bronze and silver sections may be the only ones that are available right now. So if you haven't gotten your tickets,
time is running out.
Do not expect to come and get tickets at the finish line.
It ain't gonna
do not expect that. Those went, I'm presuming, very quickly. Those are always hot sellers. That's where everybody wants to be, at the finish line in the grandstand there on the western side. I think the eastern side is still available for the 3 days. But again, you may just want to be in the stadium during that time. So that's always an exciting time. Like I said, I understand that I think only silver and bronze, and maybe somebody from the LOC can confirm that, but I think it is only silver and bronze sections that are still open.
All right, we'll find out more and get that information to you a little bit later on during our broadcast. Meanwhile, we're joined here in the set by a lovely lady, Elvisa Thompson Toot. I hope I had that right. Did I pronounce that right?
Elvisa.
Elvisa. All right, so that's close enough. Well, that's easy to say because it's not my name I'm picturing up, right? So there you go, Elvisa. And thank you for joining us now. Elvisa, I understand you used to be a pretty good triple jumper your own self. Is that right?
I used to be, yes.
Oh, all right. We were all used to be something, one way or the other. But I tell you what, as you see these athletes here going through their warm-ups and getting ready for this competition, do you, looking back on this, what do you remember most as you got ready for a competition of this magnitude, and what was the thing that was going through your mind as you get these warm-ups?
Trying to land that, having to stick with getting the approach done, the hop, the skip, and the jump, and getting all those 3 parts together for the landing to stick and for it to actually count and not scratch. The closer you get up to the board, you start to scramble in your brain like, oh, okay, well, and then you run straight through the pit and it's like, all right, I had it up until I got to the board.
Yeah, it's a very technical event, and I imagine one that's very, very difficult to learn. What was the toughest thing about it, as you recall?
Well, the toughest is about letting everybody down because they're looking forward to like, all right, she's going to get it, she's going to get it. But in my head, you're worrying about and carrying that weight of, oh, I got everybody watching me. But a good sprinter makes a good triple jumper. So as long as I get off properly and I get my my hop, my skip, and my jump and my landing good, then I can go ahead on it and make it count.
Now, we have not had, I don't think we've ever had an Olympian at a triple jump for women. Is that something, being a former triple jumper, you would like to see happen?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anybody that you've seen, I mean, because I know, I assume you keep contact with the sport now. Anybody that you've seen that has shown some promise in this arena that you think has the potential to perhaps go on to, if not the Olympics, then certainly at the World Championships, something along those high levels that you're seeing right now, and just needs some more development.
Yes, absolutely. The young lady that qualified today from C.H. Reeves, she had a good jump, so therefore I'll be watching her. I've been off for a minute from the Bahamas, but I'm back, giving back, because track and field is life, and track is back, like they said.
All right, it sounds pretty good to me. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Are you going to be going back in a coaching capacity, or is that something? Is that something that you're looking forward to doing? And when you say giving back, are you going to be doing it from a coaching perspective?
Wherever they need me most. Coach Gardner was my good coach from C.C. Sweeten Senior High School back in the day. So wherever I can fit in, starting off with volunteering, I could go ahead on, and they could use me wherever they want to.
Going down the runway for her first jump of the competition, that is competitor number 215, Chanel Stewart of C.R. Walker. And the white flag does come out, and so they will measure. And we are officially underway with Ms. Toots' favorite event.
Triple jump.
That is correct. That is correct. Absolutely good stuff. We are going to continue with our coverage of tonight's CARIFTA trials and high school nationals. As you see the next competitor up on the runway, this is Arizona Mackey of CV Bethel, getting ready to make her first attempt down the runway. And I'm sure as we look at her right now, the nerves are kicking. This is your first jump. You're probably saying to yourself, like you mentioned, don't mess up.
Don't mess up.
You gotta get this thing in there. What happens though if you as a competitor you get that first jump out of the way? Do you feel a sense of relief? Does it now? Okay, I'm good to go. Or if you mess up, does that then throw you off for the entire competition?
It does, but also seeing everybody else jumping and you have a scratch, then it motivates you to be like, all right, I don't want to be the only one here with a scratch. And then if you stick a landing, then you can go be like, all right, I can see if I can pass. Use this to be like, all right, I'll see if I can jump past that.
All right. So there you have it, right from a triple jumper. You know what the mindset is. She was once one of these young ladies right here on that track trying to stick a landing, if you will.
Yes.
Don't mess up. Don't mess up.
Don't mess up. Don't mess up. You tell yourself that all the way down the right. Don't mess up. Don't mess up. Don't mess up. Until you hit that board. And still waiting for our second competitor, the young lady from CV Bethel here. .241 is the bib number. That is Arizona Mackey, CV Bethel. Mackey trying to collect her thoughts, just waiting for the go-ahead from the officials, I would imagine. How much time do they have before they actually have to make the jump attempt?
I think mine was many moons ago, so there's a lot of things that have changed.
In that time?
I've watched them get out of the pit, and I'm like, we never was able to do that.
Yeah.
We would get rectified for it. But the officials give you a flag for go-ahead, and I think there's a countdown. Like there's the flag right there, and they pulled it up, so that's her go.
That's an indication to get down the runway. Looks like that's going to be a scratch. Yeah. As soon as she hit that board, that foot was well over the board, so she realized it, perhaps decided to save the energy. So it'll be a scratch on the first attempt there for Arizona Mackey at CV Bethel, as the under-17 girls finale in the triple jump underway here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. And flashing back to the activities on the track now, we are ready to continue with our next event on the schedule. They have the block set up. This should be, if I remember correctly, this should be, yes indeed, it is the under-17 girls 100-meter hurdles. And very quickly giving you lane assignments for this event. It'll be Rajay Ania Saunders in lane number 1. She's running unattached. Representing St. John's is Valentina Knowles in lane 2. Tiana Nixon, St. Anne's in lane 3. That's Andronique Lamore, Nassau Christian Academy. She's set up in lane number 4. Next to her in lane 5 is Madison Moss of St. Augustine's College. Dallas Strawn in lane 6 from QC. Tabernacle Baptist with Jasmine McKinney in lane 7. And Kimberly Roll, T.A. Thompson, setting up there in lane number 8. You can see the shadows right about halfway across the track. Some in the light, some in the dark.
Clean
And
start.
off and running and getting over the handle first right there on the inside lane was Roger and Nia Saunders running unattached. But in the middle of the track is the young lady from SAC, Madison Moss. And Madison Moss taking first place, followed by Valentina Knowles St. John's, who was second. Here's a good look at Madison. Now, I understand she's related to Megan Moss. Is that her sister?
I think that's her younger sister from the progeny of Tito Moss.
Tito Moss, the head coach of Red Line Athletics.
So, you know, she comes from pedigree in terms of track and field. Just waiting for her flash time to pop up.
Good solid performance there by young Miss Madison Moss. So you got a good look now at the runway, the pit, I should say, for the triple jump. As the under-17 girls continues competition there. Just underway with our evening session. And right there you get a good look.
Wasn't
at
able
our
to
next
see,
competitor.
sorry, wasn't able to see Madison's time, but she is chasing 14.89 as the Carifta standard there. She'd have to shave a lot off.
And
But
going
again,
up the runway with a lot of speed. Looks like from Tabernacle Baptist.
so Jay is standing by with Madison, who just picked up that win in the under-17 girls 1 hurdles. Jay.
Madison Moss, congratulations. How did you feel about your performance? What was your strategy heading into the race and how you thought you executed that?
I just wanted to get out with a good start and just maintain 3 hurdles.
You had some competition in the inside lane. When you saw the competition, what made you take it up to the next gear?
I wasn't really nothing to it. I just knew I had to focus on my race. And once I did that, I was fine.
There you go, Madison Moss, this year's national champion in the under-17 girls 100 meters. Back to you, Chris.
And we saw Madison come across the finish line cool, composed, and obviously well prepared for what she had to do here this evening. And we'll see whether or not the white flag goes up for, it looks like, from CV Bethel. That would be Daronique Morris making her attempt, and they have indeed pulled out the measuring tape. So
Can that move? The monitor, can it move?
it's a tough job, you know, making sure you get everything all in order and right. And that is why, again, it's very important for these BAAA officials. It's no easy task, and sometimes they get overlooked.
Yeah.
The amount of work and effort they have to put in to make sure a meet like this runs smoothly. Make sure, because these results matter so much to all the competitors, and it's a great thing to be able to make sure at the end of the day that you get everything as it should be. Here is Zoe Adley running on jumping unattached. She pops a good jump. You can hear the crowd react to it. Does the white flag go up? It does indeed. So perhaps our best jump of the competition so far.
I suspect
by Zoe Adley.
I suspect that the markers that they have out there are at 11.42, which is the Carifta qualifying standard.
You're talking about the cone?
The cones there. I think that may be at the Carifta qualifying standard.
In which case, she just popped off what would appear to be then unofficially a Carifta qualifying jump. So we'll see.
We'll see. But again, you got the reaction from the crowd on that. So maybe that is what they are going after.
Well, here comes another of young ladies coming down the track in the under 17. That's Zante Ferguson also jumping unattached. And some of these athletes, you see them, they are competing for schools that perhaps did not have a track team, but they wanted to have the opportunity to qualify nonetheless. And so they compete under the banner either of their track clubs or like we said, just being able to get in here and compete individually. So it's great that they have that chance.
Or even those who are no longer at the in high school.
Yes.
That are competing either away in school or have graduated, because you can be graduated and still compete under 20. So I have a question. When you're looking at getting at an event like this, when you know the distance that you have to go to, how does that play in your head?
You watch the player ahead of you, and you try to beat your personal best, but you just do your best. And even though if you scratch and you're kind of down about it, just stick every jump. Stick every jump.
Well, that is Deborah Evans of Temple Christian, whom we just saw come down the runway. And we get a good look there at the athletes setting up their blocks for the next race on the track, which will be the under 20 girls. And the 20 girls, 100-meter hurdles up next. And there is another competitor here in the triple jump. Good stick on the landing, perhaps not quite the distance. Looks like Chanel Stewart of C.R. Walker on that last jump.
She had a good foot behind. She didn't even hit the board. She was way behind.
She got a lot on the board. Yeah. So, and again, you talked about that though. You're so conscious of not going over the board that sometimes you leave a lot out there. It's a good way to, you have to really gauge that, and that's where you got to be confident in the way you measured up your running up. But again, that's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, it is. So she could use that extra feet right there in the pit for it to count in the landing. But she just has to adjust her her mark.
Stepping back onto the runway now. Just competitor.
Arizona Mackey.
Yeah, Miss Mackey going down for her second over. That's definitely a scratch there. She knew it right away. You can see.
Yeah.
Like she got flustered at the scratch, still tried to attempt to finish, and then realized.
Decided midway, you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Let me save my energy for the next time up. Good look. I guess from that, I guess based on what they tell you, I guess now you know how to adjust your run-up. Would that be correct?
Yes, because it shows you how much, it has like a little, it's like paste or clay down there where you can see your spikes inside of it. They make sure show it to them so she could easily go back some because she had half of her foot over that.
There's Bailey Major, St. Augustine College now. Again, the crowd reacting as Bailey apparently goes over what we think is the CARIFTA standard for the under-17 girls triple jump.
And she hit the board really well on that.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, her run-up and everything was, her approach was very good.
Yeah.
Yep.
So a good solid jump there for Bailey. And there's a good look now as we get ready for the under-20 girls 100-meter hurdles. And lane 1 is open, so we're going to eliminate Kaylee Pratt of Sunland Baptist. She is expected to be in lane 1. Meanwhile, let's go back to the runway for the competition. That is Alexa Bullard of St. George's from Grand Bahama. Well, at least she fell forward and not back.
Backwards.
That's one of those things, too, you have to teach those young jumpers.
Yeah. Lean forward because wherever your hands stop in the back, that's where they're going to mark. You don't want that.
So quickly, let's give you your lane assignments for what's up ahead. This is the under-20 girls 100-meter hurdles. In lane number 2, running unattached, is Aiden Bethany Bullitt. QC has Kenise Major in lane 3. Ivanice Charlton, Sia Walker in lane 4. Janae Pinder, Sunland Baptist, sets up in lane 5. Next to her is Kayla Cambridge running unattached in lane 6 with Dakota Culmer, Anatol Rogers in 7. And that is Devondra Sands running unattached in lane number 8.
These young ladies are chasing 4.66 as the Carifta qualifier. Unless it's a misprint, it seems as if Ivanice Charlton from C.R. Walker has already surpassed that at 12.62.
And she is already, as we say, she kind of, you can tell right away, she was trying to measure those steps, killed all of her momentum coming toward the runway there. Asia Ferguson. And they are down in the blocks. Off and running over the first set of hurdles right there in the middle of the track is where the race is concentrated at the moment. And you talked about the young lady who is already qualified from C.R. Walker, Ivanice Charlton. She is in control at the moment, but here comes a challenge on the inside. Oh, nip and tuck at the line. Looked like Kenise Major of QC came on strong at the end. But Ivanice Charlton did have the lead for most of this race, right until the final 5 meters or so. Over that final hurdle is where we saw things start to change as they come up on that first hurdle. You can see they both go over 1-2. And that's actually Sunland Baptist Janae Pinder, who is going to challenge at the end of this race. Right about here is where she catches her. Now it's just a lean toward the tape, and it looked as if it could have been Ivanice Charlton who got the lean. We'll wait for the official results.
We've got to tell us, they did give it to Janae Pinder by 1/100th of a second.
Wow.
Janae Pinder took it in 15.24. Looks as if Ivanice Charlton picked up second in 15.25.
So that's well off of her pace. If what we have in front of us says that she's run a 12.62 so far this year, that would be well below her standard. Talking about Ivanice Charlton of C.R. Walker in that one. Don't go anywhere. They're adjusting those hurdles because the under-17 boys are next. The 110s. Meanwhile, we shift back to the triple jump. As on the runway right now is Zoe Adley. Adley, who popped off a nice jump the last time we saw her, does so again. And again, the crowd reacting.
Good job.
And she continues to jump well in this competition. The under-17 girls have been competitive to this stage. We've seen a couple of jumpers been able to get some good leaps in. Again, we cannot give you, we'll try to find out what those distances are at some stage of the competition. But by our astute observation here, we do believe that that orange cone represents what we think is the Carifta qualification standard. If so, we've had 2 jumpers go beyond that so far in the competition.
We're going to head over very quickly with Jay Philippe, who's standing by with Janae Pinder from Sunland Baptist, who picked up the win. Jay.
Janae Pinder, 15.24 seconds. How do you feel about your performance?
First of all, I just want to thank God for the win. I feel very good, and I know it's not my best, but give God thanks.
Coming into this race, was it your expectations to be able to walk away as a national champion under 20 girls?
Well, coming in the race, I just stayed out of the ghettos, go fast between the hurdles, and just give it all I have.
And you did just that. She got out. Congratulations to Janae Pinder from Grand Bahama, this year's champion in the under 20 girls 100-meter hurdles.
All right, very good, and you know, congratulations to the young ladies. Sometimes we've been so concentrated on the fact that these are the Carifta trials as well that we sometimes forget these are also running for high school national championships. So even though she may not have made the Carifta standard, she still, however, gets the opportunity to say, I'm a national champion. I did so in 2023, and I did so in New Providence, and I beat out none other than Ivanice Charlton. So that is something she will look back on it with fond memories as a national champion in the under-17 girls. Under-20 girls, sorry, that is the under-20 girls. 100-meter hurdles. Meanwhile, let's take a look. They're back to the triple jump, where the young lady from Temple Christian is back at it again. Antonia Thompson. And Temple Christian actually with 2 competitors here in the triple jump. Antonia Thompson and Deborah Evans. And there is the under 20 boys shot put being announced, and they got a full-fledged flight here. A total of 24 athletes all set to compete. You can see they're all on your screen. There are a whole slew of them. Dacario McKenzie, Prescott Stubbs, Adon Bethel, Dominic Sims, Robert Deal, Christian Mondesir, Lamont Cross, Dylan Burrows, Sile Toot, Tamaro Petty, Joan Mose, Charles Culmer, DeVillis Delva, Timothy Davis, Danaj Kelly, Daniel Joseph, Preston McCoy, Nicholas Bell, Latrell Clark, Jamal Burrows, Jethro Baptiste, Zion Evans, Evanaris Augustin, and Nathaniel McCarty. And there you have it, all 24 of them. We got to take a commercial break after all those names, but I tell you what, that is, we got a full slate of athletes ready to go in this event, and we'll see. Hopefully somebody's going to crack the CARIFTA qualifying standard, maybe perhaps even more than one. So good to see, you know, because some of the field events, you know, they often go underrepresented because everybody wants to be on the track. Everybody wants to, in particular, run the sprints, the 1, the 2. Even the 400 meters now have become a glory event with the advent of Stevie Gardner and Shawnee Miller-Weibo. Now we have a whole slew of athletes that want to run in those events. But now you can see the field events kind of making a return here. We're seeing more and more athletes and competitors jump on back into those events and try to do something. And as we see here in the triple jump, back on the runway right now is Arizona Mackey, CV Bethel. This will be her 3rd jump to my recollection, and she has yet to get a good one, if you will. Scratched her first time up. Lackluster in the 2nd jump, and now hoping to pop off a big one here in her 3rd jump in the under 17 girls. And again, she
flub on that.
You saw that 2nd phase there. She had the hop right. Instead of the skip, she did a little jog. And that's where things went awry.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I know, right? That is, you know, as you say, it is one. Sometimes it's just not your day.
Yeah.
And you got to regroup. And well, the good thing about it is the competition's not quite over yet. So she maybe you only have to pop one good one. Am I right to advance?
Yes.
So if you can get one good one in, you do stay alive in the competition. Doesn't matter how you do on those first couple of jumps. Of course, you'd like to have the confidence of keep getting it done. But if you can do it, if you can get that one good jump in there, it's all that matters. Here is Bailey Major, St. Augustine's College, going for her 2nd try at it, and again, jumping very well. She seems to me like she can go a lot further on the board. She's not really stretching it out to give herself that little distance. Has the run up pretty good, but again, just on that landing, I think she can really, and they're going to show her exactly where she messed up. But I thought everything is good for her, except as we saw the scratch, but I think at the end she could kind of extend just a bit more and maybe give herself some more distance on the jump.
Yeah, she'd have to move her tape further back from the runoff. That helps also. If you're overstepping, take a step back before you take off.
And we are set to continue. Looks like Sia Walker. That's one way to make sure you just get the wide step there. That'll keep you from going backwards.
Exactly.
That's Alexa Bullard from St. George's, who were able to pop that jump there. Thank you very much, my crack production crew, for being on top of that. And you know, we got to thank our production crew who are behind the scenes. You don't get to see them on the camera, but believe me, they are working very hard to make sure this broadcast comes off just right. talking about our cameramen, our engineers, and
Audio.
producers, audio, all those people that are really working hard to be sure that what you see is what is indeed what it's all about. And as they will bring out the measuring stick there, 8 Mile Rock, Sierra Missick. And you know, I know you want to, at that stage, and you're looking at that, and she's probably seen all the other great jumps that have popped off. And even though it's a good jump, if you will, it's not a scratch. Do you sometimes wish they wouldn't measure? Like it's like, like what? Please don't measure that.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, don't worry about that. But you never know. In the end, somebody might be short.
That's
and you
true.
have that one jump that counts that you didn't want them to count, even though it was short, it still counts.
Competitor number 1090. This is Antonia Thompson of Temple Christian now on the runway. Under 17 girls triple jump final here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Our final day of competition here in the CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships. And our thanks to our sponsor, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, who have indeed made this all possible for us to be able to bring you this competition on television here for the last 3 days. Without them, this would not be available to us, and you guys would not be able to keep abreast of what's going on unless you came down here to track. And obviously, we would wish that you did come down here, but seeing that you can't, this is certainly the place to be.
But it also bodes well for the young athletes because they want to see themselves. Their family wants to see them. Some of them are from the family islands. This may be the only opportunity for some of their family members on the islands to see them compete. Some who are from the family islands who live here on New Providence, their family back home are not going to be able to see them compete in person. So they get this opportunity here to be able to see them. And I think that that's what's important because, again, you get to see some of the top athletes compete, and you can say to yourself that maybe that's what I want to be in the future. That's why we thought it was so important that they had the Invitational 100 and the 200, where you get to see some of our spectacular athletes like, not Stephen Gardner, Dirty compete. You see some of our other top athletes compete to be able to say, I can do exactly what they do. And so you get that self-efficacy that comes about with being able to see them and to really move that forward.
I got to write that down, self-efficacy. I got it. Antonia Thompson, he saw Temple Christian, and she had a good jump this time. They record the leap, and we'll see what, again, she may end up, like you mentioned, moving forward. I think I don't think they'll break the flight down any further than this. They only had 12 competitors.
Yeah, they will still probably go to 8. And then give 3 more. I think the rule said that they will get 8. But again, you talk about so many people watching, people who are at work. I know Kino Wong is watching online. A lot of people are watching online and watching at work. Shout out to those who are able to take their time out and get a chance to see us here, bring you these top athletes here in the country.
This is Daranique Morris, CV Bethel, making her approach. And that is a pretty good jump for her if they can record it. And indeed, they will bring out the measuring tape to see just what the distance is on that. So far, though, it's been the young lady Zoe Adley who has led the field, jumping unattached, and Bailey Major of St. Augustine's College, who had the 2 best jumps so far in this competition.
And again, if you notice, they're not only using the tape, they are also using the electronic device, testing that out as they get ready for full use of that during the CARIFTA Championships in just under 2 weeks. So I think that that's important to see that they are trying to use that. The one drawback that we do not have right now with them is that they do not have the on-site identifiers in terms of who is jumping, their positioning. So I think that that's important that they get ready for that in 2 weeks.
And we see some of the same jumpers coming right back up very quickly. So perhaps they've already cut down.
They've already cut down to 8.
And we're down to 8, yes.
Zoe again.
And here is Zoe.
Good jump. Good jump.
Got another good jump for Zoe.
If you go by the fans reaction in the
Every
stands.
jump
It's
is-
a very good jump for her. And again, we are presuming that those cones, the second set of cones, are actually the Carifta qualifying mark. But again, we have no official word on that. But that's a good presumption, I think, to make.
Carifta qualifying mark is 35.44 meters. Somebody gave me which is
Let's if they jump 35 meters, that would be
11.42
that would
meters.
be
Sorry.
that would
Yeah,
be
that is good.
phenomenal.
You know what? As I'm saying, I was like 34 meters. Man, that's a long
That's
way.
a long way.
So it's 11.42 meters, and I'll give you that in feet and inches because some of you may be like me, which is meters challenged. I'm not.
Is that what we're gonna call it?
Yes, I prefer. I identify as feet and inches. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So that was just Shante Ferguson hitting the board really strong.
So that is indeed the qualifying standard. If you want feet and inches, 37 feet 6 inches. Thanks to the mathematical astuteness of my calculator, which would
I was about to say, I don't think any of us were going to calculate that.
Yeah, if I had to do it in my head, we'd be here a long time. Sorry, Lillian Hall. I know you were a math teacher, but I did not garner that from you.
She may be mad at you for using a calculator.
That's true. I was not allowed to.
I was about to say, were you even
My
allowed?
father and mother would very much would tell you, break out a pencil and paper and work it out. Calculators make you lazy is what I hear time and time again. Be that as it may, they invented them for a reason. For people like myself.
This is true. I'm with you.
There's a good look at the stadium as sun starts to set. Here on this beautiful Monday evening, it is the 27th of the month, am I right? 27th of the month. Which means we are just a few days shy. Carifta begins
10 days.
in just about 10 days from now. Mark it on your calendar. Get your tickets now. Because they probably will not be available for you if you wait. You know, Bahamians like to wait till
But again,
match day.
they are available online and in person.
Yes.
So, like I said, there was about 2 days ago when they said that they only had the silver and bronze sections available. If you want to be here, that's what you're going to have to deal with. If not, you're going to have to make sure check it out online.
And I think silver is actually still very good.
Yeah.
The gold tickets are obviously the ones on the finish line, and those are usually the first ones to get sold. People don't waste any time getting those, and hopefully they blocked out quite a few of them for the locals, because I know who was trying to buy those right out of the bat.
And it was online, so there wasn't any.
That's right. They weren't able to, unless they didn't put some online. That could be the saving grace. The boys 110 hurdles are coming up next. And the 17 boys. See the youngsters there setting up the blocks. And we didn't see this in the morning sessions, especially when they had so many competitors. And with good reason, because of the fact that it would have taken a mighty long time. You see these athletes got to set those blocks up. That would have made the sessions too long. So for the sake of speed, they ran without blocks in the opening rounds. And now as we get set for the finals here, they allow them to get into those blocks and get a feel for the way it will be for Carifta. Hurdle is one of those events that are not for the faint of heart. You gotta have the right mindset. Can't be afraid to perhaps lose a few teeth, because if you go over those hurdles just wrong, it could be a face plant. Well, like myself, I think I'm not going to make it. I'm just going to run through the hurdle. I'm not going to try and jump. Just run through it. I'd rather have a bruise on my thigh than a tooth missing in front of my mouth.
Or something worse.
Yeah. But again, you admire, again, the technique, the amount of work that goes into it, the precision of this event, understanding the run-ups and being able to time usually, what, 8, 9 steps before you hit a hurdle, and another 8, 9 steps, or whatever it is that they work out to make sure that they have their timing just right. It is a very technical event and one that requires a lot of training. Hats off to the coaches that prepare these athletes and to the athletes themselves, because they got to put that work in order to be prepared. Just absolutely gorgeous views from above here as we are seeing the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in all of its splendor. And I'm old enough to remember when this wasn't even here.
This wasn't here.
Yeah, that's right.
It used to be a softball stadium.
That's correct.
Yep.
Churchill Tenor National Softball Stadium used to be in this very same area.
We
and the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium.
We talking age? Because I remember that also. I remember that also.
Yes, we're dating ourselves here.
I've read about
the
it.
young kids
I've
say,
read about
what? What used to be there?
I'll say I read about it.
There used to be something else there? What are you talking about?
Right.
It's like how I feel when they say the cat and the fiddle
right.
club. I'd be like, what? What's that?
What? So here we get ready for the under-17 boys, 110 hurdles. Lane 1, Temple Christian's Ryan McKinney. Lane 2, Sachs, Malik White, Christian Pierre from C.R. Walker in 3. Quinton Roll from Sac in 4. Kenny Moxie from QC in 5. Caden Hepburn from St. George's in 6. Lamorne Moxie from Jack Hayward in 7. And Zion Monroe from St. John's in 8. Kenny Moxie has already made a qualifier in this event and also high jump. Quinton Roll as well. They may be challenging each other. The qualifying mark 15.65. Roll from Sac in lane 4 already ran at 15.13, and Kenny Moxie ran 15.35 coming into this competition.
And they are right in the middle of your track, so those are probably the 2 athletes you probably want to keep an eye on. You can see right away they're distancing themselves, especially the young man from St. Augustine's College, Quinton Roll, who is now running away from the young man from QC, even knocking down a hurdle, but and another one, and still wins comfortably. Lane 4, Quinton Roll, St. Augustine's College, and he is excited. Apparently, he's loving the time he just put up. Quinton Roll putting on a show here as Kenny Moxie comes over and gives some congratulations.
If that time stands up, it is 14.66. He likes the time, and of course, if he had already qualified previously, to win here almost guarantees him a spot on the CARIFTA team. I think his excitement was that, but a 4.66.
Yeah, that.
And he was knocking down hurdles. I think he knocked down.
Yeah, he knocked down
6,
2 of them.
6, 7, and 8.
There's one right there, and there's another one back to back.
Yeah, and he
clipped the last one as well.
He took down 9.
Oh, he took down 3 of them. So those last 4 hurdles were an adventure for him, and he still ran under 15 seconds. That tells him a lot, I would imagine. If he can clean up his race a little bit, he's really going to be a force to reckon with, especially in the CARIFTA Championships roll around.
14.66, very well under the time required for CARIFTA, but at the same time, not only have to go under, you have to win that event at the CARIFTA trials. And I think that his excitement was somewhere tempered between the two of getting not only the time, but also the placement.
Indeed. Congratulations going out to him as we see the warm still continuing for the under 20 boys shot put, which will, I see them actually doing some measurements here, so maybe they have started.
Jay Philippe is standing by with St. Augustine's College's Quinton Roll, who just pretty much etched his name in the CARIFTA team. Maybe, Jay, will you put him on the team already, Jay?
Quinton Roll, 14.65. What a time. You seem excited after the race. Talk about that.
You know, it was a good race. I want to thank my little coaches, thank my mother for the support, keep pushing me through. You know, I ran 14.86. I wanted to run a faster time. I did my best. I PR'd. I just want to thank God for what He have done for me so far. It was a rough season.
There you go, Quinton Roll, this year's champion, national high school champion. Back to you, Chris.
Quinton was kind of clear over the first 5 hurdles and then just started to clip them. So again, think about what his time would be without that. He was very smooth over those first 4 and then started to clip coming on later on in the race. So just judge how well he will be if, like you said, he can clean that up with his coach heading into CARIFTA, which more than likely he will be on that team.
Yeah, you're thinking about maybe a 14.5 somewhere around those regions.
He may even get lower than that.
Yeah,
I think he'd get very low 14 with the speed that he has, because he clearly has the foot speed between the hurdles. just being able to cut down on clipping the hurdles will give him that added speed and added time that he shaves off with that.
So a great run there for Quinton Roll. As we see, the competition is underway, and the under-20 boys shot put back to the competition there in the triple jump pit. And that is St. George's competitor hitting the runway. That is Alexa Bullitt. I don't know if she's a bullet or if she's a bullard.
Bullard.
You know, you gotta be careful. You gotta let me know.
Just spell it one time.
Right.
To be on the safe side.
And, you know, I'm watching the shot put right now. Some of the, you know, sometimes you can tell the ones that are in there because coach said you got to throw the shot put today, or the ones that have put the time in and in there really trying to win it.
I remember doing that for points. We need some points.
Yeah, go in there, go run the 5,000 meters.
Yes.
For points.
For points. Again, there you can see they just walking out of the booth, out of the circle, like, okay, I'm done with this.
I'm done.
How many more times they got to throw?
It's hot out here. So we're getting ready now for under 20 boys, 100 hurdles. Smirkle, Stewart, DeVoe, Lang, Robinson, Sands, Brown, and Johnson. Watch out for Otto Lang in lane 4. He's going to have a fast start just like that. Lang out very quickly, over very smooth. He's being challenged, though, to Sean Robinson from St. John's. St. John's taking it over the last hurdle. It's going to be a foot race, and it is to Sean Robinson.
I don't know if to call that an upset because to Sean Robinson, St. John's, man, he looked strong the entire race. And Otto Lang, whom many consider to be the favorite coming into this race, but he saw, as he looked to his side right there, he looked up and he saw, wait a minute, I'm behind.
Yep.
I don't know if he was able to recover from that. They're going to owe the first couple of hurdles there. They're very clean at this stage. It is indeed. But actually, you know what? He never trailed.
He never trailed.
Otto Lang never was in the front of this race.
Yeah, Otto was the favorite, but the final time readjusted now to Sean Robinson from St. John's runs 14:09.
Wow.
I'm sorry, they corrected it now to 14:08.
Which is still
under
below the qualifying standard.
The 14:2. At the same time, Otto runs a 14:15. Both of them under the CARIFTA standard, both finishing either 1 or 2 here at the trials. So very well positioned for a spot on the CARIFTA team here in just under 2 weeks. But a fantastic race there. Again, like you said, Otto was the favorite coming in, either by time or by presence.
By reputation.
By reputation. But it was a fantastic race there by Tashawn. He came over very clean. I don't know if we can see the replay. He came over very clean on those first 3 hurdles and just dominated from there. I think Otto was clipping 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, I saw it at the end. That cost him.
And that cost him. Otto usually is not in control of the race to start. He's a very strong back half finisher and technically very perfect. And I think just that little hole gave Tashawn the opportunity to get in there. 2 fantastic runs by those two gentlemen, though.
Shifting back over there to the triple jump. That looked like the young lady from St. Augustine's College, Bailey Major. Again, they're down to the final couple of jumpers there. So in that event, they're starting to wind things down. Give you an update. Bailey, along with Zoe, have been the class of that competition. Zoe Adley jumping unattached. What a fantastic run, though. And that got the crowd buzzing.
Yeah.
That certainly got everybody excited. Seeing them come down the track like that. And it tells you, now I think we're going to have some really good representation. And again, this is the high school national as well, so we don't want to take away from those that are competing for the high schools. But as you know, this is the 50th CARIFTA Championships coming up, and the Bahamas will be the host. We want to make sure we put that best possible team forward, and we're seeing a good shot of what we can expect. Back on the runway now, Antonia Thompson, Temple Christian, getting ready to ready to get things going. As they start to clear the hurdles from the track now, we're going to move into the 800 meters. That'll be coming up next. 2 laps around the track to decide a winner.
That just sounds a lot.
You talk about doing a race for points. One time I actually ran the 800 for points.
I ran the 4 hurdles for points.
Did you really?
I sure did. And I came,
okay, that trumps me by
and
far.
I came second. There were 3 competitors in the race. I came second because the second place competitor knocked down too many hurdles. That's far back when you knock down too many hurdles.
Oh, they would
disqualify you.
Yes.
And I came third. My time was 4 minutes and some. I said that very quietly. But I got my points, which was most important.
There you go.
So
we're going to do it, get the points.
Going to get the points. We're going to head right over, picking up a lot of points today to Sean Robinson, national champion in the 110 hurdles for under 20 boys from St. John's with Jay Philippe. Jay.
Tayshawn Robinson, 14:08, a new personal best time. What a quick race.
Yes, going into this race, I just told myself to stay focused and execute, and 14:08 the personal best, and the spot in the team was my yoga.
You talked about execution. What was your strategy going into the race?
My strategy was always to try and be the first to the first hurdle and just stay focused after that, and everything will fall into place.
It came down to the last few meters, you and the other guy. What was going on through your mind once you saw he was to their left?
Once I saw him, I just told myself, don't lose composure, just stay calm, and step through the line and hold them off.
There you go. Congratulations, Tayshawn Robinson. He definitely did not lose composure. You are the national champion. Back to you, Chris.
Jay, thanks a lot. Tayshawn, completely clean over every single hurdle. Auto-clipped hurdle number 5 and hurdle number 8. He was already behind at that point, so that I wouldn't have said that it would have made a severe difference. But Tayshawn, clean over every single hurdle. This is not only an event that you have to be fast, you have to be technically precise, and that's exactly what he did.
Exactly what he did. We want to thank Elvisa Toot for coming by. We thank you so much, man. You've been very patient with us, and she sat here gracefully the entire time. I love it. Thank you so much for your expertise. Thank you for coming by, and I'm sure we'll touch base again before this competition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Marcellus.
And while they get ready for continuation of competition there, the 800 meters will be up next. Under 14 girls, 800 meters next on the track to start things off. And in that particular, and I see the president of the Bahamas Olympic Committee about to make an appearance here. Is Ramel Fish-Knowles. Good friend of the panel, as they say. And again, as we get a good look from above, the transformation of this entire Queen Elizabeth Sporting Arena, the way it has really transformed over the last decade or so. We've seen the birth of the Thomas and Robinson Stadium, now just down the road, the Andre Rogers Baseball Diamond, the renovation of the Blue Hills playing fields. There is the Betty Kelly Kenning National Aquatic Center just over to the left there, and this has just been so good to see. And joining us now here in the booth is the president of the Bahamas Olympic Committee, Mr. Ramel Fish-Knowles. And Fish, we were talking earlier about how we, as elder statesmen, have seen this area.
Speak for yourself, Sellers.
This area transform to where we've seen so many new things. You almost don't recognize it anymore. And for those perhaps that were born in the 90s and 2000s, this is something, they grew up with this.
They grew up with this.
They'll look back on it 20 years from now and say, this was how it always was. Meanwhile, to us, it looks totally different than what we saw as kids.
Yes, it's remarkable the transformation that's taken on here. Specifically, these facilities, the proximity first is something unique when you travel around the world for multi-sport games. And then secondly, all of the preparation that's being done to bring them to world-class level so that we could promote the sports in Paradise brand in the Bahamas. And obviously to do that, you have to have A1 facilities, and I commend the National Sports Authority for a job well done.
Yes, indeed. And I don't know if you've been able to keep track of what's been going on over the last few days, but it's got to be pretty impressive to you to see these young athletes not only coming out here and for the high school nationals, but of course these being a combination of the CARIFTA trials, the performances that we've seen over the last 2 days.
I mean, it's remarkable. It gives me goosebumps just to think about the opportunity that these kids are being afforded. First, to represent their island, to represent their school, for an opportunity to represent the Bahamas and to wear their national uniform. And I'm seeing some performances where kids are giving it all they got. That pride for their school and their pride for their parents and the like. What can you say? And the performances, I think up until yesterday, we had some 50-plus athletes qualified for the CARIFTA Games. So, I mean, and we're on a good footing here. Scholarships availability. Most of these kids can't afford to, to go to a D1 school. I most certainly can't. And for the opportunities that they're putting, the performances they're putting on out here, shattering national records, setting new CARIFTA records, it's remarkable.
But you talk about those scholarship opportunities. We just had one of our, not even on the track, but on the field, Keyshawn Strawn goes out there, throws that little stick very far in one go, and he's now has a 4-year deal with Auburn, a top school in the SEC,
Absolutely,
a full scholarship to throw that little stick. I mean, and I'm not degrading it, I'm just saying that's how people sometimes look at it, but he's throwing a stick and getting
worth
an
thousands of dollars.
Worth thousands of dollars
Hundreds
for him.
of thousands.
For him, because Auburn is not cheap.
Yeah.
And it's a strong school, not only academically but also athletically.
Yes.
Not only in track, but they're dominating in a lot of other things. So you get that opportunity, and I think that's what you've got to push, especially here at this level, for these kids. The opportunity that's there, and also from an Olympic type of standpoint, where you get that inclusiveness of everybody getting out there and getting that opportunity to go ahead and represent and get the full participation of all of our islands. We're seeing that with Crooked Island, San Salvador. We're seeing those small schools getting that opportunity, which is important for developmentally for all of our sports, not just track and field, but getting that opportunity.
You're quite right. I mean, and all of the schools are doing very well, but one of the schools that continue.
I can already see where this is going. But go ahead.
Morris Island. I have my heart is sold on Morris Island. They come here year after year, producing high school beaters, if you will, with no facility per se. They don't obviously have the facilities here like the kids in Nassau, and yet they come and they perform. And I think if whatever Coach Williams is doing over there in Morris Island,
we need to bottle it up and
I mean,
something.
Yes,
because it is indeed a testament to not only his commitment, but to what he's teaching these kids. They're buying into it. Whatever he's telling them, they're buying into it full-heartedly, and we see the results based on that. Just because, again, he continues year in and year out to provide top quality athletes with little to nothing, like you mentioned, but still finding a way through his effort, through his commitment to trying to do the best for his young athletes.
I thought you were going to go down Central Eleuthera, that they were doing well. But Morris Island, just to point out Morris Island, again, for us, we and Celis have talked about this, and specifically Morris Island. Some other schools may have to do it as well, but they've got to get up, get on a boat, get to a port, go on another transport to the airport and fly. For us, I just wake up for 20 minutes and I'll be there.
Right.
For them, it's a journey for them to get here.
Yeah.
And the fact that they've got to put so much into it, and I think what for them, they know that there's a lot on the line when they get here. This is not an easy type of way for them to get here. They've put in the work. They've got to make the performance here, and I think that plays a lot on them. Like you said, Coach is doing something phenomenal down there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's catching, right? Because we went from Stephen Gardner. There's another young lady who's performing very, very well here. I can't remember her name just now. And it's continuous. I mean, and it's just remarkable that he continues to put out these quality of athletes year after year after year. I think at one time, during Stevie's time, he had about 4 athletes.
Yeah, there were actually 3 of them that were very, very good. Stevie obviously went on to have the most success, but he had like three top qualifiers in the quarter mile in that boys category, and just goes to show you he's doing some good things down there.
And if I remember correctly, sorry, Celis, if I remember correctly, when they had the high school version of the World Relays, the segment there.
That's right.
They had a strong team there, and it wasn't like a team, hey, you come run.
Yeah.
It was a strong, competitive team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And nobody expected them to win. They came
Exactly.
out of nowhere.
Right. Yeah,
Exactly.
Wow, these kids. Yeah,
Right.
These kids.
Where they been?
And they actually said that that's our drive.
Yes.
Nobody expected us to be here to compete, and that's our drive.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is important about having events like this, World Relays, the CARIFTA Track and Field Championships. In our instance right now, the National Championships in the big arena, to give them that opportunity to realize that, yes, I can do it. I can be on the big stage, and that's why it's so important.
We have some medal ceremonies about to take place. We'll swing it over there. We'll resume our conversation on the other side of it. Let's see what's going on that track side.
The silver medalist, representing Jackhaven High, Demaya Lockhart. And our champion in the under-14 girls 75-meter hurdles, the gold medalist, representing St. Augustine's College, with a time of 12.83 seconds and a national high school record, Jayla Smith. Medal ceremony. The under-14 boys 80-meter hurdles. Medals will be presented by VP of Marketing and PR for the B3As, Mr. Sheldon Longley. The bronze medalist representing Jackhaven High, Demisio Davis. The silver medalist representing St. Augustine's College, Dwayne Saunders. And our champion in the under-14 boys 80-meter hurdles, the gold medalist representing St. Augustine's College with a time of 13.20 seconds, Nathan King. Medal ceremony. Under 17 girls, 100-meter hurdles. The bronze medalist representing Nassau Christian School, Andronique Lamore. The silver medalist representing St. John's, Valentina Knowles. And our champion in the under-17 girls 100-meter hurdles, the gold medalist representing St. Augustine's College with a time of 15.96 seconds, Madison Moss. Medal ceremony for the under-17 boys high jump. The silver medalist representing St. George's, Kenny Moxie. The silver medalist representing St. George's, Eris Pratt. And our champion in the under-17 boys high jump, the gold medalist representing Tabernacle Baptist with a jump of 1.93 meters, a new national high school record, Joshua Williams. Medal ceremony on the 14 boys high jump. The bronze medalist representing Temple Christian Schools, Dwayne Capron. The silver medalist representing St. Augustine's College, Christian McKinney. And our champion in the under 14 boys high jump, the gold medalist representing St. John's Giants with a jump of 1.50 meters, Leonardo Roll.
You're almost pretty good in basketball. You're on the team only because of your height, but you can't.
All right, so apparently we're back up, but we thought we were all the time. So.
We were all the time.
Yeah. So,
Karen, thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. But it it does, again, we were talking about the high school and the high jump and how well we've done over the last few years and how now we're seeing more. What is good, though, is that the basketball coaches or perhaps the track coaches maybe come and watch a few basketball coach practices and say, that kid can jump real good.
Right.
But he's not going to get off the end of that bench.
Right.
And he go maybe and talk to him and said, maybe you should try a different sport. Why don't you come out here and work with me in the high jump arena? And we've seen tremendous success. You just talked about how good the high jump competition was just last night and how well that went.
Yeah, under 17 boys, 5 competitors, one under 15, just going to turn 15 this year. He cleared it. Damian Bryce from SAC in the under 17 division. All of them cleared 185. He cleared 185. All of them cleared 187. Damian had a knockdown at 189. All 4 went to 191, and it came back to knockdowns.
Wow.
And Kenny Moxie from QC picked up the win. He just came back and picked up a silver in the under 17 boys 110 hurdles. I'm thinking, I don't like to go out on the limb too often, but I think that QC Comet may be flying high on this CARIFTA team.
That's right. And it's always good to see these youngsters, they put in a lot of work. And so when they get that opportunity to shine, this moment to shine, what they call that 5 minutes of fame,
yep.
To now not only have this opportunity, but now have it translate further to being able to represent the country. That is huge, something they will look back on many years down the stretch and perhaps have to convince their grandkids that it actually happened. But in today's digital era, of course, we know that they can now go on YouTube and pull it up and say, see, it did happen. Yes. It's not like myself. I still try to convince people I did stuff, and they be like, yeah, sure you did.
I'm still trying to convince people, not that you're a basketball player, I'm still trying to convince people that you are a phenomenal baseball player.
There you go.
They do not believe me.
That's true.
That you were this close, this close to making it to the majors.
That close.
And it was your right arm?
My right arm.
Right.
Said, I think not. Let's do something different, sir.
Sir, sit down, sir.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? This rivalry between SAC and QC is producing these results, believe it or not. The competitive nature and spirit between the two schools augurs well for what's happening out here this evening.
Back a look at the under 20 boys shot put finale. And that's definitely going to be a scratch. He stepped over the boundary, and no measurement needed for that, young fella. As he takes the slow walk back to the. Good look at some of the folks in the stands there. And I saw earlier Antonio Beckford and of Nassau Christian Schools probably checking out some of his athletes. You can see some of the parents and coaches, family, all here to lend support to these youngsters and what they hope to accomplish?
You know, in a few June, I should say, we'll be carrying a team to the CAC games.
Yeah.
A lot of these kids are voted, if I will, to be on the CAC games team, and then in August to the Trinidad Youth Games.
Oh, okay. So Trinidad's having the youth games?
Yes.
It's nice. So the opportunities are endless. I mean, you think about it, there are so many competitions nowadays that these youngsters can avail themselves of, and the opportunities are just boundless.
Yes.
Right? And so many of them now will take this opportunity. We talked about, you know, kids now getting scholarships left, right, and center. And that is good for the country. That is good for them. It's good for the country, and just so much positivity out of it. We always see the negative stuff. We always hear about the shootings and all the other stuff, the gangs and whatever. But there are a lot of kids out there that are doing good things. There are a lot of parents that are teaching their kids the right way. And perhaps what happens from this, as we see more positive stories, and maybe some of those kids that are perhaps taking the wrong path, take a relook again at themselves and say, you know what, maybe I could do something different and try a different approach to what I want out of life. And so, you know, that's what we hope at the end of the day.
Yeah, sports, I mean, it develops and builds character, builds the right attributes for kids to become outstanding citizens and make meaningful contributions to their country. There's some 1,200 kids, I'm told, out here today, and they're proving that fact that, you know, through sports, the opportunities are endless.
1,200 athletes started out competition over these last 3 days, and I don't know that I've ever seen that number. That is a lot when you think about it. Just imagine, and that's why we went back and we talked about the BAAA officials, how they have to coordinate all of this, and the race and the meet coordinators and everybody else to make this run smoothly. For instance, the CARIFTA Championships will have a lot of countries here, but there'll be maybe 600 athletes.
Yes.
And so you got double that over these last 3 days, and to try to make that happen as we get a good look at some of those BAAA officials who've been really working hard.
Yeah, extremely hard. I mean, and the red and white is all over the place.
Ubiquitous.
Yeah.
Yes. Where's my dictionary?
You know, I said that earlier. He threw another one at me earlier. I said, look at Chris trying to stretch my vocabulary.
But at the same time, you have to point out that there are a lot of officials with BAAA who are from the second city, and I think there are some from Family Island. So there is that inclusion that gives them the opportunity to perform it at events like this, to give them that chance and to move on and maybe look at moving up in the ranks in terms of BAAA.
Well, it shows that we're complete,
BAAA.
right? We're complete, really. We can handle all of the events. We can put on events. I mean, and we're right on the cusp of doing something really significant for the country. CARIFTA is coming, and I know that we're going to put on a big show there. But, boy, I can't wait. And I get excited just to know that perhaps in the 70s and 80s, you may have 2 or 3 qualified officials. And today, look.
Yeah, it's boundless. It's the same thing with coaches, right? We used to only have a few coaches that were qualified, and now we got dozens.
Yeah.
It's amazing, the amount of track clubs that have sprung up, and they're all, you know, well stocked with athletes. So it says, you know, there is a need for it. There's a cry for it, and these youngsters are just looking hungry for something to get into that's gonna take them in a positive direction. Whether it's track and field, whether it's boxing, whether it's basketball, whether it's baseball, softball, and the list just goes on and on and on. And I'm so happy now that we have all these programs in place, and kudos to the Bahamas Olympic Committee and other associations like yourself who have really put forward the avenues to allow these events to not only take place but to flourish and grow.
Yeah, I mean, and just to show how rounded we are, I think 2 days ago I got a call for us to send technical officials to Trinidad. So, I mean, and the Bahamas has really come of age. Not only the opportunities boundless for athletes, but even for officials. I suppose now that, you know, we're hosting these events, we're doing very well, and other countries want a piece of our officials.
Where the officials are going to Trinidad?
Yeah.
Somebody has challenged me to say the name of the former Prime Minister of Trinidad, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar.
Right.
They didn't think that I could say it, and I'm going to say it twice, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. But she is one of my favorite politicians in the region. Just making sure everybody heard that. But the fact that our officials are being asked throughout the region says a massive amount of trust in us.
Yes.
Because again, we are a country of between 400 and 500,000. Trinidad is at least close to 1 million. The fact that they're asking us and not the reverse is very important. And so far down, because they do have expertise that's closer, probably like Venezuela or South America, Central America, but they're asking us. That's an important fact to put out there.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, and so kudos to our programs, right? We're doing an exciting job. I mean, we're producing world beaters not only on the fields, but officials. We're making our mark in the international scene.
It looks like we're back to the action on the track now. The 800 meters, after a little bit of a delay, they were scheduled for about a 4:45 start. It is about maybe a half hour behind schedule. We're ready now for the first of our 800-meter runs. This is the girls under 14 800 meters. Quickly running through the competitors that are still looking at the shot put here, which is well underway for the under 20 boys. But we are set for the first under 14 girls 800-meter finale. Quickly giving you the lane of sense, Micaiah Bowles will be in lane 1. That's Amaya Davis in lane 2. Ariel Thompson sets up in lane 3. Sierra Delancey in lane 4. Shakina Lewis in 5. Malaya Pratt in 6. Anaya Nesbitt in 7. And Gabrielle McLean in 8. Representing D.W. Davis, QC unattached. QC once again in lane 4. A.F. Adley in 5. Sack sitting in lane 6 with Malaya Pratt. And that Sister Mary Patricia Russell's Anaya Nesbitt in 7. Running unattached is Gabrielle McLean.
They are chasing a 225 CARIFTA qualifier for the under 14. The official qualifier is 219.22 for under 17 girls. It's going to be a very tough run if they're going to try to get anywhere near that.
And already you see surging out to the forefront is the young runner from QC. That's Sierra Delancey. There's a rest of the field behind her, still packed together. But remember now, they have 2 laps to go. They have 1 lap, I should say, to go. They run 2 laps in this race. You're about 1.5 in. And sometimes we see they have those competitors, especially in a race like that, go on a little too fast, and then in that second lap, they get reeled right back on in. So let's see if her race strategy holds up. If she's got the endurance to not only run a strong first leg, but to ultimately finish in leg number 2 as they come up on the bell lap. She's got about 25 meters to go before she hears that bell and knows I just have 1 more time to go around.
Sierra Delancey from QC does come in with the faster time in the faster seat at 2:44.48, but it's going to take a lot here on a negative split to try to get back up here to get anywhere near that 219 or 225.
And you see the lead has shrunk as well. That she had like about a 50-meter lead a short while ago, but now the rest of the field has indeed caught up, and you can see just behind her is the young lady from D.W. Davis, Micaiah Bowles.
So we're seeing some strategy here as well.
That's actually Shanika Lewis. of A.F. Adley, who was right behind her. Had an impressive first day. And saw her run very well in the heats. And despite her diminutive size, has got a big heart.
She slipped in right there on the underneath of Delancey.
Never saw it coming, right underneath the arms. So
she's so very small.
Yes.
To get around there, she's going to take the slight lead here. So
this is where the length of the stride, though, is going to pay off.
And it takes some patience, really, to hold back and let the young lady go ahead and decide, well, I'm going to continue to hold my pace and run my race, right?
That might have been a miscalculation because I don't think they're catching her anymore. That is a heck of a run right now by Shakina Lewis of A.F. Adley as she now pulls away from the field.
Great race.
I saw her run yesterday. She looked so comfortable running. I was like, man, you know, she looks like she does this a lot. And she's one of those natural distance runners, I do believe. You see her with a comfortable stride, well-trained. I'd love to see who trains with on a regular basis. But great run there for the young lady from D.W. Davis. Sorry, from A.F. Adley. I don't know why I keep wanting to put her in D.W. Davis colors for some reason.
But she does run a 2:46.5, shaves off about 6 seconds from her time from the heats. So a great run there by Shakanaya Lewis from A.F. Adley.
A credit to her coach. She really ran her race, right?
Yeah, she did. So her bide her time, was able to squeeze by on the inside.
Literally.
Yeah, really. In a very literal sense, took advantage of her size, able to squeeze through just a little crack there on the inside. Not having to go around probably helped a lot.
Yeah.
And able to see that little gap, shoot on through, and never look back. As the under-20 boys final continues there in the shot put.
That's one of the events we need a breakthrough soon.
Yeah, and especially on the male side, you know, we've had some young ladies who have done well in the past, but I don't think the guys have fully gotten on board with this. Yeah, they haven't quite got on board yet.
After Bradley Cooper, I think that's.
Yeah, I don't think
we've had some
that.
success.
Right.
Kyle Higgs has had some success,
true, yeah.
but not to the super class, world class level. Kyle was very impressive at the CARIFTA level, CAC level. But again, it may come down to, and I'm not talking specifically about Kyle, but it may come down to support. This is not one of the sexy events.
Yeah,
this is not the one, the two, where you've got to find the added support for it, because it does take a lot.
Yeah, and kudos to coaches that have been really emphasizing the jumps, the Corrington Maycocks, and of course Coach Ronald Cartwright, who are really focusing on those jumps and throws. And we're seeing now a new advent of revitalization in those sports, and hopefully the trend continues. We're seeing more now of these athletes who are doing good things with that, and I know Coach Corey has just really worked hard to, to really get, in particular, the javelin and events like that. The discus and the shot put, especially for the girls, he's really put some work in, and it's starting to pay off. We're starting to see some more of those athletes who are really doing some good things.
And hopefully more see our competitors, and I'm jumping back on him again because he is so spectacular, is Keyshawn Strawn,
yes.
where hopefully more people
who trained with Corey.
Who trained with Corrington, who people will be able to see, oh, snap, I guess I can make a career out of this. I can get a quality 4-year degree out of this. At a top school. And even if you don't make it to a Keyshawn level, you do have opportunities there that are boundless. There is, shameless plug, there is the University of the Bahamas. There are some smaller schools that you can go to that will give you opportunities and create some top-class athletes. Like even at UB, we've had number 1 and number 2 at one point in the world, number 2 and number 3 in the world in decathlon, who have from UB. So let's real quick head over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by
with Shakina Lewis.
And what school is she from?
She came from
AF Adley. There we go.
I almost said R.M. Bailey. I'm really over the place.
Let's go, Jay.
Yes, definitely AF Adley. She may be small in size, but she certainly ran with a big heart. Congratulations on your win. How do you feel about your performance?
I felt very good, and I am so happy that I won the gold medal. And I wish to continue run like this the rest of my life. And I want to be successful, and I want to be, when I grow older, I want to be just like Shanae Miller. I used to run inside primary school. I ran all my life. I come first every race I ran. Sometimes I might have came like 4th or 5th, but I still didn't stop me from running and stop me from being who I am today. So I thank God for that, and thank God for waking me up every morning to see this day. And I pray until this happened, and it all came to pass.
Wow, what a testimony from Lewis, your under-14 girl 800-meter champion. She said it. She hasn't lost a race. She wants to be like Shanae Miller Weeble. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you, Chris.
Well, you talk about an old soul, right? She's got an old
I
soul.
like the fact that she said I never lost the race, except those few times I came before. I love her spirit, like you said. I like her spirit, and she has a clear goal that she wants to go after. And I think that proves our point that we were talking about. She's seen Shanae somewhere. She knows that she's Bahamian. She may have seen Shanae here and said, that's what I want to be like. Yeah. She can point to somebody who shares the same,
clear hero.
Who shares the same passport as you, that you can say, this is who I want to be like.
And I'm surprised, she kept going and kept going and kept going.
Yeah, well spoken.
Yeah,
I was shocked and pleasantly so.
Right.
A lot of times you see young athletes and they're very uncomfortable.
With
their answer is yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
So good to see that young lady getting you know, an opportunity to show not only her ability on the track, but also her intelligence as an orator. We talked about the fact she's got a good career, maybe as an attorney or politician one day, who knows. Meanwhile, we are ready for the under 14 boys now. Let's see if they can provide the same level of excitement we just saw in that race with the under 14 girls. Very quickly, let's give you those lane assignments. Lane 1 is empty. That's Denzel Clark, who was supposed to show up. He's not here. Meanwhile, there's Amari Bethel of North Long Island. He'll be running out of lane 2. Anthony Saunders, St. John's in 3. Cordell Monroe, St. John's, they're underway in lane 4. R.J. Roberts has lane 5 from SAC. Also from SAC, Kaylin Brown in lane 6. Petiro Sherman in lane number 7. He's running unattached. And Tiro Bannister, QC, in lane number 8. And they'll start to cut in now as they get past the 300-meter mark.
We were talking earlier about this race a few years ago. What did you call us again, Zellas? Statesmen?
Yes, the elder statesmen.
When we were not elder statesmen, you would talk about, there was a discussion, should the 400 be considered a sprint? Now it is, there's the conversation, not should the 800 be a sprint, should the 15 be called a sprint?
Yeah, it is crazy.
Because of how progressive and how fast the event has come. This is a sprint.
Yes.
The 800 is now a part of the, quote, sprinting conglomeration, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, it used to be, and again, dating ourselves back, well, dating myself anyway, back in,
We're
back
close
in the
enough,
80s. Back in the 80s, when you would run this, you would save something for the last lap, right? Nowadays, you know, the gun goes off, these guys take off at a full sprint, and they run close to a 40, 46, 40, like 49-second first lap, and then, you know, so they're almost at world class when you're talking about the quarter mile, and then they go ahead and run another lap at basically the same pace. So it has indeed progressed to where we almost consider it a sprinting event at the 800-meter level.
Yeah.
And running very well right now. There's your front runner.
That's R.J. Roberts from SAC being chased by Anthony Saunders, no relation, from St. John's.
No relation to yourself, you mean?
Correct.
It took me a second there. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Is there another Saunders in the race?
They're chasing 207, the CARIFTA qualifier for under 17. They're very much off it in terms of their seed time. But a strong run here from R.J. Roberts from SAC. And again, that's nothing to say on them. This is an under 14 division that we're seeing here.
Yeah, and they would not be able to compete at the CARIFTA championships anyway. They do have an age limit in place where you have to be at least 14, if I remember correctly. We saw that we had a young lady that was 13 years old that is already, she made the CARIFTA qualifying standard, and unfortunately unable to utilize that effort to compete. Hopefully she stays with it and will be back again next year. There's the last few runners. And look at that, RJ just kind of, was it a little saunter, you know, kind of walking off as if I'm here, I've done this, and you know, what else did you expect?
Well, he does shave about 8 seconds off his entry time. He came in at 2:30.82, runs 2:22.06 to pick up the win there.
Good run there for a young man from St. Augustine's College, R.J. Roberts. And the under 17 girls already on the track now for the next of our events in the 800 meters. Naja Mortimer, St. Augustine's College in lane 1. That's Braytisha Kemp, Temple Christian, setting up in lane 2. Deborah Casey, Temple Christian in 3. And that's Akari Roberts, C.R. Walker in 4. Aaron Barr has lane 5 occupied from Tabernacle Baptist. Sachs Ulanis Akompi will be in lane 6. Zion Musgrove in lane 7 from 8 Mile Rock. And also from Sac, Taylor Adley in lane number 8.
Expect a lot of fireworks in the middle there with Akari Roberts from C.R. Walker. Aaron Barr from Tabernacle has been phenomenal so far in this championship, so expect a lot of fireworks between those two. Aaron has been strong in those longer distances. This is, I think, her shorter distance that she is running. But expect a lot from her in this race, but you cannot count out Akari Roberts from C.R. Walker. C.R. Walker known for 800-meter runners, and that middle distance runners as well.
I'm interested to see how Akompi does. Yesterday, she did a pretty good time in the 800 meters. This was after running the 400-meter hurdles earlier in the day. So I'm interested now, fresh. She doesn't have to run the hurdles today. Let's see how she does going 2 laps without the effort of having to run earlier with an event like the 400-meter hurdle. So I'll keep an eye on her as well.
She could very well be a sleeper. Again, 2:29.58 with that added effort of having to run the hurdles may be a representation in that time, so she may come out very strong.
We'll see indeed as this race gets ready to start. This is our under 17 girls 800-meter finale. The boys standing by for the under 17 800 there as well. So again, lots of activity still to go. We are now back on the track for the start of the under 17 girls 800 meters, and no issues on the start. I don't know, have they ever had a false start? I think at 800, I would imagine that would be crazy. I don't know how you would false start at 800 meters.
It's very difficult, but I have seen it before.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, you get very angsty.
Nervous, perhaps?
Yeah.
And very quickly now, the race starting to develop. You can see the two front runners from SAC and C.R. Walker, it looks like.
I think that is Yolanis Akampi and Akari Roberts from C.R. Walker.
Yeah, and like I said, I thought that Akampi would run very well. I think she's sitting at actually in that third spot, but we do see the two SAC runners still very much in the mix. C.R. Walker out front at the moment, but still with one lap to go, a lot of good racing still to come. And you can see they come up on the bell now, and it is the young lady competitor from C.R. Walker, Akari Roberts, who will have the lead going into the final lap. Anybody's race here. Now the race strategy comes in. Who's got the most left in their legs? Who's going to be able to push through here?
As you can see, Erin Barr from Tabernacle has decided to make the move. She was in 5th spot, coming up to about 100 meters to go on that first lap. She's made the move. She's now sitting in 3rd spot, challenging St. Augustine's College. Does she have enough, though, to continue to challenge Akari Roberts? Coming there, you can see her there, the competitor in the blue top is trying to get out there. Akampi in 3rd place right now. Barr in 2nd. Akampi trying to chase her. Out front is Roberts all by herself. 1:45 coming up to about the 200-meter mark. They're chasing 2:19.22 for a qualifier.
Yeah, and really as they come down, it's all going to be the young lady from C.R. Walker. That's Akari Roberts who's going to win this race comfortably. But I just said, you know, early on, we saw where she was comfortable enough to just sit back and wait. And she didn't push the issue, but she's now going to try and stretch it out. Trying to get that qualifying standing in. It is 2:19.22. That is the CARIFTA qualifying standard. You can see the crowd start to build up their intensity now. They're urging her towards the finish line as she crosses it, and the crowd erupts. Did she get it?
Just slightly over, 2:19.38.
Wow. Wow, so close. And the crowd trying to bring her in. And that may, I think if I'm the organizing committee and I'm trying to select this team, I may give her the benefit of the doubt. That's close enough, yeah. And I think maybe with the atmosphere of CARIFTA time, that she's going to be able to be somebody that we can reckon with. So, and she's going to have 10 days and as well to train some more. So I would not imagine she's going to fade away.
I'd like to take this time to put in my infomercial to remind everybody that CARIFTA doesn't have specific entry standards.
Yes.
These are standards that we here in the Bahamas.
Self-imposed.
Standards. But again, you need to have a line drawn somewhere to say this is what you need to get to.
To be competitive.
So so she doesn't have an automatic qualifier. Does that mean she's excluded from the team? Most definitely not. There's an 80-member team that's available. It's going to take a team of coaches and officials to sit down and sift through, all right, that 2:19 is very close to 2:19.22. Do we send her? The same conversation that you say that she would have. If she does have a bigger push with the excitement of CARIFTA, can she get to this, what would be presumably a 4th place average over the last couple of years? Can she make that standard going forward? So that's something that you're looking at.
And I think actually it works out very well because in this situation, you don't have to travel, so you're at home.
Right.
So why not put her in a position to have that home crowd behind her and see what she can do?
And see the quote problem that comes in place is everybody has that argument.
That's
and
true.
we have a finite.
But she's close enough.
Right. We have a finite number that we can enter. 40 and 40.
Yeah.
Or 36 and 36, and then I think you could roll the next 8 into wherever you want it. But that's still the discussion that's going to be had.
Yeah.
If she'd run 2:19.21, there's no discussion.
Yeah.
She's an automatic qualifier according to our standards.
Yeah.
Now, if she was going after Junior Worlds or something like that, there is a specific standard that she has to meet. But here, this is, like you said, I never thought about it like that before, self-imposed standard, that we have something that we need to have a gauge.
Yeah, and that's mostly because we want to be competitive, right? We've gone beyond the point of just simply wanting to have athletes there. We want to have people that are going to be not only competitive, but have a chance to win a medal. And so that's how we could look at it now. We've gone beyond just to put athletes in.
When Mr. Seeley started CARIFTA, the thought was it was a Caribbean developmental meet.
And again, we see the replay on your screens as a, you know, just really smooth running, and you know, I think she still has more. I think if she was pushed, if she had somebody running alongside of her, I think she shaves off maybe another second or so off that race. So I would like to see her get an opportunity to do so.
But getting back to the qualification standard, every year it's a challenge, right? Because you have 50 or so that qualifies, and then the executive committee have to decide who's.
Yeah, we already got 50 qualifiers, right? And so I mean, now you got to really kind of winnow it down and decide who is the best alternatives to get out there and put forward the best chances for us to do well. Speaking of which, we do have another event coming up on the track. This will be the under-17 boys 800 meters. Lastly, Naissance, C.R. Walker has lane 1 occupied. That's Cameron Newton. F.E. Stevens Academy, which I understand is in Calabash Bay, Andros. North Eleuthera, Benrico Pierre has lane 3. That's Tyrone Conliffe of Jack Haywood Senior High in lane 4. Zion Hentfield, Tabernacle Baptist, has lane 5 set up. Ross Martin, C.R. Walker in 6. Jaden Cooper, St. John's in 7. And that's Duron Pratt, QC, in lane number 8. Fastest qualifying time coming into this is 2:04:03, set by Tyrone Conliffe, the qualifying standard 2:01.96. So they're not too far off. We'll see maybe if they're pushed in this finale that we'll see if somebody can get there.
Tyrone and Zion are very close to each other in terms of coming into this. I can't remember if they were in the same heat this morning, but having those 2 times, and I'm sure that they know it going into this race, so that may be something that's playing on each other. Expect them to get out very quickly here and try to separate themselves from the pack.
And there is the starting gun. We are underway. First of 2 laps here in this 800-meter run for the under-17 boys.
I also don't want you to count out Ross Martin from C.R. Walker, the Shades guy. That's what we've been calling him. He runs very smooth, very cool.
There you go.
Right, see him making a move already. He's a very tactical runner. He ran in the long distances last night. Expect him to be in the mix as well here.
Well, our current front runner is often, like, he's running the 400 meters at this stage. I don't know, maybe he's adopted a new strategy. I don't know.
This is actually Benrico Pierre from North Eleuthera. He did the same thing in the 1500, came 4th, I believe.
Mr. High Stepper, yes, I do recall him.
So he started very quickly the same way. We thought he was a rabbit, and if you haven't told him that he has to pace himself, he's not going to pace himself. He's going out there very quickly. If he can keep this up, he may be the sleeper.
Yeah, he is off to a good torrid pace right now, and everybody's trying to play catch-up, but they are starting to reel him in just a bit now. He slowed his pace down, still in front, but the lead has shrunk to about 10 meters now, and they're right on his heel. Now he's stretching it out again.
Yeah, I'm saying he may be the sleeper. He's pulling away, but it is Tyrone right now from Jack Haywood.
He doesn't look too tired either. He still looks comfortable.
But here comes Tyrone. Tyrone is tracking him down. Tyrone is on him right now. Jaden Cooper from St. John's also in the mix right now, trying to get on him. Here
comes, he's caught him.
Yep. Tyrone takes him over.
And right about here is where that grizzly bear jumps on your back. You gave all your effort, and all of a sudden the fridge hops on your shoulder, and you got to tote that because you just got passed after giving your best effort. But good run nonetheless. He looks like he may hold on for second here if he can just keep the energy level up and picking up the pace here, going toward the finish line. Look at that. Perhaps inspired by the strong first lap. And second place. Wow, what a tremendous run in that under-17 boys 800 meters.
But watch out for that Pierre when he learns to run.
Yeah, when he figures it out, when he figures it out, he's going to be a threat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hope he does keep it up.
Tyrone Conliffe from Jack Haywood does pick up the win. His time, 2:02.73, just off the automatic qualifier. But again, definitely a possibility of making the team.
And we are pushing through. The excitement level continues to build here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium as the evening starts to come upon us here on this final day of competition. It is the CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. So much more activity still to come. 800 meters, and of course, coming up later on tonight, we will have those relays, the 4x1s and the 4x4s, to close out this 3 days of competition.
And a lot on the line with the relays, not just points for those standings for schools, but remember, the school that wins each one of the relays does get a subvention towards the Penn relays in a few months, in a few weeks.
I just found out about that, which is a great extra incentive, like you imagined, like you just said, in terms of now schools really putting forward the effort to actually win.
Right.
You know, not just go for points. Let's go out there and try to win this thing, because it's going to give us a chance to not only compete here, but now to have a chance to go to the Penn relays and not have to come out of pocket.
And that's a phenomenal experience, the Penn relays for those kids, to be around just that competition, but also to experience and talk to a lot of other people.
Looks like one of our field events about to get rolling. Is this the triple jump or the long jump? I think it's the triple jump. The long jump was yesterday. So we do have the triple jump competition coming up for the boys. We'll try to get a lineup for that and tell you all about it in just a short while. We did see the girls under 17 a short while ago. Perhaps this as the boys under 17. We'll track down that information. And I see here boys under 20 triple jump. So maybe that is what we're about to witness. Meanwhile, back on the track. Here we go, under 20 boys. 800 meters.
Girls.
Under 20 girls. 800 meters. This is Lily Camacho, and I was saying, boy, these you know, they're starting to do some stuff, but you know, Lily Camacho in lane 1, Michael Bullitt in lane number 2. That's Ezethia Maycock of SAC in lane number 3. Treasure Burrows, Tabernacle Baptist in lane 4. Jasmine Mackey has lane 5. She's running unattached. St. George's with Alfrenique Knowles in lane 6. Ashley Sawyer, Doris Johnson has lane 7, and that is Lakeisha Lewis in lane number 8. She's running unattached as well as we get set for the under 20 girls 800-meter finale.
And again, another shameless plug. Running in lane 8, representing the University of the Bahamas, Lakeisha Lewis, trying to make the CARIFTA team representing UB. Again, the time they're chasing is 2:16.21.
I would be remiss if I didn't say welcome home, Lisa Nichols Hall. See, I know you're watching.
You may have some sort of compulsion to do that.
Yes, you know, it's
I would like for you to go home tonight.
Yeah, this is true.
I would like you to go home tonight.
Under 20 girls underway here in the 800 meters. 2 laps around the track. And again, I like what I'm seeing here. We talked about this becoming a much faster paced event, and we see immediately these young ladies not saving anything. They're getting out there in that first lap and seeing how well they can hold off the field. That looks to be Alfrenique Knowles of St. George's out front for the moment. But we'll see if that does hold up. A lot of running to go, and you can see they're separated. They got a nice bunch, about 5 athletes sitting right there in that front pack, separating themselves early on. Good pace here, comfortable running through the first lap of competition. And here comes the bell. 1 more round to go. Here's where the strategy comes in. Who's got a little left in those legs? They're able to kick, and when do you kick is really important. Right, when do you kick? Do I go early? Do I go late? Do I try to take steam out of the legs of my competitors? Or do I believe in my sprinting capacity and believe I can outrun everybody toward the finish line?
Well, here they go. Somebody's going to make a move.
Somebody making a move right now on the outside.
Couple of moves.
Got 2 athletes trying to do something here. That looks like Ezethia Maycock now moving into the 2nd spot. Currently right behind our leader, that is Jasmine Mackey running unattached there. But Maycock now coming up on the inside. Those two runners now have established themselves as the front runners. We'll see if, now we see the first leader is now dropped all the way to fourth. And now an outside run here coming up from Tabernacle Baptist. That's Treasure Burrows who's trying to make a move to get back into this thing. Treasure Burrows coming on strong. Now fighting her way into second, moving towards first. Treasure Burrows saving the kick for last. We talk about knowing when to kick it in. And it is Treasure Burrows who comes all the way from behind to win it. What a solid run from Treasure Burrows, stealing the win with about 5 meters to go. And Ezethia Maycock could only look on and see her go by. Jasmine Mackey, the same thing. They saw Treasure Burrows go by and they had nothing left to give.
Treasure Burrows picks up the win. Very tactical race, 2:18.53. About 2 seconds off of the automatic CARIFTA qualifier. But again, the argument can be made. In 2 weeks, you have a lot more push.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is the second race of the day.
Envy, yeah, that's just right. I do not envy the selection committee to have to put this thing together. I really don't. They're going to have a very, very tough challenge ahead of them. There'll be some phone calls being made. Once this team is announced on Tuesday morning, you know the phone is going to start ringing.
It's too late at that point. One of the coaches.
The lobbying starts tonight?
Now. They've already started. The meeting is this evening at 9:30. Coach Newbold, who had been on with us a few times, had said that it's not the selection that's the problem.
Right.
It's the ratification what's the problem. Because it's the ratification
all the coaches
where coaches can come in and look at what the selection has made. And then they have to ratify.
It's going to get pretty heated, I would imagine.
Yes. And again, like we said, the automatic qualifiers who follow, and I don't want to say follow the rules, but comply with what has been put out there in terms of their protocols. I make a qualifier, I finish third, I don't have an argument.
Yeah.
I make a qualifier, I come second, I'm on the team. You've got to figure out someone else.
Yeah, somebody else got to go, but it ain't going to be
It ain't going to be me.
Right.
Those are set. It's where you have, like we said, we were talking about right here with who was it? Akari from C.R. Walker.
Yes.
Runs 2:19.38. The qualifier is 2:19.22.
Yeah, right off it.
What do you do?
Well, the argument here is,
Right, there's the argument.
Yeah.
Right.
And, having to run 2 races in the same day, I know it's the way they do it in CARIFTA, but, is
that does play a factor, though.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, the recovery, being able to come back. And so that is something that I'm sure the selection committee will have to take into account as they go through the process. This is the under-20 boys shot put you're seeing on your screen, but obviously there is so much to focus on. We talk about that, and like I said, I don't envy those guys at all having to put this together. No matter what happens, there's going to be somebody who's going to be disappointed. There's going to be some upset parents somewhere, some upset coaches, and once the names are announced, I guarantee you, there'll be some people going to have to answer some questions as to why my son or my daughter or my athlete is not on that squad. And they may have to go into hiding for a couple of days.
So
Turn your phone off.
It's usually the sprints that you go clear. It's after the 400 meters when
things start to get and on the field.
Get a little wonky. And on the field, absolutely. Gets a little wonky there.
Yeah, because on the field there are so many other variables and factors that come into it. Was it a windy day? What was the conditions like?
Yeah.
What were the conditions like that day? So those are things that start to come into play in terms of making that decision. Automatic qualifiers, easy to do.
Yeah, once you make that and maybe that's another reason you put those in too,
right.
because you got that in, and now you can say, well, listen, this is what we put forward. They did that, no argument. And so when you have it too wide open, that's
because when we talked about the high jump and the under-17 high jump, you had 5 qualifiers. All right, you qualified. Great job. Did you finish 1 or 2?
Yes.
The rules say, the protocols say, qualifiers 1 and 2 at the national or CARIFTA trials, you're on the team.
And
Bam.
On your screen.
I could have made it, but
that's Jonathan Rogers of C.I. Gibson about to take the runway. We're seeing the under-20 boys triple jump, which is just about to get rolling here. Jonathan Rogers, C.I. Gibson.
It's tough to make the qualifying standard and still get.
And still not
that probably doesn't sit well.
Yeah.
Say better luck next time.
And the thing is, because we had this interesting discussion in in the leadership meeting in the Olympic Committee, amongst Olympic committees, those 2 athletes that we leave home may be better than 2 athletes someplace else.
Yep.
Right?
So true.
So that we just saw that from C.I. Gibson. We now have Treasure
Joe
Burrows.
Benji, so apparently he must have scratched.
Yeah, I think he
He's gonna
scratched.
go back and take a look at his foot mark and see where he went wrong. He's like, you got to show me because I thought I did well. He sat down. He got to get a close-up look. I like that. He said, just by this much.
We're going to head quickly over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with Treasure Burrows, the under-20 girls 800-meter champion for us here today. Jay.
Treasure Burrows, 2 minutes, 18 seconds, new national champion. How you felt about the race?
I felt really good coming inside of the race. I trained all year round to PR every single time I run the 800 this year.
Well, what was your strategy? You came from behind, from 3rd place to be able to conquer and come up 1st place. What was the strategy going into the race?
I tried to follow their pace because if I didn't, I probably would lose all of my energy and have no strategy coming home.
Congratulations, Treasure Burrows, Tabernacle Baptist Academy, this year's under-20 girls 800-meter champion.
All right, good stuff indeed. And, you know, you heard her say, you know, she trained hard all year long and has it. What did she say? She PB'd every single time. So
every race,
yeah, that says a lot.
Yeah.
You know, it continues. It shows progression, you know, that's what you want. That's exactly what you want.
And I don't have a horse in the race, but she can make an argument. If I've been progressing every race this season, I ran 218. If I continue progressing, I'll hit that 216 or even lower. That can be the argument that's made. Are you on an upward swing or a downward tick in terms of your time or performance? If that's the case, her coach makes that argument.
Yeah,
I'm sure he will.
I'm sure.
He's probably got it outlined and ready to go.
Right.
As soon as he saw that time, he's like, okay, here's what I got to get her on here.
Exactly. And again, those are the things that you make the argument and the hard argument that's going to be in that room.
Yeah, he had some issues with the run-up as we get back to the competition there in the triple jump. That is the competitor from, it looked like Aaron Bailey. That's Clarence Smith. And now you see the runners coming onto the track for the under-20 boys 800. Quickly going through Elena Simons. It looks for the moment like lane 7 and 8 are open, but I will wait to see a few moments, and here they come. So sometimes you got to be patient. We just talked about patience and perseverance, and here comes the rest of the field. At least lane 7, lane 8 I'm sure will get in here at some point. But here's what the starting list is, at least as far as we know. Alexis Brown, St. Augustine's College, has lane 1. Clyde Richards, C.R. Walker in lane 2. Levinsky Turgeons, P.J. Bethel High School, has lane 3 occupied. Raywin Winder, Doris Johnson in lane 4. That's Jordan Williams, Tabernacle Baptist in 5. Paulindo Bauer, running unattached in lane number 6. Lexico Adley, Government High in 7. And Redith Stubbs, Tabernacle Baptist, will be in lane number 8. Good look again at the under-20 boys shot put finale, which has been going on for a while. They're probably down to the last few throws. We'll try to get an update on that. Perhaps maybe Jay Philippe can swing on down and let us know how that competition is going. We'll give you an update on that as quickly as possible.
And let me be the first to welcome you back, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's like the prodigal has returned. I know. So it's like
so moving on, as you were saying, we're getting ready for the under 20 under 20 boys 800 meter run.
She's sitting right here alongside of me on the left. So lane 8 does remain open. Now, that was the quickest I've seen. Said, on your marks, and it was gone. And so starter said, I don't need to hear all of that. Let's just get this race underway. We're going started in the under-20 boys 800 meters finale. Good, smooth running here. And again, so good. You know, track is one of those sports that, you know, athletically, when you watch it and you see the way the running it's one of the first things we learn, right? It's the first thing as a kid. You know, the one is for you start walking, you crawl, you walk, and then you run. And so it's one of the first things we do as people. And one of the first things you want, who's the fastest one, right? And so now that's not surprising that track and field continues to be, you know, one of the sports that maybe doesn't pay as much as those other sports, but still captures the imagination of the fans to want to come out and see what's going on.
Yep.
So very big bunch there. Expect Raymond Winder from Doris Johnson to pull away. He's very strong in the 15, but you cannot count out Jordan Williams from Tabernacle Baptist, who had a very strong heat this morning.
Yeah, he ran a 2:02.88. Boyer also comes in with a pretty good time of 2:03.79. So yeah, don't be surprised. We see a tight finish toward the end here. Just about a second separating all of these runners.
Raymond in that yellow, see him making his move. He's a very tactical runner.
And he's just stalking
exactly
the man in front, and now he makes his move.
Right.
Can he respond? Does for the moment.
Jordan Williams from Tabernacle trying to hold off Winder.
Both athletes sucking in at it, trying to get that last bit of juice in the legs here.
Trying to hold off Polindo Bauer, trying to hold him off.
I think he's going to hold him. Polindo looks as if he's going to hold on here. Jordan Williams pulling away.
That's Polindo, pardon me.
Sorry, who is in front.
But a challenge there by Jordan Williams. Raymond Winder gets sucked up, but it does look like Jordan Williams was able to pull off that second spot.
Getting a good look at the time at this stage.
2:02.52.
Right around the time they had coming in. Yeah, so 2:02. Remember, the CARIFTA qualifying standard is 1:54.12, so they're well off that pace, but certainly a good run. Very entertaining to watch nonetheless.
That's another decision that has to be made, eh?
Yes, sir.
So Jordan Williams comes in second at 2:03.56, and Raymond Winder comes in third at 2:03.95. So a close finish there. On a very technical basis, it will be Jordan Williams who picks up the national championship, as Polindo is competing as a part of the CARIFTA trials segment. But it is Jordan Williams who will get the points and presumably the national championship for the 800 and under 20 boys. I'm assuming Jay Philippe is standing by with Polindo Bauer. His time, 2:02.52, unless they've recorrected it. We head over to you, Jay. Jay?
No, I'm not sure if Jay has his mic on because we can't hear him at the moment, but we're gonna, there we go, Jay.
Can we hear you now, Jay?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
I'm with the winner right here. He said he can run another 800 right now. That's how much energy he has. Congratulations on an awesome win. Talk me through the race, how you felt about your performance.
Well, overall, I would say that I'm proud of being the national champion of the Bahamas currently. It wasn't the time that I wanted, but I know it's all in God's favor. It's been a bit difficult working and training late nights by myself, running early in the morning, but I know dedication will take you anywhere and further than just talent alone. Mostly, I just like to thank my coach, Andrew Dant, and my mother, my uncle, and my father, Walden Davis. I can't really say how much I appreciate them. Without them, I wouldn't be this far. I have so much people to congratulate, especially just getting my prayers from my church, Holy Spirit. It's many blessings to be grateful for.
Wow, you heard it from him. Talked about when you crossed the line, you celebrated, you looked at the stands, you looked at the crowds. What was that all about?
To prove them wrong, because I came third in the heat, and I have a lot of high expectations for myself and other people, so I know that they would have thought that I would have lost the final, but it's all about mentality, mental. It's all about your mental.
There you go, a proud performer, the new national champion in the 800 under 20 boys.
I'm inclined to believe him now. He said he could run another 800 because he had a lot of breath left to say a lot. He said a
Start
whole
running, buddy.
lot there. So
Start running.
Exactly.
Start running. Because I couldn't do the first one, much less the second one.
Under 20 boys shot put still going on. They're still rocking and rolling with that event. Let's see if we can perhaps, again, we're at a point where we can't quite see what the distances are, or even what the standings are in that under 20 boys shot, but we'll keep you, or rather give you an update once that competition wraps up. We'll tell you who the winners were in that event. So standings are currently being posted as far as the team standings. Remember, this is also not only just the CARIFTA trials, they're also the high school nationals. So there is something to be said about that as well. We kind of overlooked that for a second during this, but that is not to be unmentioned. Focus is CARIFTA, yes, in 10 days, but these kids are also competing for their various high schools, trying to get the bragging rights. As we see once again on the runway from C.I. Gibson, hoping for a legal jump this time, and the red flag again goes up. He's popping some good ones, but they unfortunately don't count. We got a medal ceremony and getting ready to happen. Let's swing it on over and see what's happening.
With a leap of 11.73 meters, Bailey Major. The medal ceremonies for the 800 meters under 14 boys. The bronze medalist, representing St. John's, Cordell Monroe. The silver medalist, representing St. John's, Anthony Saunders. And our champion in the 800 meters under 14 boys. The gold medalist, representing St. Augustine's College, with a time of 2 minutes, 22.08 seconds, R.J. Roberts. All right, folks, let's get your attention to the triple jump.
We have finished up with the 800 meters. Coming up will be the 200-meter events. And you can see the first set of competitors already going through their warm-ups. We'll give you the lane assignments very quickly in just a few short moments. Right, though, we do have the updated standings. We talked about this being the high school championship. We do have the updated standings. SAC leads the way in the under 20 males division. Total of 64 points, with QC in second with 38. Tenaz has 37. They're in third. C.I. Gibson in that fourth spot with 31. And rounding out the top five, C.C. Swinning with a total of 28 points. Now in the open division, the males open division, C.R. Walker, a total of 14 points, has the lead there. Sunland Baptist, 5 points, followed by C.C. Sweeting with 4, and St. George's with 3. As we shift over to the girls, and we'll give you those in a few seconds. We'll come back to that. Let's give you those lane assignments right now, though, for the 200 meters, which are about to get started here. This is the under 14 girls lane assignments. Lane 1, Trinity Rose, Sunland Baptist. Next to her is Jayla Smith Sack. In lane 2, Zara Frazier of QC has lane 3 occupied. That's Kaziro Thomas of Bishop Michael Eldon in lane 4. Breon Ward has lane 5 from T.A. Thompson. QC's Rosellis Moxie has lane 6. Shannon Edwards Bruno has lane number 7, and that is Ania Adams, SC Boodle, in lane number 8. Fastest qualifying time coming in belongs to the young lady in the middle of your track. Kazira Thomas of Bishop Michael Ellen comes in with a 25.30. CARIFTA qualifying standard 24.47. The high school record, if you're wondering, held by Dana LaFleur, set back in 2016. She ran a 26.12.
This should be a pretty good race.
It should. I think so too. 200s are always, you know, very exciting. Not over as quickly as the hundreds.
Yes.
You got time to see it develop. Power comes into effect here in the 200, not just speed. And off and running they go. around the curve and into the straightaway already. And you can see right there setting the tempo in lane number 4. No surprise here. The young lady from Bishop Michael Eldon, Kazira Thomas. We talked about her before this race started, and she has taken it away from everybody else. No competition, as finishing in second right there in lane 3 was Zara Frazier of QC. But what an outstanding run just now for Kazira Thomas of Bishop Michael Eldon. She left little to doubt.
Yep, it wasn't exciting as I thought.
Yeah, we anticipated, and she said, "Oh, no, I got your excitement right here. I'm gonna tell you about this a little bit later on." Absolutely. Hey, and if you come down here for nothing else, you may want to come down here for the fritters. They're actually very good. I was able to sneak one in.
I thought you were going to ask for my my expert opinion on that.
No, I tried it myself. I don't take second hand when it comes to fritters. I gotta.
I almost feel bad. I usually only have my fritters on Saturdays from Watermore's, but I had to, those were kind of.
Yeah, those are very good.
They're kind of up there.
Well seasoned, yeah.
And I taste conch.
Yeah, I was about to say, and it wasn't just dough,
Right.
So, well, we really got off course here, but we went into a whole different category. But tell you what, we just saw an exciting race. And now we're set to continue. We got the under 14 boys now, 200 meters coming up next. Lane assignments. Let's give them while we can. Nico Seymour, St. John's will be in lane 1. Tavares Moss, Sunland Baptist will be in 2. Sean Ferguson, St. John's in 3. Cameron Henfield, QC in 4. Keyshawn Pinder will be in lane 5. He's from St. Paul's Methodist. Zion Bradford in 6 from Sunland Baptist. SAC has Jeray Woodside in 7. And C.H. Reeves with Lavario Ferguson in lane number 8. And we can give you an update as well on team scores in the under 14 division for the girls. That's QC with 112.5 points. They lead the way. SAC has second, 62.5. Third place, AF Adley with 38, 37 points for Jack Haywood Junior High. They're in the 4th spot. And rounding out the top 5, Preston Aubrey with a total of 26.
We're going to head over real quick to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with the winner. Jay.
Kia's won not 1, but 2 titles here at the National High School Championships. What's your take on their performance today?
I'm very proud of myself. I am glad that I was able to get a net-off record. Even though I did already break it in the heats, I'm glad that I was able to do it again in the finals.
You seem very confident. During that race just now, you was all alone in the lane by yourself. Is that a distraction for you, or you're just that confident?
I mean, it's just, yeah, it's not a distraction.
There you go, Thomas, the under 14 girl national champion. 2 titles. Back to you, Chris.
Jay, you're working very hard today. We may need to put a petition together for a raise for you.
We may have to send you some fritters.
Some fritters at the very least, some fritters. At the very most, a healthy raise. Working out there hard. That son is not playing today as we get ready now for the under 14 boys.
And we gave you those lane assignments. Seymour, Moss, Ferguson, Henfield, Pinder, Bradford, Woodside, and Ferguson. Lanes 1 through 8, and they're going to stand them up here.
Keyshawn Pinder has been very strong early on in the meet as well. Expect something from him. Do not count out Zion Bradford from Sunland Baptist in lane 6, who has been very phenomenal. But of course, picking up that center lane from QC is Cameron Henfield. The 3 competitors, Ferguson, Henfield, and Pinder, all 3 running under 25 seconds in the heats. Pardon me, from the semifinals to get to this final.
You can hear some of the field events still going on. That would be the under 20 boys triple jump.
The assistant starter got back in place, so now we're ready for the start here in this under 14 boys 200 final.
And no issues on the start. They are off and running. Let's see how this one plays out. Coming into the straightaway, and you can see out there in the middle of the track and running with that interesting style.
He's been running with it for a while.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. And nothing is definitely broken here. As you can see, he's going to pull away from the rest of the field. Still running strong and through the tape in lane number 5.
Keyshawn Pinder, I said don't count him out. He does have a very unorthodox style. But like you said, if it isn't broke,
Yeah, until he starts to lose, I wouldn't try to do anything right now. He's got a little choppy hand motion, but he generates a lot of speed, and that is what counts at the end of the day. Another one like that, Anthony Strong. We see, she had an unorthodox running style, but she continued. We just saw her run the second fastest time in the world in the 100 meters just a few short days ago. I think she ran an 11:02. So just goes to show you, unorthodox sometimes works to great effect.
I still would like him to pump those up.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, he leaves a lot out there. You can imagine how well he would do if somebody got a hold of him early enough to correct that.
Do remember the American sprinter Michael Johnson had a very unorthodox run as well.
Yes.
He's got a couple of Olympic medals, World Championship medals to his name. So like you said, if it's working for you, let it work. But he, with his golden shoes, proves that yes, you can run. Very unorthodox.
It doesn't have to be pretty.
Right.
Just
gotta be fast.
Get to the line.
Just get there ahead of everybody else.
So he runs a 23.57, improves his time from the semis, a little bit off the CARIFTA qualifying of 2:19. But again, that is under 14. So that bodes well for him as he has a few years in under 17 coming up.
Now we do have another set of competitors already starting to get onto the track. This will be the under 17 girls in just a few short moments. You see the competitors now walk on and they'll go to their respective blocks. Speaking of girls, the under 17 female scores has SAC out front with 108. QC has 69 points. They're distant second. In third, Temple Christian making an appearance with a total of 44 points. C.R. Walker has 39 points to be in fourth. St. John's rounding out the top 5 with 32. And boy, the crowd responding to what apparently was a great jump in the triple jump category across the way. That's the under 17 boys. Under 20 boys, triple jump category. Just going on.
Let's head real quick over to Jay Philippe, standing by with Keyshawn Pinder, the winner in the under 14 boys 200. Jay.
Keyshawn Pinder, he would have won the 100, now winning the 200 in the under 14 boys. You are putting St. Paul's on the map. Talk about your race and your performance.
My performance was pretty good. And then the race, the start, I could get a little better start, but it was good.
Coming from a small school, what does it mean to be the national champion here in New Providence?
I never been a national champion, so it feels awesome. And hoping to do it next year too.
There you go, Keyshawn, you're national champion in the 100 and 200 in the under 14 boys age group. Back to you, Chris.
All right, way to jog the memory there, young fella. But you know, you're a little too young to be starting to lose track of yourself there, Jay. But you know, I tell you, that's a testimony again. He said, I've never been a national champion before.
I've never been one either.
Neither have I. And so it just goes to show you, you know, this is just something that for these youngsters means so much. When you put that work in it, and then at the end of the day to now say, I was the best in that moment on that track. And it can be the impetus builder for outstanding careers. Maybe not even in track and field, but it does, you know, gives you confidence moving forward in a lot of different arenas. This is why we talk about sports being one of those things that translates into real life, right? You put the work in and it pays off.
So going back to Grand Bahama and saying, I'm the national champion.
Yes,
He's
sir.
going to be a hero, right?
Yes, indeed. Under 17 girls all lined up now. They're ready to go for this one. Taking a look at the under 17. This is your lane assignments here. Caitlin Smith, St. John's has lane 1. That's Shakina Johnson running unattached in lane 2. Alexis Roberts has lane 3 from SAC. Jemiah Nabi, QC in lane 4. Cheyenne Demerit, SAC in lane 5. Shania Adley, Tabernacle in lane 6. Rashay Pantry has lane number 7 for QC. And St. John's, Peyton Knowles in lane number 8.
Nabi, athlete of the games, eh?
You got Nabi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right then.
She is phenomenal. Using one of Chris' big words, you know?
And there they go. Nabi running strongly. Meanwhile, you can see from Tabernacle, that's Adley, but you can see, Jemiah Nabi right now. And again, she has an interesting leaning forward sprinting style. But again, if it works, by all means, keep it going. Second going to Cheyenne Demerit of SAC. But it was all young Miss Nabby there, and you could see she's quite pleased with her performance. Looks nonplussed and certainly unfatigued.
I think we got a golden girl on the horizon.
Yes, sir. She shows some tremendous potential.
I love that word, non-fatigue.
Yes.
The good news for her, she was chasing 24.83 as the CARIFTA qualifying time. I think she has already made it, but to win here and surpass the time again, 24.53, her time, she's definitely going to be a part of that team.
Yeah, if she's not, I'm sure they'll get a visit from Ramel Knowles.
Yeah, most definitely.
Please don't say that. Please don't open that can of worms.
Yeah, me and Jamaica already had it out.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Oh,
please,
really? Okay,
please,
then.
please don't open that can of worms to say that the BOC is interfering with the B3As.
Far be it from me.
Please, please.
I incited
Ramel, I'd like to also point out that I did help you out of that one just now.
Yeah,
so
thank
please,
you.
Please remember.
Appreciate that. Hey, so we have to actually two flights, two finals in this 200 meters. So the second set of athletes are now coming onto the track here in this under 20. So apparently had so
17.
many. Yeah.
It's under 17.
Under
sorry.
17.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What their thought process is that this is not only doubling as a national championship, but also the CARIFTA trials, that we allow the top 16 an opportunity to run one last time to possibly make that CARIFTA time.
And so we have a few empty lanes there. It was slated to be a full track, but some of those athletes apparently have either opted not to run or perhaps weren't no-shows. So let's see. That's Laniqua Black, Tabernacle Baptist in lane 1. Tamia Edwards, Anatole Rogers in lane 2. Laniqua, well, they have 2 Laniqua Black, so that can't be right. Both from Tabernacle, unless they're twins and parents just got out running out of names and just said, you know what, so.
Times 2.
Yeah.
No, it is actually, they're twins.
Really? And they're both named? Okay,
No,
so
one's name is Laniqua and one is Laniqua.
You're right, okay, so yes.
They are twins.
Spelled slightly different.
Slightly
one's
different.
K-U-E, one's
All right,
K-U-A. All right.
Laniqua.
And Khalid, all right, so all right, I'll take that. So they're both sisters, both twins, both in that, and I was right. I guess when I said twins. They were determined to get that Laliku and Laniqua, and so they said, you know what? Let's keep everybody confused. Not only do they look alike, but their names will sound alike.
Yeah. Well, here comes one of them right now, pulling out ever so slightly.
And the other one coming on strong as well.
Yep.
May nip her sister at the tape. It's going to be nip and tuck photo finish.
(10.52) and 10.53.
Wonder what the conversation is on the way home. Boy, I tell you I was faster than you. I was born before you. Started in the womb.
Yes.
Again, 3 Tabernacle Falcons in this B final. Tabby with 4 overall, 1 in the A final as well. So they're doing something pretty good down there.
They came very close to going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Tamia Edwards from Anatole Rogers right there in the middle, playing spoiler.
And she was able to break up that trifecta. Good run. There go the young, they call them Falconettes? I don't
Falcons.
know. Lady Falcons. What do they do?
No, Falcons.
Okay.
Celis being, what were you again?
Well, I know the Tabernacle Baptist Falcons. But I just wanted to know maybe, because, some schools, they
some schools,
they feminize it.
Female,
so I wanted to know if they maybe did that with this. But no, I guess not.
Let's change the conversation. I don't want you canceled.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is true.
I do not want you. I do not want you canceled.
It is a cancel society, so let's be careful.
Again, I'd like to point out I helped you out of this one too.
I will appreciate that. Fritters for Mr. Saunders.
That's what to say. You can pay me in fritters.
Under 17s now getting ready to take the track. This will be the first of 2 finales here. One will be the A final, which is going to see right now with Egan Neely in lane 1 from St. Augustine's College. Running on attaches Everett Frazier in lane 2. Aiden Kelly, Tabernacle Baptist in 3. Andrew Brown, St. Augustine's College. He has been the class of this race so far at this meet. Unattached is Caden Smith in lane 5. Trent Ford of SAC in lane number 6. Zion Shepard, Jack Hayward High School, Senior High, in lane number 7. And that's Rolani LeBranch in lane number 8, running unattached.
Do not count Egan Neely out in that first lane. He could play spoiler for Andrew Brown.
Yeah,
nor
coming
count
in this, I know Egan had some great times coming in.
And do not count out Everett Frazier either, coming from pedigree as well in terms of a strong family known for sprints. The time they're chasing is 22:08.
He's related to Warren?
Yeah.
He is indeed.
Yeah.
Andrew has run 22:3 in the semis.
And we'll see what they can produce here as they settle down into the blocks for the start of the first of our 2 flights.
Ooh, yeah, oh!
We have a false start.
And I think it is the one that we were pointing to right there, and I think he knows it.
Yeah,
Everett knows it. It was an ever so slight jerk that he had. I don't know if we have the replay on that, but it was an ever so slight jerk there.
Yeah, and he's looking back saying, please don't come my way. Please don't come. He said,
Give me another shot. Give me another shot.
Yes. Yeah, but he knows it. He's got his hand down in his hand, and then he knows it. It's just a matter of time before.
But now it is a starter and assistant starter decision because we do not have automatic pads.
This is true.
They can decide to give a warning to the entire field, and we've seen closer false starts than this.
Not disqualified.
Not disqualified, but a white card.
No, I see
but
a red
I
card.
see a red card
here,
coming.
so.
Unfortunately, this is not going to be one of those.
And she's
times.
walking from such a long way too. You see her coming, and it's like you're like, please go away. And he started walking off before she got there.
Very disappointing.
Yeah, that's tough for the young man.
Oh, he's crying.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely distraught, and you can imagine he put so much in. He's getting consoled by one of the other runners over there.
From QC, I think he is from QC as well. And again, it is very disappointing. But I can understand a few years back, well, maybe a little bit more than a few years, the rationale for the IAAF to put in a no-fault start rule, because a lot of runners were taking advantage of it.
Yeah,
and it prolonged
to hold everybody else back. And
Right.
people who had quick starts, I could false start and allow to take that advantage away because everybody wants to stay back now.
And Everett did come in with a 2.78. Outside chance, but could still have made it.
And this time, no issues. They're off and running. And very quickly, you can see in the middle of your track, that is lane 4.
Oh, my goodness.
Charging to the forefront. Oh, he's got his head down, but look at lane number 3, still running strongly, and now easing up. He knows he's got it. Lane number 4 will be your winner. That's 5, sorry. Lane number 5. That's Caden Smith.
Didn't see
running
that coming.
unattached. I didn't see that coming either. We had our eyes set on Brown, and Caden, the young man who was actually from Plantation, Florida, runs for South Plant High School out of Plantation, Florida. Getting it done. Yeah, he talked about having his chance to come down to New Providence and run here and perhaps represent the Bahamas. And now not only having the chance, but putting it on the biggest stage possible in terms of these trials. So good work there for the young man.
So Caden does run 2.157, surpassing the CARIFTA qualifying mark. But because he is unattached, Andrew Brown from Sackett, 2.214, will be named champion. Great run there by Caden Smith, 2.157.
Well, you would imagine he would be definitely looked at for the CARIFTA team there. Good job by Caden. You saw Brown coming in late. He was all out of his normal running stance, just trying to get back into that race there, and perhaps unfamiliar seeing the runners in front of him. And that is something that sometimes can throw people
Real
off.
quick, we're going to head over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with Jemiah Nabi, the winner in the under-17 girls 200. Her time 2.453. Jay.
Nabi, you dominated the race from start to finish. How was you able to maintain composure and dominate today?
Firstly, and mainly God. I couldn't do it without him. Building my faith and more, and I came out here to dominate. Then my parents, Zulika Nabi and Jamal Nabi, and grandparents, Winton Roberts, owner of Roberts and Sons Trucking.
Sounds like a promotion. Congratulations, you are the champion. Back to you, Chris.
Said, listen, if you win, if you win and you don't call my company, it's all, don't come home.
She made sure to get that plug in there.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
hope she gets a check for it.
She gets to eat tonight.
She gets to eat. That's what it
Keeping
is.
your own plan. There you go. And the second of runs now. This is the B flight for the under-17, B final for the under-17 boys. Looks like just 2 runners there. And there we go. That's lane 2. Should be Jaden McPhee. You know what? They're actually putting on a good race here.
Yeah, they're still chasing the clock.
Although, that's exactly right. He is actually running very strongly. Difficult to tell because he's got nobody pushing him, but in lane 4, that's a pretty solid run there. Rotario Tate, Jack Haywood, all smiles now. And he's
23.44.
He's like, you know what, y'all could have put me in the big boys race. I could have ran into the other one. Very quick turnover. I like guys with that, you know, when they got that, usually the shorter athletes, they look like they're going a lot faster than they really are.
Yes.
Because the feet,
yeah,
but,
feet are moving. The strides, eh? What was that time?
I think he ran
2:3.44.
So he was actually he would not have you know, been in the running for
right.
in the heat before, but you know, it's still a good effort.
Yes.
The under-20s coming up, girls setting up there on the track.
But this Nabi girl, she's
Real quick before we get to this, sorry, we want to just head over to Jay real quick. Jay.
Lanique Black, what a gutsy performance in the 200. How was you able to come out with as a victor?
Listen to my coach and sprint the whole race. It was hard, but I made it through.
One of my colleagues were wondering, how was it, the conversation between you and your sister every day talking about track and the field? And are you going to tease her after today's performance?
Of course, and the conversations, they were helpful and they're very motivational. And I thank her for pushing me to come first.
There you go, Lanique Black, the 2023 national champion.
You know, it's a given. Yeah, she knows it's coming. Should have beat me. Under 20 girls coming your way now, 200 meters. They're on the track. Lena Simons coming your way. Markel Newbold. CV Bethel has lane 1. That is Karis Taylor, Kingsway Academy in lane 2. Naya Wright, Sack in lane 3. Quincy Penn, Moores Island has lane 4. That is Chatalia Dorset, Sunland Baptist in lane 5. Amari Pratt, Sack in 6. Naya Richards in 7. She represents Queens College. And next to her in lane number 8, Doris Johnson's Diamia Bow. So far, so good, man. It has been an awesome night in the competition to this stage. As we are going to wait for the start of this particular race. Again, this is the 200 meters under 20 girls.
It's incredible how relaxed these young kids are under all this pressure, right?
That is so true. I mean, you know, I guess a lot of it has to do with, like, some of it is a testimony to the preparation, obviously the coaches who get them prepared for this, but you know, it's like almost like these kids are now, they're almost built for it. You know? It's like, you know, it's like,
bring it on. It's
like they come out, you know, and I think maybe it's because it's a video games, they play, they probably pretend it's a video game. I can just hit reset if I don't, just hit restart.
Do not count out Quincy Penn from Moores Island in the middle. They're chasing 2.44. Clean start there.
And off and running they go. Naya Wright, St. Augustine's College, has a slight lead as they come to the headset, but here comes Moores Island. We talked about this. Quincy Penn, but on the inside, just inside of her, Sunland Baptist pulling away. And it will be Sunland Baptist. Here come the two Sackers coming on strong at the end. But Sunland Baptist, Chatalia Dorset, streaming through the finish line in first place, followed by Sachs, Amari Pratt, and Naya Wright. Perhaps a little bit too exuberant with the celebration there. They seem to be, I love the fact that the camaraderie's there. You know, even, you know, these competitors, they want to win, yes, but they're friends. at the end of it. There isn't any, you know, animosity. You say, "Good job, well done. I'll get you next time." That's it.
As we watch the replay here in the under 20 girls, it is Quincy Penn who picks up the win. Her time, 24.53, just over the qualifying standard. But she has put in a very productive resume for a position on that team. Heading over now for somebody else who's made a very...
who's made a statement?
Made a statement, to say the least. Caden Smith, who has set a qualifier in the boys under 17 200. Jay.
So Chris, I won't put him on a team as yet, but like you mentioned, he met the qualifying standard. Caden, impress everyone. Walk me through the race.
So, last night I was on the phone with my coach, and we were just going through it step by step. And I memorized it and executed it. That's pretty much what I did.
How do you feel about the competition? I know that you don't reside here in the Bahamas. You're in high school in Florida. How's the level of competition here compared to Florida?
They on the same scale, but Florida, they got runners. They got runners.
There you go. That's Caden Smith. He's your 2023 champion.
All right, awesome stuff indeed. Congratulations to Caden, who is well on his way. He's got a great career ahead of him. Just keep going, young fella. And I love the humble attitude. His early sunset. What a beautiful sight.
Who's running this drone?
The drone. He was over here a second ago.
He's horrible. These are the worst drone shots I've ever seen. The worst.
If I hear a humming sound, it dive bombs you right now.
These are some. I'm being sarcastic here, but these are some awesome shots. Great use of light. I've told some of my students to watch out for them, because they are such great use of light.
Yeah. It's become an art, right? Cinematography.
I promise you one thing: I couldn't do it.
No, that's
too much.
I can't even get the thing off the ground. I crash.
Okay,
I crash almost immediately.
I bought the cheap one, and it's in.
It's somewhere. I got one somewhere in some bushes. Somewhere
in the tree. That's where mine is.
B flight of the 200 meters under 20 girls. 4 competitors on the track, and right away, right in the middle there, you can see the young lady from SAC. That's Melanti Clark, and she's going to be tested a little bit on the inside from Government High. Kevin East Hannah giving her a run for the money here. These two will go nip and tuck toward the finish line. And, oh boy, that may require a photo finish. So hard to call that one.
They were so close together and so close moving forward that it almost looked like one was assisting the next. So you watching Paralympics, where they have aid assistance. That's almost what it looked like, how close they were.
It really was. I mean, that was just amazing to see. You can see right now, I get the replay on your screen. They're fighting it out. They're shoulder to shoulder, and they're both, none of them willing to give in to the other. And as they come toward the finish line, boy, that is so tough. I would have to wait for the official ruling on this one. It's too tight for our eyes to see with the naked eye.
You know, let me give you a quick joke. When I was anxious to hear the Smith guy talk, but then Chris said, well, you know, he grew up in Florida.
Yes.
I took my son to high school, and in the hotel, he started, hey, Dad.
Listen, they got some, you stop the passport. They go through customs immediately. Their accent changes. But he grew up in Florida, so I give him the benefit of the doubt. We got some fellas been here all their life. As soon as the people stamp the passport, yo, what's up, man?
in immigration. Heading over now quickly.
Haven't even gone on the plane yet.
We're gonna head over quickly to Jay with Quincy Penn, the winner in the under 20 girls 200. Jay.
Quincy is putting Mars Island on the map at this year's Nationals. What a gutsy performance once again. How you felt about the race?
I felt good about the race. It was a good run. Yeah.
I know a lot of persons don't know much about you, but after today and this entire weekend, the entire Bahamas knows who Quincy Penn is.
Right, so.
Any message for your people back in Mars Island?
I just want to say, come on, y'all, and do it for y'all, make y'all proud.
There you go. The next big thing for Mars Island. Back to you, Chris.
All right, no passport issues there. She definitely knows.
Get ready to go.
Look at her form, too.
She And she actually kind of eased up a little bit at the end. So there's just so much to go, so much positivity there, so much to from the upside there for that young lady. And we talked about Moore's Island continue to produce top-fledged athletes, man. I don't know what they're doing down there.
They're doing
Fresh
something.
Fish, something going on.
They come.
Yeah.
Real quick, we're watching Kenny Moxie from QC in the pole vault competition. I think, if I remember correctly, he's the only competitor.
I was about to say, I think he's the only one.
He's the only competitor here. So just make one clearance and you're the national champion. But again, I think that his father was a national champion in the pole vault. As we get ready for this, is going to be a phenomenal race right here.
Quickly,
Jonathan
Malcolm
Fowler,
Williams.
3.
Let's do it. And they're going to pull a start right there,
he's
lady.
way out there.
That was easy
St.
to
George.
pick it out. St. George's Akeem Boleg, who will, and he's just disgusted with himself. He knows it.
Yeah, he was way out of there.
Man, he was almost at the finish line when the gun went off. That's what you call a real early start there. And he's going to be talking about this
for a hot minute.
himself. He's what's
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Stage?
I don't know what he's saying, but I think it's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if he heard something.
I didn't hear the gun.
I don't know what he.
Not my fault. Y'all was late. I had the time just right. Y'all just pushed the trigger late.
But it is kind of disappointing to see this happen on this type of stage. Yeah, you could see it clear there. Again, the officials do not get the benefit of
the replay.
The replay, and they do not have pads, so it's going to be by sight. You see, just come back right there. He's definitely ahead. You see the replay.
There it is.
Yeah,
and it's not like, in football, you say the offensive line, you say they pulled me offside, and there's nobody pulling you offside.
And he knows it. You can see it.
Yeah,
there.
he knew it right away. He's just waiting right now to see that lady come towards him with the red card.
Unfortunately, we probably should not have been playing the replay.
Yeah, I think did they show it in the stadium? If so,
I think they did. But I think this is a foregone conclusion. This wasn't a close one.
No. Where
the replay would have aided in any way. But real quick, just running through who's going to be running in lane 1, Malcolm Williams unattached. Lane 2, Otto Lang unattached in 2. Jonathan Fowler in 3 from SAC. Adam Musgrove unattached in 4. Jeremiah Adley from NCA in 5. Zion Campbell unattached in 6. And Tafari Strawn unattached in 7. Not sure if they have shown him the card as yet, but that is Akeem Boleg from St. George's in 8. If they have not shown him the card.
If I'm the other guy that got disqualified earlier, I got an argument now.
Right.
I really say, well, gee, that was a lot more blatant than what I did.
They did hold them for just a little bit long than normal. So that may have been the argument that again, it's not just the starter that makes the decision.
Yes.
He makes the final decision, but the assistant starters come together. You see them all come over to have the bonfire, the campfire
discussion. Yeah,
right? That chat. But again, but they're getting back, so they've given a white card to the field.
So he gets a reprieve, a stay of sentence, if you will. Let's see if that got the last minute call from the governor.
Otto Lang is not running in 2, so Jonathan Fowler in 3 is going to be where you're going to look for a lot of fireworks, along with Adam Musgrove, who's running unattached. NCA's Adderley as well can be a spoiler here.
And immediately jumping out, looks like in lane number 5, and now streaming to the forefront. But now, oh wow, look at that, coming back strong in the middle of the track. We're gonna have a good finish here.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a finish.
15 meters, and holding on in lane number 4.
Adam Musgrove.
Adam Musgrove, we talked about him, and he does not disappoint here. Good race here in that under 20 boys. First of all, 2 finals here. This is the A flight. Great run for Adam Musgrove. But tightly bunched. So I love the fact that we had anybody's race still going on with about 50 meters to go. Anybody could have won it. It was just who was going to be able to persevere. And in this case, it was Musgrove able to get it done.
Musgrove picks up the win, 21.58. Jeremiah Adderley from NCA, 21.63 in the blue and yellow. Looks like Jonathan Fowler from SAC takes third.
And what is the Carifta qualifying
21-4.
21-4. 21-4. So
now again, Adam can make the consistent argument. He came in at 2:164, drops to 2:158.
So he's showing progression.
Progressively getting faster. So again, that's something that the committee probably will look at.
Yeah, he could say, I'm actually peaking now. I won't, and I'm on my peak phase. I haven't peaked yet. So there's more to come, better to come. And there's our lone competitor.
Well, he ran well yesterday in the 100 meters as well.
That's a good look at
I would
David Charlton.
I would assume that he will be in the pool for the 4x1 at the very least.
Yeah. That's very true, yeah.
At
so
the
he
very
does
least.
have an opportunity.
And still could possibly be run the 1 and the 2.
Not for the faint of heart is the pole vault, and he clears that rather easily.
National champion, automatic.
There you go.
Makes one mark, he becomes national champion. But again, I'm quite sure that his father, Kenny Moxie, used to compete in pole vault for the Bahamas.
I do recall the name, yes.
I for some reason, and I may be going out on a limb, I feel like it was C.C. Sweeting. I may be wrong on that one. But Kenny Moxie was a pole vaulter for the Bahamas and coaches now. And I think he does coach this Kenny Moxie.
The only person I could remember is your very own Ricardo Lightburn.
Right.
Yeah.
Ricardo told me he did the pole vault.
Yeah.
Right. He said it. I need to see pictures. I need to see pictures.
I need to see visual. I need to see visual proof.
Heading quickly over before we get the B final started. Adam Musgrove wins the under-20 boys. He's standing by now with Jay Philippe.
Adam Musgrove, 21.58. You've been dominant for the past 3 days. What about the 200 meters that made you want to come out here and win?
I feel as if my best attribute is my top end. And the 200 being longer than 100 allows me to use that. So me and my coach have been working on it. And yeah, I felt as if this would be my better than of the two.
It was a close race. You almost came from behind a little bit to gain momentum to be able to pull away.
Well, you know, sometimes it's going to happen. People are going to get out, and so have to stay relaxed, run your own race. You know, like I say, I got my coach, but he taught me all that. He taught me how to go through the race, showed me different scenarios, and I was able to win with that scenario in front of me.
There you go, Adam Musgrove, your 2023 national champion.
Loving the shades. Yeah.
Jay, thanks a lot. We're getting ready now for the B final of the under-20 boys.
A lot of empty lanes here. Just 3 runners on the track. Lane 1, lane 7, and lane 8. Lane 1 belonging to Torino Evans, Humphrey Christie. Lane 7, that's set up for Ronnie Laguerre he's running unattached. And Jaden Joaquin, CV Bethel in lane number 8.
So I tried to give Ricardo his props.
You did. You did.
I told him I want to see photographic proof. Ricardo also told me that he competed in Carifta in 1976, which would have been Easter, early April. I was born 5 weeks later.
Was this Jamaica, I think?
No, it was right here in the Bahamas.
Okay,
and he reminds us that it was at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium on cinder block.
Yes, yes.
On cinder block. Wow. Okay. That is taking me back.
Ronnie Laguerre unattached. Took the early lead. Out now, though, is Torino Evans. It's going to come down. Yeah, everybody chasing here, but it will look like
lane number 8.
Jaden Joaquin.
Jaden Joaquin, CV Bethel, who came on strong at the end. Holds up a hand of jubilation.
Gets your win. It's a B final win, but still a win nonetheless.
As the crowd again responding to some of the field activities.
I think that's triple.
The triple jump competition still going strong. As we get a good look at the replay here in that last B final for the under-20 boys. You see coming on strong here down the stretch. Jaden Joaquin, CV Bethel, streaming toward the finish line. See in lane 1, they looked over to his right and he realized, okay, they caught me.
So I was in Grand Bahama last week, and that was Ricardo's claim to fame in Carifta, how he pole vaulted. Nobody in the Bahamas could beat him.
Gotta love it. And listen, and tell proven otherwise. That's it, right? So C.I. Gibson, there is the young man from C.I. Gibson. As we mentioned, the triple jump is still going strong over there. And get some congrats. It looks like I think he did something.
Yeah, he popped one.
He might have popped one.
Yeah.
The crowd certainly responded. He had a couple of miscues early on. He jumped some good jumps, but they were fouls, and now I think he may have just gotten one in. We'll find out. So if you're wondering why you're still seeing 200-meter runners on the track, this is because they have introduced the invitational runs, right? We saw Stephen Dirty Newbold run in the one earlier this week, and now we have the men's 200-meter invitational. And on the track is DiCaprio Brown. He'll be in lane number 1. Lane 2 is empty, so that would have been Austin Clark. Maverick Bowleg in lane number 3. Kennard Roll in lane 4. Stephen Newbold, we just talked about him.
Yes.
Back for more, apparently. In lane 5, actually, he's that lane is open. So Stephen says, you know what, I saw enough in the 1 to know that I don't need to run in the 2. So Newbold does not show up. We got Quentin Ellis in lane 6. Ralph Walker, lane number 7. And in lane 8 is Rakeem Sweeting. So a chance for some of these athletes that maybe don't compete so much, chance to get out here in front of a crowd once again and run.
Yep. I was surprised to see Newbold yesterday in the 100.
Yeah. Apparently he was surprised too.
Yeah, he was.
He's like, yeah, what am I doing there?
My good friend. So some bragging rights on the line here.
Yes, for sure. This is the invitational 200-meter dash for men. Bowleg and Brown in 1, sorry. And they are good to go. Off and running, no issues on the start here. And as they make the turn and come into the headway, it is in the middle of the track and running very, very strongly. That is Maverick Bowleg, it looks like, who is taking it away from the rest of the field. And it will be a good finish here in lane number 4. Sorry, that's Kennard Roll.
Wow.
Showing he's still got some speed.
What the time?
I'd like to know his time too.
Yeah.
That was pretty impressive by Kennard Roll. 22:07 is the flash time I'm seeing on the board right now. Not a bad run for Kennard.
No.
As we take a look back at the under 20 boys triple jump competition still going on.
Where the excitement is now, eh?
That's right, that's William McKinney on the runway. Interesting to see how far along we are in this competition at this stage. Probably moving down towards they started out with 17 competitors. I would imagine they've whittled it down quite a bit now.
Yeah, 17 is a lot.
Yeah, probably down to that final 8 or 10 jumpers. You know, the crowd very much engaged in this triple jump. I've been hearing the clapping. I've heard the shouts, and as they, and that's going to be well shy of that. What we think is the qualifying. In fact, the red flag goes up anyway. So you'll have to regroup. Not sure how many jumps he would have left.
It's good when they're close to the spectators, so they get that.
Yeah, you get some dap. As they call it.
Yeah. This has been a magnificent 3-day, 4-day event.
Yeah, you know, I can't say enough about what we've witnessed over these 3 days, and you know, starting on Saturday morning, bright and early, and right through. Here it is on Monday now, and it started out great and continued to be great. You know, and that's you know, one of those things that you worry sometimes. You know, when you come in and you say, well, I hope they come out and put on a good show. And well, no question about it, they did just that.
Yeah. You know, games usually start off a little bumpy. Everybody trying to get into the motion, and when they start, they take off.
As we see another athlete here, and pops off. If they measure it, let's see. And a Looks like Laquan Ellis, who is jumping unattached. He's got his hands up, so maybe he's pretty pleased.
Did he move in the first place?
I think, you know what? I think he may have done something pretty good here. All right, so apparently he has made the CARIFTA qualifying mark. We just talked about Ellis. Looked like he was happy with himself, and with good reason, apparently.
He's going to be here in 2 weeks, is it?
Yes, sir. He's earned his spot. And right now, here is the young man from C.I. Gibson once again. Jonathan Rogers streaming down the runway. Pops off another great jump.
That's
oh my goodness.
Let's see the white.
He has put forward some great efforts and the red flag once again. Man, if he can just get it together, he has popped off some really, really good jumps here. You can tell he's like, man, he's like, you got to show me. You got to show me. He's unconvinced at this stage that they're telling the truth. He says, it's a conspiracy. You guys are lying on me. Yes. Wow, I wonder, I hope he has a legal jump in there somewhere.
He did.
But just to show you, let's say for instance, he fouled all 4 attempts. I don't know how many attempts you get, but let's say he fouled them all. But you saw the results there, and you just figure, I just got to tweak something. Yeah. Do you then say, I got to put him out there? Because
again, this is where that discussion comes in.
Yeah.
Let's say he had made a qualifying mark already.
No.
Comes here to the CARIFTA trials, doesn't finish 1 or 2, but does have a mark. Do you put him on the team? He's not an automatic qualifier for the team. Do you put him on the team?
Yeah.
Because obviously, if he's hitting the clay, he's very close.
Yeah.
And it's obviously close enough that you can't see it visually.
Yeah.
So this is the discussion.
Dilemma, yeah.
This is the discussion that will be had tonight.
In the forest,
does anybody hear?
Anybody hear it? That's one of those things. And you asked about the drone operator. There he is. He's got a nice floppy hat on and everything.
That's going to be a 2 or 3 hour discussion right there.
Yeah,
you know it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's definitely going to be something that's going to be had.
Yeah.
But again, if he does have a legal jump, he is the top finisher. Already has a qualifier. It's not a big discussion.
Right.
But we're talking about what ifs that could happen.
Yeah. Well, while we're what-ifing, let's figure it out. Let's take a break right here. We'll come right back. Competition does continue here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Stay with us.
Aiden Musgrove, he's chased by Tavares Moss. Tavares Moss trying to make a very impactful statement here, but it is all Aiden Musgrove. Strong.
Get your CARIFTA tickets. The 58 CARIFTA Games is coming. April 7th to April 10th. Tickets are on sale now. Online at CARIFTA50.com. Or get your tickets now at the Eastern Grandstand Caribbean Village. For more details, email tickets@CARIFTA50.com or call 605-4051. Get your CARIFTA tickets. Get your CARIFTA tickets. The 58 CARIFTA Games is coming. April 7th to April 10th. Tickets are on sale now. Online at CARIFTA50.com or get your tickets now at the Eastern Grandstand Caribbean Village. For more details, email tickets@CARIFTA50.com or call 605-4051. Get your CARIFTA tickets.
Let's go. Say put up your flag, and wave it up high, On the track we ready, on your back is steady, running and jumping, hopping and throwing. Bond if you want it, you can come get it. So we rip up the track, we faster than just come to win, we just come to win gold. We just come to win, we just
And we are back live here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium as the final night of competition continues here for this CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships. And we are set for we talked about races that are not for the faint of heart. This is one of them. The 5,000 meters. Last year, my son in his final year of high school, they put him on the 5,000 meters. He said, "Daddy, they asked me to run for points." He said, after they lapped him the third time.
Did he finish?
He did finish, but they lapped him a couple of times. He said this kid went by him twice. He said, "How you doing, buddy?" "You're doing great."
And they look so energized to run this grueling almost 3.25 miles?
That is right. 12 and a half laps around the track. Wow. It's a long time to be going in circles and not get dizzy, right? So, but let's give them their kudos again. This is a very tough race, and again, no undertaking that that I would certainly want to do, but certainly somebody got these 19 young men to decide that they want to be out here and run 12 and a half laps around the track. So let's give them their name.
They are chasing 16:30.
Yes.
So and Chris, what's his last name? Chris Santos is probably the closest there.
Yes. And looking at
that was a quick start.
Christopher Santos. Yeah, it is like it's a long race. Let's get it started. Christopher Santos, Nathan Duncan, Godfrey Gray, Nathan Johnson, Fabian Setil, Mikolai Paul, Idoni Russell, Eldon Eden Lewis, Mike Pierre, Galen Crystal, Jude Veal, Dentry Mortimer, Alfred Bain, Charles Maynard, Ivan Brave, Emmanuel Adams, Aaron McGregor, Dion Brown, and Edron McPhee.
Talking about a sprint, this is Mo Farah's sprint.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. Mo Farah, ball head.
He would have been finished.
He makes it look easy. Yeah, he
would have been finished.
He might have been finished
at
by
this
now,
point.
Right. Absolutely. We saw Mo Farah ran in London.
Yes.
At those games, man. He was phenomenal. The class of that event, and he made it exciting. And, you know, it was the first time I think I actually sat down when I wasn't required to like this and watch an entire 5,000-meter race just to see him and the way he made it look. So
He's
easy.
very tactical in the way that he runs.
Yeah.
Real quick, taking out very quickly was Fabian Santil from Doris Johnson. Edron McPhee also making a run very quickly from Central Luthra, taking the lead now. The one that we expect to do pretty well, Christopher Santos, who's running unattached, is going to be out there as well. Fabian Santil from Doris is still out front.
Apparently there may be an issue with our drone flying. Are we in restricted airspace? I didn't know. Now I've seen drones fly around here all the time. I don't know. I didn't. Anyway,
You're not the producer. The producer needs to get out here and deal with that.
Yeah, because.
Wow. I know they passed some law about having a license, but that's about it. Eh?
Yeah, maybe.
And if it's imported, then the license have to be at the point of entry, not now.
Yeah, and one would imagine.
Yeah.
Let's let the producers deal with that.
Yeah, and please, we do need. And wow, they're trying to take away our drone.
Wow.
And sometimes people like to show a little bit of, you know, to give people some authority, and it's amazing how it goes to the head. So here comes our production staff. They're going to have a word and see what's happening here, because
so here we're still back at the race.
Back at the race. We got distracted by the activities that was going around us, away from the competition. And hopefully, again, this doesn't turn into be anything. And as we see the race develop here, we can have some of the front runners. That is, looks like Nikolai Paul of St. Augustine's College, or perhaps it's Dentry Mortimer.
That name sounds familiar.
Dentry Mortimer. I was about to ask you. Is
tennis player.
Yeah.
Great tennis player for the country.
Yeah.
I think he lives in the New York tri-state area right now. I know he always attends the U.S. Open. I know he posts about it.
Yes. So it'd be interesting to see if they're related, or perhaps even his son. I don't know.
So we'll see what happens here. Again, they still have
a lot of race to go. So
10 laps to go as they come up here on lap 10.
So they're still measuring the height at the pole vault. So apparently our lone competitor is still going at it.
Kenny may be going after a national record or a CARIFTA qualifying standard in that event.
Just looking at them, I'm thirsty.
Just looking at him, I'm tired. It's like, that is, I can't imagine.
I think Kenny just cleared another height.
I was trying to get a look at the bib number there to see what was going on in terms of who our current leader is. There he is. 11.83 is the bib number for our current leader. Again, a lot of running to go. That is Christopher Santos. We talked about him coming in, and he is currently a leader.
He's chasing that 13:30. That's what he's going after. You just saw him pass. I think that was Kenny Moxie trying to stay warm. He's chasing 3:30 for a clearance for a CARIFTA standard that would also be an under 20 world standard that he may be trying to knock two birds, one stone here at this CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships.
Meanwhile, the debate over the drone still goes on. Maybe we need to have the officials from the NSA maybe come over and straighten this out.
So Chris still out front.
Santos still leading. And he's now distancing himself from the rest of the field. Still a lot of race to go. 8 more laps to go.
He's very relaxed. And
yeah, and despite the fact that he's pretty much, I guess at this stage, because he can see some guys in front of him, maybe you set your sights on them and say, I'm going to see if I can catch them. Let me see if I can lap those guys. Let me see if I can lap this one. That would be how I would do it. You know, that when I used to jog a lot, I would run on the streets, and if I saw somebody walking up front, I would say, I can stop when I catch them. and then I would look ahead to the next person. So that was how I would keep motivated. So I can stop till I pass that one. And he's caught. There we go.
2.
So 2 guys just figured out that
they're not the fastest.
I'm not the fastest one out here. See, because for them, they were probably, because you could convince yourself almost, I'm in front. You know, there's nobody in front of me. I'm leading this race.
And then the one challenge that those who are being lapped need to remember, that if you are being lapped, you need to make sure that you do not try to pace the person lapping you, because you can be disqualified for trying to pace along with somebody who's lapping you. And you would hate to run for this 20-odd minute.
Only to have it to say it doesn't count.
It doesn't count, exactly.
It don't look like too many of them are going to finish anyhow.
Right.
Yeah, from the looks of things, we may see some people start to fade off.
This is one of those very challenging events to be a part of. 3.25 miles. Thankfully, the sun has gone down and it started to cool off a bit. Chris still trying to keep pace. Again, he came in with a time of 16:42. Presumably, he'd have to shave off about 12 seconds from his entry time to get to a CARIFTA qualifier. Again, this is not one of those events that we have too many Bahamians participate in, because again, it is not one of those glamorous events. But we did talk about Mo, who runs internationally, makes it very spectacular.
Yeah, I think he brought some of the glamour back to made it a glamour event. Right. Now you saw kids, after seeing him say, you know what, I would like to do that. And because it used to be everybody was shy away from those long distance runs, and we're seeing more and more of it now. We see the kids start to run the 3,000, the 1,500, the 800 meters, those middle distances, and semi-long distance like this 5,000. Well, that's not semi-long distance.
This is the second longest race in.
Right. Right. That I don't understand.
And the marathon.
Run a marathon if you're going to run a 10,000. Right. That's my thinking about it.
But Chris obviously knows what he has to do. He's already looked at his watch. This is the 3rd time that he's looked at his watch. So clearly he knows where he needs to be in terms of pacing. So again, I'm really rooting for him to do well here, to make that mark, to be able to make it to CARIFTA. To have to go through all of this for naught is kind of heartbreaking for him. Heartbreaking for me to watch him go through it.
Right, he's not running for a high school national championship. So like
that's wrapped up.
Yeah.
He's running to get on that team. I mean, Nathan Duncan, who was running as well, presumably was in a spot but no longer in the picture right now. So here comes Chris coming up at the 200-meter mark again. When he comes back around, he will have 5 more laps to go. Again, this is a grueling race all around. And you would not want him to funk right about here. It would have been nice to have somebody to sort of push him a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if he had somebody to kind of keep him, going, it's very tough to run against the clock at this stage. And, you're in your head just saying, yes, I can do it. But like you said, if there's nobody with you urging along.
He's running with himself.
Yeah. So like I said, the only thing I can imagine him doing now is just catch as many people as you can. Just start looking at people in front of you and say,
he's got to pull a Marcellus Hall. Yeah. I'm going after that guy. Now after I've got that guy going after the next guy. And just progressively keep doing that.
I'm going to catch him, and that's the only way. You got to self-motivate.
Yeah.
You got to find a way to motivate yourself. He looks comfortable. I mean,
I will say this and take it for what it's worth. He's a lot more comfortable at this point than I would be.
Yeah, that's for sure. It looks as if our drone issues have been sorted out.
We think.
We're about to take flight. The lights are blinking, so,
So we have about...
Whatever trade secrets were being, maybe... that were...
Maybe it just...
in danger.
And I think Chris is going after what you thought. He's chasing yellow, then chase blue, then chase blue.
Yes.
He's coming up on about 100 meters to go. Again, he's checking his clock, his watch on his right arm. He clearly knows what he needs to be doing. He's not checking to see if he's getting a text message. He knows where he has to be.
Absolutely. Do you think there's trash talking in a race like this?
There's no breath to trash talk.
Like he's stopping right here. He runs alongside him for a little while. Well, y'all look good, So, I mean... you got to have something to keep you going at this point.
So he has about 4 laps to go. Pardon me, 3 laps to go at this point. So about 1,200
left. 3 laps to go. Exactly 3 laps to go.
About 1,200 left for him to get around.
So
he's got another crop of athletes in front of him.
What's your motivation at this point? You've been lapped twice. Maybe.
Oh, you want the ones that are behind? Yeah.
Points.
Yeah.
I mean, points. You just got to finish. You've got to beat what? Half of the field to get points? That's your motivation. And again, I don't think if you sign up for this, they're not going to sign Chris Saunders up to run the 5,000 because Chris isn't going, unless there are only 8 competitors, Chris isn't going to get any points.
So lap for the second time.
Right. So you've got to come out here knowing that you want to run this.
Yeah.
Either it's a warm down, a warm up, whatever it is in your mind, you do what you got to do to make it work.
Or in my case, a way to get a good night's sleep.
Right.
You're going to sleep for 2 days after just running a race like this.
But I think when Mo Farah runs at the World Championships, there's about 2 days in between the 10, the 5, and I think he ran the 15 as well. I couldn't imagine doing anything else but sleeping.
Yeah, right. Get me a good meal, lay down, and go to sleep.
Meal? What meal?
I mean the next day. Because you're going to wake up hungry.
Eventually.
Yeah. You know what I found interesting in London? Like the 1 and 200, the stadium is going to be full.
Yeah, yeah.
And every time in the finals when Mo Farah ran,
it was full. It was exactly like watching Usain Bolt. Really, the people turned out that much to watch those races.
Yes.
And, the Kenyans were there, and everybody just wanted to see if Mo Farah would get it done, and it helped that he was running for the Great Britain, and it was in London, and he was a hero for the nation. He starts to pick up a pace here a little bit. You can tell.
Yeah, Chris is picking it up right now. I think again, like I said, he has been checking his watch. He's coming up on
final 2 laps.
His final 2 laps, his 800. I think he knows exactly where he needs to be. Again, he's chasing 16:30:31.
My vision cannot pick up the clock at this stage to tell you how much time he's at right now. But
right now he's at 14:50. So he's going to have to come back in this last 800 very quickly.
He's actually smiling at this stage. Look, he's smiling at himself.
Because I think this may be
his bell lap.
This may be his bell lap.
If this is his bell lap, he's well ahead of the pace.
So he's going to have to come back in less than a minute, just over a minute, pardon me. If this is his bell lap.
There it is.
This is his bell lap. He's at 15:23 right now. He's very much in control at this point. Just about a minute to go if he's going to qualify for the CARIFTA Championships. Again, he knew exactly where he needed to be at every spot in this race. Just over 50 seconds to a CARIFTA qualifier. And Chris is going to have to really push himself coming out here. He's at about the 250 mark right now. Just over 35 seconds to get him home.
Well, that's going to be tough.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close here for Chris.
To pick up his pace just a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's got anything left in those legs. He's running well, but
16:10. He's got to come back really strong.
In this
Does he
final
have it?
150 meters here, he's got to really turn it on.
And he's trying too.
He's trying to get
There
this
you go.
out.
There you go.
I almost feel like I need to tell him, Chris, let's go.
I'm like,
5,
get
4,
out of the way.
3, 2, 1,
so
0.
close.
He is going to be close, but no cigar.
So
He
close,
does
though.
pick up the win. 16:33.60.
And he's upset with himself. You can tell. He
Yeah.
knows how close he came. And you almost wonder if the crowd maybe started pushing just a little bit more, just a little earlier, because he heard the crowd realizing the clock. He said, okay, he started to egg on himself. But man, I feel bad. Like you said, he come so close. But again, another case of he's so close. But so many qualifiers though. I don't know how you can do it.
Again, this is not a race that too many people will participate in.
True.
You have
So
to
you
start,
have to
you have
think
to
of it
start
for
thinking,
that.
do I
Exactly.
have a
Get a
chance
medal.
to pick up a medal? And he can continue to make the argument that I came in at 16:42.
And I ran
I
by
brought
myself. Yeah, I had nobody
16:33
with
by
me.
myself. If I run at home at a CARIFTA Championships, I'm going to be running my behind off.
Yeah.
I think he can make
and with people
right,
who will, I'm
of his
assuming,
caliber.
right, exactly. So, yeah, and it's a strong argument, and one that certainly, again, I do not envy the crew that has to select this team, man. It's going to be interesting to see how it all turns out.
And just for clarity, the Bahamas Olympic Committee has nothing to do with the selection.
Yes.
The Bahamas Olympic Committee has nothing to do with the selection.
Fred Romero
it is
Knowles has been
all the
completely
B3As. It is all
Of
B3As that is
responsibility, yeah.
responsible for this. But a great run there by Christopher Santos.
Yes.
I feel so bad. 3 seconds, you are off of making an automatic qualifier. I don't like to push too much, but I would like to think that the selection committee really takes into account
Take that into
all that
consideration.
he did here
Absolutely.
today.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that was a remarkable
I honestly
performance.
believe had he been pushed, he could have maybe done that. Because you saw him, he was still running comfortably up to that final 200 meters and then tried to push himself. I think maybe had he had some competition there, he might have been able to get it done. Of course, he still had to run around a couple of, think about it, he had to run around some people.
Yeah.
You know,
Again, let's make sure that I don't know who his coach is, but take notes. These are things that he had to deal with.
Yeah.
When you get to that ratification to say,
yeah,
these are the challenges that he had. But I think he makes a very good argument. My times are going down. I did not have competition. I had to run around people. ZNS was having their drone issues. There was so much going on during this race.
Yes, indeed.
ZNS costed.
ZNS, again,
it is our
we have
fault.
nothing to do with the
It is our
selection.
fault.
If the drone was there, I could have seen
I could have seen where I was.
Right. We would have had an overhead shot. I know where I was on the track. It's all the fault of the guy, actually, that came in here and stopped the drone from flying. That was his fault.
Let's blame him. That's the most perfect person to blame. I think
he and his shades.
Who wears shades at night?
Right. It's like-
Don't we stop doing that in the 1980s? I wear my sunglasses
I wear
at
my
night.
sunglasses at night.
The only other person who could get away with shades at night was Kenwit.
Yeah.
Kenwit Ramey.
Kenwit
That was
Ramey.
the only
I
other
remember
person who
him
could get
very
away with it. So I say we're going to head over now to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with Chris. Again, devastating, so very close. 16:33 low. He was chasing 16:30 Jay.
Christopher Santos, congratulations. 12 and a half laps. That's a difficult race. Talk about how you prepare yourself for a race like this and how you was able to execute your game plan as far as running your race.
My last meet, I wasn't really proud of my performance. So I kept asking myself, what I doing wrong, because I putting in the training. But after a while, changed my diet. I got consistent and cut out some slackness.
The crowd was rooting for you the entire time. Was that any extra motivation, any push for you as you came across the finish line?
Kind of, sort of. I mean, the strategy was to come out, you know, and tear up the tracks, you know, shut down the tracks. So, yeah, the crowd, a lot of people then expected cheered for me, and I appreciate that a lot, man.
The 5,000 is not a popular race compared to the 100, 200, or even 400. How do you maintain staying motivated and wanting to continue in this event?
I love track, man. I love track a lot, and that's what I want to do moving forward in life. I want to become a professional. That's also getting up every day, putting in the miles, and staying consistent. That's what keeps me going.
Congratulations as you pursue a career in track and field. That is Chris Saintis, your 2023 national champion.
Awesome stuff. And you know, again, that's a self-awareness, right? Understanding I'm not going to be that sprinter.
Yeah.
So I got to figure out, I love track. Let me figure out what it is that I can do.
Did he really say he was going to cut down on the slackness?
Yeah, cut down on the slackness.
I don't know.
That's right.
I don't know what slackness
No
means.
more slapping up.
Does that mean no more KFC and McDonald's and Wendy's?
Well, he did say he changed his diet.
He did say that. I felt like that was a personal attack on him. I felt personally attacked. But I mean, again, you don't see a lot of people getting excited about the 5,000. A lot of the stands were excited for him.
Yes.
Maybe they knew what he was chasing.
What was at stake?
Right. I was cheering for you. But again, you know what's out there. I don't want to be anybody in that room tonight, 9:30. I think they're meeting over there or over here. They're meeting.
One of these rooms
they're meeting here.
That's right. Yeah.
What really impressed me, here's an under 20 guy who knew exactly what he had to do and where he was in the race at all times.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he missed it, but he's on top of his game, really.
Again, with a little push, I think he could have done it. I think he could have done better.
Yes, I
than
absolutely do believe
16:30.
that. I think he could have not only made that standard, but actually got underneath it. Again, had he had a push, and it's difficult. Again, running with yourself. There were about 5 laps there where he was simply on cruise control.
On cruise control.
And I think that had he had that something extra to push him through, it would have been great.
Yep. But that technical meeting, that coaches meeting is going to be hot, hot, hot.
Oh, yes.
Hot as an
Fly
understatement.
on the wall for that one.
And again, I think the stakes are even higher because it is at home.
Yes.
It is the 50th anniversary of CARIFTA, the 50th anniversary for us as a country.
nation.
So a lot is going in here.
Yes.
You know, I was just thinking, right? So you have the coaches to deal with. But they're not the worst to deal with. The
parents.
That's what I was alluding to earlier. I said, listen, you may call those names, the coaches, but I guarantee you there's going to be some parents going to be waiting outside.
Hey.
Boss man,
Let
can
me
I
see
have
you.
a word? May I have a word, sir?
Mr. Archer,
Yes. I've been driving this boy, this girl, to track practice every morning.
5 o'clock.
Yes.
They better be on this team. But again, it's just like I have a friend who's a pediatrician. She says she doesn't treat the babies.
Right.
She treats the parents because those are the worst.
Yes.
I think here they're going to be the worst. And Marcellus is a track parent or a sport parent, so he's the worst. My nephews are involved in sports. I'm the worst.
Yeah, so yeah.
So I know what it is, but you know that's what you're going to be facing.
You know, when my son played, I went in the back, right? Because I'm very emotional.
Yeah, and I've seen that. I witnessed that.
Sometimes you just got to step back.
Yes. Yeah.
Again, people know who you are.
That's why I
People know
stopped
who you
coaching
are.
my son. I stopped coaching because I would coach him in baseball, and I was like, I can't do it because I got too emotionally involved.
attacked,
I had too much vested, so I had to step back. And like you said, it was difficult to come watching the games because I'm mad at the coach, I'm mad at the umpire, I'm mad at everybody.
Hey, you missed that one.
Right.
I still am mad at Marcellus to this day. 2-2 pitch, he calls a strike on my nephew. The ball was far, far out.
In his opinion, this is called fan vision. This is called fan vision.
The parent again, right?
Yes. We got some medal presentations going on. Let's swing on down to the trackside and see how those are going.
Cameron Penfield. The silver medalist, representing Sunland Baptist, Zion Bradford. And our champion in the 200 meters under 14 boys. The gold medalist representing St. Paul's Methodist with a time of 23.72 seconds, Keyshawn Pinder. The medal ceremonies for the 800 meters under 20 girls. The bronze medalist representing St. Augustine's, Esthea Maycock. The silver medalist competing unattached, Jasmine Mackey. And our champion in the 800 meters under 20 girls, the gold medalist representing Tabernacle Baptist with a time of 2 minutes, 18.51 seconds, Treasure Burrows. The medal ceremonies for the triple jump under 20 boys. The bronze medalist representing Anatole Rogers, Raleigh Hannah. The silver medalist competing unattached and a CARIFTA qualifier, Laquan Ellis. And our champion in the triple jump under 20 boys, the gold medalist representing C.I. Gibson with a jump of 15.10 meters, a CARIFTA qualifying mark, Jonathan Rogers. The medal ceremonies for the 800 meters under 17 boys. The bronze medalist representing F.E. Stevens Academy, Cameron Newton. The silver medalist representing Tabernacle Baptist, Zaya Penfield. And our champion in the 800 meters under 17 boys, the gold medalist representing Jack Haywood with a time of 2 minutes, 2.73 seconds, Tyrone Conliffe. The medal ceremonies for the 200 meters under 20 boys. The bronze medalist representing St. Augustine's College, Jonathan Fowler. The silver medalist representing Nassau Christian School, Jeremiah Adderley. And our champion in the 200 meters under 20 boys, competing unattached, the gold medalist with a time of 21.57 seconds, Adam Musgrove. The medal ceremonies for the discus under 17 girls. The bronze medalist representing St. Augustine's College, Keela McPhee. The silver medalist representing Windsor School, with a toss of 28.90 meters, Terrell McCoy. And our champion in the discus throw, under 17 girls, the gold medalist, representing C.R. Walker, with a toss of 29.40 meters, Kenise Scavala. The medal ceremonies for the discus under 17 boys. The bronze medalist competing unattached, Cameron Butler. The silver medalist, representing Kingsway Academy, Linwood Brown. And our champion in the discus, under 17 boys, competing unattached and winning with a toss of 35.81 meters, LaRoche Morley. The medal ceremonies for the pole vault open boys, the lone competitor, our champion and CARIFTA qualifier at 3.60 meters. From Queens College, Kenny Moxie Jr.
So the drone shot returns, and there's a good look at what's going on above ground. The competition continues here for CARIFTA Trials at National High School Championship. Speaking of which, we've had a great night so far. Let's swing it right now. Take a look at some of the highlights you might have missed if you're just joining us.
Beautiful drone shot here tonight.
Oh, yeah, it is gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous. Look at that night sky, and so much to... being facetious a little bit.
The drone police are going to come after us.
I
am the deputy director.
Remember that.
How dare you?
Responsible for the airspace of the
How
NSA.
dare you fly a drone? You know what? We need to take a break. We've been talking too long. Let's take a break. We'll come right back. Our competition continues here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium.
That is a nice.
Say put up your flag, put up your flag. And wave it up high, wave it up high. On the track we ready. On your mark get steady. Running and jumping, hopping and throwing. Man, if you want it, you can come get it. So we rip up the track, we faster than Flash. We just come to win, we just come to win, we just come to win, go. We just come to win, we just. Let's
And back here live, you can see the runners on the track. We are all ready for the 4x100 meter relays. And there are the competitors. So start things off with the under 14 girls. If you're just joining us, this is the final night of competition here in the CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships. We'd like to thank, of course, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, who has sponsored this event, allowing us to be able to televise it for you and give you all the coverage you've seen over the last 3 days. Chris Saunders, Marcellus Hall, Romel Fishknowles, still in our company as we have been treated to what has been
some great drone shots.
An entertaining day.
Some
yes.
really great drone shots. Drone shots are really great.
4x1s are coming up. Under 14 girls will take center stage first. Let's give you those lane assignments. QC will have lane 2. Malaya Gordon, Rosellis Moxie, Azalea Henderson, and Zara Frazier. Next to them in lane number 3, C.H. Reeves, featuring Whitney Guerriere, Samantha Goldshock, Cassidy Fowler, and Rainice Gibson. And Sack in lane 4, starting things off with Malaya Pratt, followed by Kayla Smith, Shan Bruno Edwards, and Jayla Smith. And Temple Christian, they'll be in lane 5. Patrell Brown, Andrea Brown, Elena Pinder, and Janea Anderson. And for D.W. Davis, they're in lane 6. They start things off with Pakia Bowles, followed by Kashanique Roll, Orami Curtis, and Andrea Danis. And finally, in lane number 7, Air Valley with Brianna Nairn, Erinique Nemore, Renee Evans, and Gabrielle Swan. And it is absolutely quiet here in the stadium. People are anticipating what will be an exciting race here.
Again, remember now, we've sort of, to a certain degree, transitioned back to the National High School Championships. They're running for points.
Yes.
For the CARIFTA trials for all, as we say in the Bahamas, intensive purposes are over. But they are now still competing for their school for points, and a lot on the line for them here.
Yeah, this one you make up a lot of ground here if you're still within striking distance.
Double the points in both relays. It looks as if the girls...
They have eliminated the blocks, which is good. And off and running. There they go. Good, clean start. And we're still looking at, there we go. There's the coming up with that first exchange. Air Valley. And boy, look at that.
Temple Christian.
Exchange for you, Temple Christian.
Andrea Brown.
Exchange there, taking advantage of it. Sack trying to fight their way back. Here comes QC as well. Now, she may be out of the zone there, but QC is now taken to the forefront. We have one last exchange to go.
Azalea Henderson handing off to Zara Frazier. This is going to be a fast ending.
I think she may have too much ground to make up. Jalick is not going to catch her. QC takes the first of our relays here tonight in the 4x1s as they will come through the finish line, followed by Sack in second. And here comes the rest of the field.
If it's clean,
win, yeah.
QC blew away the field.
Yeah, they certainly did, and didn't seem to be any issues with their exchanges. Sack did pretty well on the exchanges as well.
Strong back leg there by Rosellis Moxie for QC. Got them right back in it. Azalea Henderson handed off very quickly to Zara Frazier, and like you said, just too much room for Sack to make up anything on that one.
Absolutely. They took the race away from him in that third leg. On coming into that last exchange.
That one was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was.
45-51 was the final for there.
Which for under 14 girls is pretty impressive.
Right.
Let's see if the boys can do the same. So again, they will. Well, they reset the blocks. It looks as if they're going to use the blocks for the boys. Interestingly enough.
I don't know if the girls elected not to use it or if they're being told not to use it. Because those could be two different things. I'm not quite sure what the conversation was, because a couple of the girls looked as if they were going to try to use the blocks. But again, that may be a difference here.
Well, certainly see if they do go back to the blocks here for the under 14 boys. They're under the spotlight next. Now I'm a little jealous now. My mom used to say, if you don't bring for all, you can't bring for none. You know, I don't know if she hear me.
We had a little break earlier. This has been my vice for the last couple of days.
Ice cream? No.
Yeah.
What flavor you got there?
Today is butter pecan.
Oh, you said today? Oh, that's my favorite, butter pecan. Okay. That's old school right there. Nowadays, they have these fancy.
But it doesn't taste the same, like
what it used to?
You know.
Like they changed something up.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
I'll tell you this.
they're organic pecans now.
when I was in high school, I was in food and nutrition, and I developed an affinity for cooking.
Yes.
If you make real butter pecan ice cream from scratch, where you have it nicely candied and everything, and you have that swirling through, awesome.
Yes.
And I've tasted some ice cream, that very good butter pecan in Texas from Bluebell Ice Cream, almost as good as mine. Almost as good as mine.
You make the homemade?
Yes.
Oh, look at you.
Now, when have I last done it? It's been a while.
Okay. But your technique remains sound.
My technique remains sound, yes.
All right.
I'm surprised though, butter pecan. That's really old school.
Yeah,
it is.
You know, and you can tell the ones who.
Yeah.
What did you call us again, Sellers?
Elder statesmen.
Elder
statesmen.
Another great drone shot here tonight.
Listen, drone activity has been amazing.
Neville has been doing a great job out here.
He has indeed.
We cut the drone shot? What's going on?
You can see the BAAA officials having a word with the competitors there. Maybe talking about the box. Maybe saying.
Yeah, they've been having that discussion for a while.
Yeah, it's amazing. A little bit of a lengthier break than we would have anticipated here with these relays. Usually they've been on point with getting them started one after the other, but for whatever reason, they have hit a bit of a lull here as we get ready for the under 14 boys 4x1. And I guess since we have a moment, we'll tell you ahead of time what the lane assignments will look like. Lane 1 will be empty. Lane 2 will be occupied by A.F. Adley. It'll be Fillmore Richards, followed by Davon Darling, Caden Brannon, and Trayvon Schroeder. And for SAC in lane 3, Sean Forbes will start off, followed by Nathan King. He'll hand off to Wyatt Cartwright, and then as Jarrah Woodside will run the home leg. We'll see if he can guide his team to a victory. QC, meanwhile, starts off with Caden Miller, followed by Cameron Henfield, Navari Knowles, and Joel Cumberbatch. And Temple Christian, lane 5. Lovato Davis handing off to Dwayne Capron, Makeel Murray, and then Jaden Fox running the anchor. As for CH Reeves, they'll be in lane 6 with Novato Allen starting off in lane 1. In the first leg. Ednil Ferguson will be second, followed by Trevon Munker and Lavario Ferguson.
Just to bring you quickly up to date, there is no official delay going on right now. What's going on
I can't tell you're eating ice cream at all.
Not at all. What's really going on is that they're trying to stick to their script. The script has that they want to start, they want to send the athletes out, the starters out at 8:05 for an 8:06 start. So they're trying to stick on their script, which they hopefully will continue to do during the CARIFTA Championships in just under 2 weeks.
All right, so this is a dry run again. A trial run, if you will, to make sure they're on point. So with that being said, it looks like that's indeed the setup because the athletes are indeed on the track right on schedule, as we mentioned. Which means our last race tonight will start at 9:55 p.m. All right, then.
Is that overtime, eh?
Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, wow. And just a delightful drone shot. It's just, I love the drones. I didn't have an appreciation for drones until
today.
Until today, yes. You know.
Marcellus, I think that we're going to go to that southern place, if only for a few hours.
Yes, yes. As our competitors wait patiently
No blocks again, eh?
For no blocks, right. They have pulled the blocks back out of there, so.
So maybe we have the wrong start list because QC is in 7.
Yeah, was there a revised once? And I think, you know what, I think there might have been. No, I don't. I have a revised for the under 17s, but none for the under 14s. So we'll see. Now they're switching up. Look like somebody might have been in the wrong lane.
Okay, somebody was in the wrong lane.
Yeah, they were in the wrong lane. So I think they both were in green. So maybe the officials got a little confused. And now they're switching up again. Temple Christian now moves into lane 5.
Okay, so we are correct.
Yeah, so our list is right. The athletes were a little bit mixed up.
I thought there may have been some reseeding going on, but apparently not the case.
And you can see now the girls for the under 17 making their way toward their various legs. They'll be coming up next. But for now, it's all about the under 14 boys. So as we wait patiently and the suspense builds, if you will. Boys under 14 will start eventually.
Now they are behind.
I can watch the youngsters. The longer this start takes to come, the more nerves build up for these young kids. You know, 14 years old is.
But still, they're surprisingly calm, right?
Yeah, you know, and now they're getting ready to go. They're down in this, and somebody stood up. Oh, he was in the wrong line. He was trying to get into the block still.
It's a good thing that we're running through everything and getting all of the kinks out.
So what happened? Well, okay.
Are there fireworks?
Everybody's confused.
It's a riot. That's I don't know what they said. Take your marks, and then the gun went off. The starter was tired of waiting. He said, "You know what, y'all."
The gentleman from
now he's out of bullets. He got to reload.
The gentleman from C.H. Reeves, Nevada Island, was like, "What's going on here?" Like he looked around like, "Wait, what are y'all doing?" He was as shocked as we were.
The crowd's still buzzing a lot too. I just like.
But Sac QC and Temple Christian said, "I heard a gun. I'm going."
Yes.
I heard a gun, buddy. I am going.
I saw John Wick. I'm out of here.
They stop and then they hear the gun again.
Yes. That's what
then
happened.
again, I don't know if I'm supposed to stop, start.
Right.
What's going on?
They told me if you hear 2 to stop, but what about 3? What does 3 mean?
Run backwards. I don't know.
What's funny is that the starter ran out with the gun in his hand, but after the 3rd shot, at this point, I'm starting to panic. I'm like,
yeah, I think that was one of the assistant starters that ran out, because they should be part of the recall as well. What I think happened is that the starter accidentally fired. They took off.
Finger.
One of the assistants stopped them with a fire. The starters tried to stop again with another fire. I think that's what happened.
This time, no problems. Just 1 shot this time, and we are underway.
Nevada Island from C.H. Reeves taking off very quickly out there on that back lane.
Followed by QC. Sack now in the mix. Oh, and somebody goes down.
Edno Ferguson out front with C.H. Reeves, handing off to Trevon Munker.
Really here comes Sack, though, trying to get back into it.
Wyatt Cartwright for Sack and a handoff to Jerian Woodside.
And Sack has now taken the lead.
Sack has taken the lead. It's up to Lavario Ferguson for C.H. Reeves to get them back into this. But Jerian Woodside.
Yeah, this one's pretty much all she wrote. Sack's going to go ahead and win it. Now the battle begins for 2nd place. And as they come to the line, it is Who's that in lane 5? Looked like
TC just crossed.
So QC would have finished second.
Was it the QC runner who fell?
That's the way I thought.
Yeah, I thought so as well. Maybe that was C.H. Reeves then who came in second. Very athletic, though. He jumped over the guy that fell down and kept on going. Here it is right now. He's fumbling there, and he lost his footing. So that's actually
That's the outbound runner who fell down.
He fell down. He caught the baton and lost his, got tangled up in his own feet.
So he did exchange it in the correct, in the zone.
Yeah.
So all he had to do was get up and run, and then to come back and still be in the middle of the field is really good. Really good running there by QC.
You wonder if he fell and stayed in his lane. That is the question.
And did not obstruct anyone else.
Yes.
I did not see a flag go up, so.
The plot thickens. Good look at it right now from this angle. And you can see there he is. He's back.
His foot
just slid right out
underneath him.
He stayed in his lane, though. That's an amazing thing.
He stayed in his lane. Didn't look like he obstructed anybody.
I think he's fallen down before. People that fall down and get up real quick.
No, but it was his foot. His foot just, if you watch here on the replay, you'll see, I think it's his left foot just goes from underneath him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't obstruct anybody.
Yeah, he gets up so quickly, I don't think the runner in the other lane hadn't even gotten to him yet. That's the young man from SAC. And
Temple Christian stayed in his lane as well, so
yeah, I don't
maybe
think
clean.
Yeah, maybe clean. Yeah.
And the fact that they were still able to come so far back may have questioned what they may have done if they weren't, if we didn't have that little slip.
Yeah.
That was Leviticus Lavardi, presumably for QC, who, sorry, not Leviticus Lavardi, George Nottage, who slipped down. And to come back and still be in the mix is really phenomenal there.
Yeah, absolutely. Great performance. They talk about perseverance. And you got what they say, you got that bounce back. In this case, his bounce up was good. He had a great bounce up.
Sorry, just a real quick correction. That was Cameron Henfield for QC that slipped down and got them back up.
So the girls will be next. This will be the under 17. Ready to take the tracks now. So under 17 girls, 4x1, coming up right about now. And as they get ready to take the track, we'll tell you the lane assignment. SAC will be in lane 1. That's Kylie Wallace, Big League Major, who we saw in the triple jump earlier. She's now in the long jump earlier. Now she's back. Triple jump, that's right. Madison Moss.
Did you just have a conversation with yourself?
I did. Alexis Roberts. Good thing is I didn't answer. So I still have a level of sanity. In lane 2 will be Tabernacle Baptist, Jasmine McKinney, followed by Lanique Black, Lania Parker, and then Aaron Barr. And then 8 Mile Rock will be in lane 3. That's Sierra Missick, Joy Johnson, Antoinette Johnson, and Sasha Ferguson. Kingsway Academy in lane 4, Jean-L Marshall, Jade Ferguson, Dina Carey, and Savannah Frazier. Lane 5 belongs to AF Adley, Zion Higgs, Kayla Zonical, Lola Cartwright, and Rihanna Kelman. And lane 6, CV Bethel territory, Sienna Lockhart, Aisha Hanna will run second, followed by Caternal Dean and Derenique Morris will run the anchor. C.R. Walker setting up in lane 7, Letitia St. Ford, Gabrielle Major, followed by Jasmine Bain and Chanel Stewart with the ankle leg, and St. John's rounding out the field in lane 8, Valentina Knowles, Caitlin Smith, Tamia Taylor, and Peyton Knowles.
All right, so we just finished that under 14 boys 4x1 relay, won by St. Augustine's College. Jay Philippe is standing by. We started off with 2, we got 3, and now we have the entire 4 of that team. Jay.
Certainly, these are the winners of the under 14 boys 4x1 relay. This guy with an excellent start. How you felt about the start? How you felt about the team's overall performance?
It felt really nice to come first inside a division that I'm actually lower than. So it was a great experience.
You know, it's a great rivalry between SAC and Queens College. Being able to win this one, what does it mean to you?
It means good. I like the first off, thank God for giving me an opportunity to make sure I run good.
You ran an excellent leg. How you felt about your leg?
It was a great leg. My teammate on the first leg, he ran excellent.
And then, like you say, for my hurdles, I just put my trust in my coach and God. And that's it right there.
What about you? How confident were you that you guys are going to win the race?
I was confident, but in the end, I still pull out and make a gap for us to win.
There you have it. SAC, your under 15 boys, 4x1 winners. Back to you, Chris.
Again, looking at the replay, Jay, it could have been a very different race had QC's, what's his name, Cameron Henfield slipped down. It could have been a very different race. Again, it's not a delay. They're sticking to the script. They want to start at 8:18, so they're really trying to stick to that. They brought them out 1 minute early at 8:16.
Trying to get back on because they were slightly behind after that, and now they're trying to get back on track. Like I said, if they start at 8:18, which is about 2 minutes from now,
they'll be right on time.
They should be right on time again.
Now things become a lot more interesting because at this point, I think it is at this point that they start to run for the money, for the subvention for the Penn Relay.
That's right, yeah, absolutely.
So a lot on the line here. Not only are you looking at a national championship, but you're looking at getting a spot on the Penn Relays, subvented spot on the Penn Relays.
So this is for the marbles.
This is for the marbles.
Right.
Yeah. I do believe Tabernacle Baptist holds the record in this event. Am I right? Or are they the defending champions?
I've been told. I've been told that
the
the records that we currently have in the quote system
are incorrect.
Are not collated from when the ministry took over doing the National High School Championships. So these are the old records that would have been in the quote system before. So we have called some records, but they're not the full
there was
record.
one that was absolutely could not be right. There was a 5,000 said 9 minutes or something. It's like wow.
Yeah.
God,
a 3-minute mile. That's impossible.
Impossible is nothing. Have you not learned it?
So who's it? QC, Tabernacle, SAC?
That's right. It's SAC in lane 1. Next to them is Tabernacle, 8 Mile Rock, Kingsway Academy, AF Radley, CV Bethel, CL Walker, and St. John's. Under 17 girls, 4x1.
Ooh.
Oh, a little rock there
Yeah.
in the lane 8. I was saying 7, sorry, that was CL Walker, but stayed back enough. On the exchange now. Pretty smooth, no issues.
St. John's just
For
out
St.
there.
John's, they are
Caitlin
rolling
Smith
along.
making a big move out there in lane 8.
Comes down to this exchange right now. If they can execute it smoothly.
Little
and
bobble.
they don't, sacks right back into it on the inside.
Little bobble there. CV Bethel creeping in. Sack on the inside. Madison Moss. You don't count her out.
Uh-oh. And back up. She just barely stayed in the zone. But they are off and running and away from the rest of the field there. They're gonna cruise on into the finish line. I think she took off a little early and she made it hard.
They had to fight.
She made it hard for her teammate to catch up.
Don't ever count out Madison Moss, who ran that third leg for SAC.
She knows exactly
what she's doing. Alexis Roberts from St. Augustine's College.
Talk about camera awareness. She knew exactly where it was. Do I come for my interview now? Is it? Is this
where I go?
My moment. Yes.
Where's the close-up?
What a good solid run there for the quartet from St. Augustine's. Well done as the 4x1 under 17 girls.
Her time, the time for the team, 48-19.
So apparently we're going to have, and I get ahead of myself, but it looks like we're going to have 2 4x1s for the under 17 boys.
Correct. Now I'm not quite sure how they seeded these because nobody has a time. So they may have randomly seeded them. So again, it may be presumably better to be in the second heat of finals so that you know what you've got to go after. But then that does build pressure.
Indeed it does. So giving you those lane assignments, Jack Haywood
Go ahead.
In lane 1, Rotario Tate, Sean Saunders, Tyrone Conliffe, and Zion Shepard. QC in 2, Davon Davis, George Nottage, Leviticus Lavarity, and Kenny Moxie. St. John's featuring Gavin Josie, Cairo McPhee, Jaden Cooper, and Ishmael Roll. They'll be in lane 3. South Andrews High has lane 4 with Carmelo Roll, Isaac Ferguson, Andre Smith, and LaDante Sweeting. Sia Walker has control of lane 5 with Lashley Nassance, Matthew Estive, Marvin Camillus, and Christian Pierre. And D.W. Davis in lane 6 with Bilundi August, Winsky, Paul, Darius Hanna, and Derico Taylor. Doris Johnson with lane 7, Jeffrey Musgrove, Matthew Ayton, Kieran Waldron, and Bradley Williams. And in lane number 8, CV Bethel, featuring Jaden Lewis, Brandon Mackey, G. Sine, and Darius Pratt.
Real quick, we're going to head over to Jay Philippe, standing by with the St. Augustine's College 4x1 under-17 champions.
Yes, that's right, Chris. These are the champions. An excellent race from start to finish. What was the strategy going into the race?
That I had to give the baton to Bailey nice, and I felt like I could do better.
You obviously anchored with a kiss to the crowd. What that was all about?
I just wanted to show that our team did our best. We came in, my team did a very good job. They gave me the baton in a good place, and I just ran home and kept the #1 spot.
It wasn't the best start, but you guys were able to come out on top.
Yes, sir. It was all up to the team. We all did what we had to do, and yeah, we brought it on.
SAC is the champions. How does it make you feel?
I feel amazing to be a champion and the new record holder. Yeah.
There you go at St. Augustine's College, your 2023 champions. Back to you, Chris.
All right, so they just gave us some information. He said we're the new record holders. I don't know how real that is, but great run. Great run. And if indeed they are the new record holders, congratulations in that regard as well.
Yeah, I don't think that that's correct. They have said and that it's been a while, and that's record from 9 years ago. I don't think that record has held up that long. Again, I think it is a paperwork issue that it hasn't moved over. But nonetheless, they are the champions. Don't ever count out Madison Moss. She had a tremendous third leg for St. Augustine's College. Got them right back into the mix, handing off to Alexis Roberts, who finished it up for them.
And they're off to the Penn Relays.
Off to the
Penn Relays. So the first of 2 now for the 4x1s under 17 boys.
You know, at 17 years old, I couldn't imagine at all having all this composure. You know, I'd be...
Yeah, you know, heart would be beating out of your chest. Could almost see your shirt fluttering.
Seeing Chris in those swim trunks would be quite a sight.
Heart would be fluttering.
So it looks like nobody in lane 8, CV Bethel.
I like how they completely ignored us. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, CV Bethel does look like they are out there on the track, but it didn't look like somebody was in their starting blocks, and we've been there for a while. Nobody seemed to have popped up. Another great drone shot. My goodness.
They just keep rolling them out.
Yeah. There he is, the competitor for CV Bethel. Jaden Lewis finally out there.
Here comes lane 7, making his way back to the blocks now that everybody is present. First of 2 4x1 finals here.
A familiar name you're going to hear for that QC team anchoring it, Kenny Moxie, who has been just phenomenal all around these last couple of days here for QC. Definitely going to represent the Bahamas in just a few weeks. So he's hoping that he can close it out with another win here for QC in this under-17 boys 4x1.
Testimony really to the new training techniques, and of course some of the facilities that are available to these kids now.
Definitely.
Development You can see the musculature that you know, was there 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's a nice shot from above.
Good start there by Jack Hayward on the underside, making up that very quickly. They fall back, though, out front. Right now looks like D.W. Davis. Or is that CV Bethel? CV Bethel handing off. Gisene. They're chasing time and a place at this point. Jack Hayward still in the mix on the inside. Tyrone Conliffe hands off to Zion Shepherd. Zion Shepherd is being chased. Zion Shepherd is going to have to hold off right now.
Tough. He is coming on strong.
Ishmael Colley.
Not quite getting
No.
What a finish.
Yeah.
What a finish. Jack Hayward just holding on. Or I tell you what, you talk about Kenny Moxie was running for his life there. He almost got back into it. Almost caught him at the finish line.
What a race.
What a finish there. Had it been the 4x101 yards, he had it.
Yeah.
But, you know, they only give you 100 yards. He needed one more yard to catch him. Right here, you can tell as they come towards the finish line. You see Moxie coming strong.
Actually, that was St. John's. That's St. John's, sorry. That's Ishmael Roll for St. John's coming in.
St. John's. He is fighting his way back into this race, and he is, I mean, he's just so close. Just one more yard, and he would have had him. Just barely got it.
Zion Shepherd almost gave up the race, making that quick look.
Yeah, he peeped over.
It was, let me tell you how close it was. 44-2-1 was the winning time for Jack Hayward. St. John's comes in at second, 44-2-3. 200ths of a second. 200ths of a second difference. So if Zion Shepherd had looked just around just a little bit more, it may have been tied.
Just in time to see the guy run past
him
and win the race.
But it's not over yet, because we still have to worry about what happens in this second heat of these time finals.
Indeed we do. One more time final to go. Looking ahead, SC Boodle will have lane 1, Harbor Island lane 2, CH Reeves in 3. SAC has lane 4, Kingsway Academy in lane 5, Preston Aubrey, they're in lane 6. That's North of Lutheran 7, and Tabernacle Baptist in 8. SC Boodle, Al Pacino Kemp, Lubin Philippe, Mikhail Delancey, and DiMaggio McIntosh. For Harbor Island, it's Jonathan Roberts, Dejon Stewart, Ronaldo Taylor, and Juvons Jassant. My French came in this now.
Yes.
That's C.H. Reeves.
Very succinctly.
Yes, Andrew Roll. Okel Jean-Louis and Malik Dean, followed by Santino Carey. For SAC, it'll be Jaden McPhee, Trent Ford, Egan Neely, Quinton Roll. QC featuring Lovato Ramming, Tyler Pratt, Barry Miller, and Kenyon Johnson. And for Preston Aubrey, Alvaro Roll, Caleb Carey, Odini August, and Jonathan Martin. North Lucha will have Warren Hudson, Kai Collin, Enoch Hasty, and Tyron Petit Ferrer. Tabernacle going with Deshaun Dean, Joshua Williams, Noah Bain, and Anthony Missick.
Going to head real quick over to Jay Philippe with the current leaders in this 4x1. Jay.
Yes, Jack Hayward, you guys were able to pull off the victory.
Yes, because of my teammates. If it wasn't for my teammates and having the patience, the practice, and take our time, we wasn't going to be able to pull off the win.
You ran a pretty good leg. Talk about it.
Just listening to Ferguson. Yeah.
Coming from Grand Bahama to New Providence, was you confident that you guys will be able to come out there and win this race?
Yeah, so being confident, you know. With the 4x1 inside Freeport, you know, we did our utmost best there. And to come down here to do the same thing that we did, that's well improved.
Major win for Jack Hayward. How does it make you feel?
First, I want to thank God for allowing us to get the win. It feels good because in Freeport, we did the same thing, but we did better, yeah.
There you have it. These guys were able to pull off the 4x1 and the under-17 boys. Back to you, Chris.
You just got to wait to see what happens in this second section of the final. Jack Hayward right now, the leaders with a 44-1. St. John's in second with a 44-3.
we'll see somebody maybe can better that.
Can better that in this second section of these time finals. That
in which case they would then be considered the national champion.
Right. This SAC team is jam-packed. Egan Neely, Tyler Frazier, Jaden McPhee, strong runners for St. Augustine's College.
Quentin Roll, yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna have to. That's a stacked team right there.
Can they catch 44-2-1?
Can you catch 44-2-1?
And the pressure is on. You mentioned now you know there's a time you have to
You know
beat.
what you got to go. You know
Yeah.
you don't only have to win it. You got to make a time.
Yeah.
So there is that pressure.
We'll see as they get set up for this one. The tension is building once again in the stadium. It's what I love about the relays, right? The crowd anticipates, and then once the race gets underway,
Pandemonium.
The pandemonium erupts. And they are off. And very quickly, you can see in the middle of the track, trying to stay ahead of everybody.
Jaden McPhee already making up the stagger.
Tabernacle looks good so far.
Abby looks good, exactly. Joshua Williams, he's
Boy, look
been a
at this
threat.
second. Wow, this second leg right now for SAC.
Trent Ford, told you not to count him out.
Oh, he ran right up on his competitor there, but doesn't matter.
Tyler Frazier's making that challenge right now on Tabernacle. Noah Bain is passed. He hands off to Anthony Missick. Bringing it home for SAC will be Egan Neely.
And it is indeed Egan Neely leading the way for SAC. Only thing left to do now is check the clock. Let's see what the time is as they cross over. And the flash time. We'll wait for Chris, who's waiting patiently to see what it says. And they are just off of what I understand.
Maybe that second exchange may have cost it.
Yeah, because he 43. Oh, wait a minute, they did indeed.
Egan was laser focused coming down there.
They got it.
43-2-3.
Yeah.
They shaved off a second off that, and that's with a bumbled handoff. They kind of ran right up on the other competitor for a second. Hey, but smooth, we might have had a 42 out here today. Look at that.
Yeah, they're grateful.
Indeed, he shows off the SAC emblem. They're headed to the Penn Relays. Right here is where we saw
Trent Ford with a great start.
That last exchange, and so smooth.
Tyler Frazier to Egan Neely, and if you can see the front-on shot with Egan, he is laser focused.
Yeah, he's not slowing down. He's got a goal in mind. He says, I'm going to run right through the tape. I know we've won this race, but I want to make sure we get the right time. He even dips at the tape there, so at the line.
And you know, and again, I don't know if he intentionally did it or what's not, but it is the tendency for some of our younger athletes to peek at the clock that's right there near the finish line. If I remember correctly, seeing him run straight through, he was, again, focused on the finish line and nothing else. And I think that shows a little bit of maturity for him there.
Indeed, good coaching and good awareness of what was going on the track and understanding what needed to be done. And SAC, once again, with a time of 43-2-3, which erases Jack Haywood's previously leading time of 44-2-1. Guys, we are done with the 4x1s.
For under 17s, moving on to under 20s.
The under 20s, yes. The under 20s now. Coming up.
We have the record in that event.
Yeah, they've printed a record there, but I was told that these are not the correct records, essentially. But the old record was in 2014, set in 2014, set in 2014 by QC was 44.79. But I think that the record has been surpassed since then. Most of these records are saying 2014,
right
09, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So it has not been updated when either the ministry took over or the Ministry of Youth Sports and took over or the Ministry of Education took over. They haven't been updated in the, quote, system as yet.
Yeah. They need to be synced.
Yeah. Because again, some coaches may be saying, look, this is the record you've got to go after,
Right.
and it's not really the record that you're going after.
Yeah. And they come back and argue later, well, we broke the record.
Right.
Well, the old record used to be.
Right. Because even Jack Hayward's time of 44-1 would have surpassed the record that was set in 14. But again, I think that record has been surpassed several times since then. But again, that doesn't put any dampen on both of those teams running, Sac nor Jack Hayward or St. John's. That was a really great race there by St. John's as well.
Our sprints are looking good. The 1, the 2, the 4. We got some kids on the cusp on the 800 meters.
And then, of course, there are more opportunities at the World Championships for relays. The mixed relays are available at the World Championships. At the World Relays, you still have those mixed relays, those odd, the 4x2s that are available. And again, it returns to the Bahamas next year. So again, you have so many opportunities for our young people. And again, being able to see people run and be a part of it is, I think, is an important part of making sure that people help to develop. If I can see it, I can do it. I know that people who were here when Usain Bolt ran, even though he ran in a relay, they saw him, they got to see him. People have seen Shawnee run, so they know she's a Bahamian just like me.
Yes.
I can touch her, literally touch her at times.
Not only that, the crowd is trained as well.
Yes.
At the beginning of the race, they're really quiet.
Yes.
They too are in a dry run, all right? So they know what to happen. They know what to come.
So who you get ready? Under 20 girls?
Under 20 girls.
PJ Bethel in 3, Harbor Island in 4, Central Andros in 5, and Kingsway in lane 6. The assistant starters look like they're getting into their spots. And the recall assistants.
Looks like we'll have 2 finals here as well. Again, the crowd settles in. And there they go. So other than Kingsway Academy here, this is all out island relay.
And I think you will see the inexperience crop in. And that's why these types of championships are so important to help with the development of our young student athletes out there.
There comes Kingsway Academy back into the mix.
We might have a race on our hands right here.
I'll tell you what, we have ourselves quite a finish brewing here.
Yep.
The fight for first and second.
Wow.
And it is going to be in lane 6, Kingsway Academy, but a good run there by Central Andros, who refused to bow down. They kept coming. Saints had to fight their way to a victory there. heats, 4x1s, I should say, second final. CV Bethel time finals here. CV Bethel has lane 2, Sack in lane 3, C.R. Walker lane 4. That's Tabernacle Baptist in 5. Bishop Michael Ellen occupying lane 6. In lane 7 is QC, and in lane 8, Doris Johnson.
The time to beat is 51.5 from that first heat.
And before we get to that, we have Jay standing by. He's got the winners from that last heat. What's up, Jay?
Yes, Marcellus, the under-17 boys, St. Augustine College came in the first place. How you felt about the race?
And he got 2 races to see. Live explosion.
Definitely. What about you?
We executed, right? You know, it was a record, so the race is good.
You ran a pretty decent leg. Walk me through that leg.
My third leg, all I know I had to do was I just get out fast, maintain the speed, maintain the stride, and carry it to the fort.
You were obviously running for time. You dipped to the finish line. What was that about?
You know, my DM, we know we wanted the record. We saw Jockey would set it, so he's like, we're coming to run faster now. And we did it. I mean, it was I was like, this for my team. So I have no other choice but to run through this line and get what I needed to get.
There you have it, St. Augustine College. They came first place, under-17 boys, 4x1. Back to you, Marcellus and Chris.
Appreciate you very much, Jay. And as we are ready for our second of our time finals here for the under-20 girls. There's a good look at the young ladies as they get ready to run. Our table expands a little bit. Well, the table doesn't expand, and the number of people at the table expands.
When you said expand, why did you look at me?
No, listen, that was, what are you trying to insinuate here? What are you suggesting?
Joining us now at the table is the president of the B3As, and you've heard his voice quite a bit here. There he is, Jamiko Archer. All gold down. Oh, man, it has been a great event, guys. I mean, Jamiko, and you've had a chance to really see this, as have we all, for the last couple of days, and just very impressive, the performances we've seen from our athletes.
Is that a comment?
Yeah, it's okay. You can feel free to join in there.
No, I think that this has been an epic experience for all of us. This weekend has been nothing short of amazing in terms of the talent pool that we have garnered over the past year. The jumps have been exceptional. I think that there's been a return of our dominance, the anticipated dominance in that event. I think one of the great highlights of the meet has been the proliferation of our middle distance program. I'm really hopeful that we can sustain the growth of that program, and I think that we have a long way to go, but it bodes well for the future of our sport. And of course, we've always been incredibly competitive. I see Jamia Nabi there. She is going to be the future of track and field, and that display this weekend was nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, I think I might have to correct you on that, Jamiko. I don't think she's the future anymore. She's the now. She's the now.
Yeah.
She's the now.
I like that.
That is so true, and we've been impressed with her. We were talking about her earlier, as a matter of fact, and how poised she is at such a young age, and certainly has shown the capacity to be on the level of some of our top-tier athletes, the Shawnee Miller-Weebos, the Stephen Gardners. She is ready, and it's just a matter, once she stays the course and continues to get the right direction, the right guidance, the sky's the limit for her.
You know, there's an interesting story about Jamia. Shawnee Miller has always been an idol, and whenever Shawnee comes to town, she'd always take a picture of her from a little girl, and now she is now almost at the stage now where she can be the next Shawnee Miller. And so that's a really wonderful story to tell. And I'm happy to see how she has grown.
There's a lot of resemblance there, too.
Yeah.
They have the same
Quite
type of build, yeah.
Quite so. Can you hear me?
So we're waiting for the starters now to, well, we can hear you quite well. I mean, but we are all set up here. This is our second time final. Girls under 20.
They're chasing 51.5. QC in 7, Tabernacle in 5.
I can hear you.
And a good start right now.
Rose Pantry hands off to Lanisha Lubin. Lubin out front, chasing on the inside now is Sachs. Nia Wright. Wright hands off to Darvinique Dean.
And it'll be interesting if this is where Nabi's going to get a real test here.
Yeah,
To see if
definitely.
she's got some come from behind in her. Because that's exactly what she's going to have to do into this ankle leg. She's going to have to come from behind.
Cheyenne Demerit out front for Sack, but do not count out Nabi.
Not a good handoff for Nabi. She's in.
Nope.
Well, they're so far out in front. I don't know if anything can change that right now.
Nabi's giving it a good effort, but that last handoff, the exchange coming into her, that was not a good one. And just too much to overcome, even for the likes of an athlete like Nabi.
Like Marcellus, I hope that this is a testament to the Jamaicans. We don't just have one great athlete, we have four great athletes.
Yes.
And so I think that we're going to be a plethora. Yes. So we're going to be a force to reckon with at all of the relays.
Actually, I'll tell you a funny story about plethora when we get a chance. But Sack does take that
multiplicity.
46.5. That means they pick up the win there.
Not only a win, but a new record, eh?
I think so. A veritable, I got another one, a veritable cornucopia.
QC picks up second in 48.2. But again, we're still talking about the records. We are not sure if these records are the actual correct records.
Yeah, because almost every race has been a record.
Yeah, I think again, how it was explained to me, how Wu told me, was that it right now has not been updated in the quote system because of the handover a few years ago from either the ministry to the B3As or to whoever. It was not updated in the system, so these are not the correct records. Everybody thinks that they are breaking records, but these records are, in some instances, almost 15 years old.
Absolutely. For example, the 100 meters. They said that was a record. Well, Jervis was the one who set the record. I don't know if anyone has run faster than 10.3 in this event. So you're quite right.
Not, yeah.
But there again,
they're aware, though. You know, they're very much aware of the times. They take a look at those times that are on the sheets, I guess. And you saw her immediately look over that clock and celebrate.
But this has been a fun time.
It really has. It really has.
There was a lot of question marks about whether this meet will be pulled off with success, and I think that it's really packed a punch above its weight. And so, you know, we really can tip our hats off and say, job well done. And the production team, you guys have been doing an amazing job.
I appreciate you.
I've gotten nothing short of great comments with the ZNS team.
So you're paying the overtime tonight?
Good job. We're going to head quickly over to Jay Philippe real quick.
Yes, Chris, I'm with Kingsway Academy, under 20 girls. They would have came first place. You just have a smile on your face. What's that all about? You happy?
I'm happy that we won the heat.
What about you? You ran a pretty good leg. What was your mindset going into that race?
I wanted to execute the leg as best as I could and try to put my team in a good position to get a medal.
First place finish. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. Coming from Kingsway especially, feels really good.
There you have it, Kingsway Academy. They would have came first place.
A good performance there for the young ladies from Kingsway Academy. We're ready now for the under 20 boys as the excitement builds once again here at Stadium.
I should remind you, though, that in the under 20 division, both men and women, whoever wins will be the qualifying, will be the ones who will get the spot for the Penn Relay.
Oh, it's only the under 20.
Clarification there, because we were thinking
we was giving it to everybody.
Yeah, we was giving it to everybody. It's only the under 20 division.
Okay.
Both men and women, 4x1, 4x4.
So Sack would have then been the first one. So speaking of Sack, we have Jay once again standing by with the young ladies from St. Augustine's College.
Jay.
Yes, that is St. Augustine's College. You guys were able to come in the first place. You're smiling. How do you feel about it?
I feel good about the race. I know we're going to win.
You've been running all day. You're still in tip-top shape. You guys were able to come in the first place. Talk about the race.
I felt that we executed our races very well. We ran our leg very good. And I feel like during Penn, we're coming with the win.
There you have it, St. Augustine's College. They would have came first place. Back to you guys.
All right, speaking of which, we're already underway here with the first of two time finals in the boys under 20. And look at this already going out and streaming to the lead. It looks like the young men from CV Bethel who are currently out front, but don't count out the rest of this field.
DJ Bethel on the inside is coming on strong. CV Bethel out front.
And a bad exchange may cost them.
That Sunline Baptist part of me out front. Marco Carey, he's chasing time right now.
And it is indeed Sunland Bethel.
That was pretty quick. Sunland Baptist.
Sunland Baptist, that's correct. I don't know why I said Bethel. I don't know what, but you know what I meant.
Yeah.
Sunland Baptist getting it done.
The Stingers.
Somewhere Jay Philippe is now ecstatic. Yeah, he's shedding tears of joy.
So right now, Sunland Baptist, the Stingers out front, leading right now with a time of 43:01. Again, you still have some powerhouses coming behind you. And this is a power-packed last heat. You've got QC, St. Augustine's College, Tabby, C.I. Gibson, all in one race.
It's going to be a doopty, eh?
And again, at this point, you don't count out St. John's. They can bring the heat when necessary.
So that last
and the good thing about these time finals is that you can put an all-star team together and move athletes from the under-17 to the under-20 division. So it's really an all-star team competing.
No, I wasn't aware of that, so you can indeed mix them up then.
Yep.
All right, so that certainly
move
makes
up.
things very interesting. You can move up, but you can't move down.
You can't move down.
Okay. I love the sound of that, and we'll see whether or not that does pay off. Some of these teams, I'm sure, did avail themselves of the opportunity to do exactly just that. We have one more time final here in the boys under 20. And again, as Chris mentioned, it is a stacked field. C.I. Gibson in 2, Tabernacle Baptist in 3, St. John's in 4, QC in 5, SAC in 6, Central Andros in 7. Meanwhile, Jay Philippe standing by with the guys from Sunland Baptist.
Marco, excellent ankle leg. What was your strategy?
My strategy was just get run the baton safely. And once my teammate execute, I know he's going to bring it home.
Sunland Baptist, you guys were able to come over to the victory. How does it make you feel?
Mr. Philippe, it make me feel good. Like I said, I feel like we do this again in the 4x4. We just got to keep God first, keep the faith. And I trust these guys to do their job, and I can do my job.
Coming from Grand Bahama on the Family Island, being able to compete here in New Providence with all the crowd, I was able to execute your race.
To be honest, just gotta give all thanks to God. Without God, I couldn't do this, and just want to thank my family for just like believing me to pay for this trip, for me to come here and all that stuff.
There you have it. The Stingers, they would have won the under 20 boys 4x1. Back to you, Chris, Marcellus, and Archer.
All right, thanks a lot. And again,
just for clarity,
he's got a caveat. It is not. They are not the official winners just yet. Their time, though, is the leading time, 43:01. We'll see what happens here in this second time final to determine which team will get that automatic bid to the Penn Relays, as well as, of course, being crowned the national champion.
Because QC has a stacked field. Zion Miller, Matthew Chandler, Alex Dean, and Christopher Roker. Can't count out Tabby at all. They've got Little Quinton Gordon, Michael Riley, Aiden Kelly, and Levon Parker. And SAC, of course, Tamani Skinner is going to be reckless in this 4x1. Jonathan Fowler, of course, a speed demon. Andrew Brown is out there, and they're leading off with Kalon Christie. So this is going to be speed. Do not blink on this one. You heard about it for the Home Run Derby. Don't blink on this one either.
Yeah, this is going to be, what's that movie that has 10 million editions, Fast and the Furious?
Right.
It's going to be another.
This is going to be not only fast,
I think they make
but
another
furious.
one.
They're on what, 27, 28?
Is it a Comet or is it a train? Eh?
Don't count out a Falcon either at this point. Nor those Giants from St. John's.
Yeah, we're going to be wide open, although I do see.
You know, all season long, I know that Queens College and SAC, they've really been challenging each other. In one instance, QC won, and they dominated in the 4x1, and then SAC rallied back. And so this is the day of judgment. So we'll see.
Got a lot of bragging rights on the line here. That's going to carry over for a while. You know, that's certainly what you can take then, write it down in stone, in ink. It's just going to be right there forever.
All right, just want to make sure that they are in their right lane.
Yeah, because I was a little confused there.
I'm still confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. SAC is in 6 here. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So
SAC
QC has not shown up yet. At least I don't see a runner from SAC.
But they're not
QC.
right. Well, they're in their wrong lanes.
Oh, SAC is in lane 6.
SAC is in 6. Lane 5, which
there's no QC.
There's no QC. So QC, for whatever reason,
QC is in 7. Is that QC in 7 or is that Central Andros?
Actually, Central Andros in 7.
QC's not in this.
So QC has not.
So QC is a no-show to this point. Interestingly enough, we just talked about the rivalry, and then
I expected fireworks on this one.
Well, you can still expect fireworks. You just won't have QC.
Yeah. So it's going to be Tabernacle, St. John's, and SAC perhaps. And I don't want to count anybody else.
Don't count Central Land out.
I really thought the QC could be in this race and really contest this heavily. So that's quite a shame.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know why they did not put the team in after all. But right now,
Christie
SAC has already taken this out to the forefront, onto the first exchange.
Andrew Brown is going to be streaking on this back stretch.
A beautiful, elegant runner.
Look at that
Still
stride,
quite
man.
young. He is the now as well.
Tamani Skinner. He has a lot to prove here. Nice curve running. Tabernacle coming in. Michael Riley. Michael Riley is putting it on here.
There you go.
It's Jonathan Fowler gets it. Sack with a horrible exchange. Tabernacle is out front. Sack is going to have to fight for this.
You'll see Jonathan Fowler running down Tabernacle, and there you go. There goes the choo-choo train.
Jonathan Fowler with an absolutely fabulous fourth leg. Got SAC back into it. You saw that last exchange.
Yeah.
It was not a good one. He got baton.
It was a horrible exchange.
But he set his sights on the man in front of him and said, I will not lose this race today. We will not lose this race today. I got you guys. I'll carry you to the finish line.
But credit to the third leg for Tabernacle. They did an amazing job coming back, rallying back.
Michael Riley had a great run. It was very difficult for Levon Parker from Tabernacle to fight back into this one against a Jonathan Fowler. That's difficult to run against. And they pick up the championship, 42-15.
He didn't see him. I think the problem is he didn't see him.
But I think Jonathan Fowler placed third in the 100 meters final.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's not.
It was a quality field. It was a quality field, absolutely.
Tamani Skinner's always a perennial favorite for SAC. They pick up the win, 42-15, knocking out right now Sunland Baptist, 42-15.
43-01, yeah.
Right, who finished at 43-01. So SAC picks up the win in 42-15. And I hope they bring me back something from Philadelphia.
Because they are
How about a cheesesteak?
They are Penn Relays bound.
That was a good race.
Yeah.
Good.
But the question is, what happened to QC?
I'm really curious to know what happened. I think this, had QC been in this mix, I do believe we would have had a even better race than what we saw just now, if that's even possible. But I do believe we would have.
Yeah. Matthew Chandler, though, they're all amazing runners. And like I said before, in the past, they've done an excellent job contesting SAC.
I would have liked to have seen that matchup.
Yeah. I really would have as well. And I think most of this stadium would have loved to see it. Very curious to know what would happen.
There would have been real fireworks.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's swing it on over. Jay's standing by. He's been right on top of it. I don't know. He may be a little long in the face now because Sunland
I think he was waiting for the fourth competitor. Are you still waiting for the fourth one, Jay?
This one is for you, Chris. The St. Augustine's College. Excellent ankle leg. Walk me to the race.
I just know when my third leg was coming, I see the guy from, I think, Tabernacle was on the side of us, and I just had to do what I had to do to win.
It was a pretty close race. Were you nervous at all, or were you confident that you guys would be able to win?
I was confident. We have the team surrounded to do our best, and we went out there, we let God do the rest.
I know you've been running for a long time. One of the best junior athletes in the country. How does it feel to win the 4x1?
It feels great. I almost felt like I let the team down, though, because I heard them coming in the inside, and I didn't push as though I needed to. But it's all good. We came back, and we still got the W.
4x1, you're the winner. How does it make you feel?
I feel good. I feel like we got to do better. This is my first time running with them, so it was good. But I know when we go to Pens, we can do good and we can show.
There you have it. Speaking about Pens already, back to you guys.
It's not like they don't know.
Right.
What's going to happen.
Tamani always makes me mad because he runs very good and then is always down on himself. I think I let the team down. But you ran a phenomenal curve there.
Yes, he did.
You kept them right in it. Yeah. But to him, I don't think he can ever do well. And I think that's a testament to his
drive thing,
yeah, that's a drive thing for him. But it always makes me mad that he comes back with that. And Jay, just for clarity, it's not just one St. Augustine. It's not two St. Augustines. It's now 3.
We got a table full of them. and we got Romel actually by defaction because his son went to SAC.
I tell people I paid SAC school fees.
But he's quiet because his daughter now goes to QC. Don't let him fool you, okay?
This is true. That's right.
I'm trying to get her to go to SAC. I'm trying.
We got some more medal ceremonies going on. Let's swing it across to the podium.
The silver medalist, representing St. Anne's, Job Fountain. And our champion in the discus under 14 boys, the gold medalist representing C.H. Reeves with a toss of 31.90 meters, Caden Camp. The medal ceremonies for the 5,000 meters under 20 boys. The bronze medalist, representing St. Augustine's, Dentry Mortimer Jr. The silver medalist, competing unattached, Nathan Duncan. And our champion in the 5,000 meters under 20 boys, competing unattached with a time of 16 minutes, 33.72 seconds, Christopher Sanctus. The medal ceremonies for the shot put under 20 boys. The bronze medalist representing Tabernacle Baptist, Jethro Batiste. The silver medalist representing Huntley Christie, Nathaniel Adderley. And our champion in the shot put under 20 boys, the gold medalist representing Queens College with a toss of 14.33 meters, Robert Deal. The medal ceremony for the boys, 200 meters under 17. Recognizing the bronze medalist from Tabernacle, Aiden Kelly. The silver medalist, representing St. Augustine's, Andrew Brown. And our champion in the boys, 200 meters under 17. Competed unattached. He won with a time of 21.87 seconds. A CARIFTA qualifying mark, Caden Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, next event. Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the start of the 4x4 100-meter relays. The under 14 girls is lined up and ready to go. In lane number 2, the team of Patrell Brown, Andrea Brown, Alina Pinder, and Janaya Anderson, Temple Christian. Running in lane number 3, the team of Renee Skipson, Frederica Auguste, Nevaeh Stewart, and Samantha
Back to
Gottschalk.
live action. We are all done with those medal ceremonies. And guys, I mean, the 4x1s are done, but the excitement's not over because the 4x4s are just around the corner. They're every bit as crowd pleasing, if you will. More bang for your buck, maybe, as we'll see.
You can savor the moment.
Yeah, that's right. And so there's a lot of time to make up ground. All kinds of stuff can happen in the 4x4.
Yeah.
And we'll certainly see how that plays out coming up in just a few short moments from now. We'll start things off again. And it's going to be an interesting start off because we got the under 14 girls kicking things off here in the 4x4s. We'll start with Temple Christian in lane 2, C.H. Reeves in 3, Sack at 4, QC in 5, and A.F. Adley will occupy lane 6. should be, again, an exciting time as this crowd builds up anticipation again, following those medal ceremonies and still buzzing a little bit from those 4x1s. Now we get to see the 4x4s, which will culminate our evening of activities here at this championships and CARIFTA trials.
I hope the B3As find some money for that under-17 crew that's going to Penn Relays that we've promised them.
Yeah. This is true because now they can actually play the tape
Boys
back.
and girls.
They can play the tape
Boys
back
and girls.
and say,
I don't know where they're going to get it from, but they better get
They
it.
said it on
I have an answer
Saturday.
for you.
They better get
No, I
it.
do have an answer for you. You should know that the government of the Bahamas covers the cost for the Penn Relays, so we can put it back to them for the under-17 division as well.
But listen, I'm excited about what I'm seeing in the 4x4. The talent that we have is exceptional, and I think in very short order, we will regain our dominance in the 4x4 in the world.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see those relays come back strong. We've kind of fallen off, especially in that 4x4, like we mentioned. That used to be something, a staple.
That was
almost.
our race.
You
right?
could almost guarantee we'd be in the mix. You know, somebody got to beat us. I mean, that's how it was. And now,
Especially on the men's side.
that's changed.
Beat the
Yes,
Bahamas,
especially on
that
the
was
men's
it.
side, yeah.
Especially on the men's side. That was what a lot of countries looked at going after.
What you will see, I think that the barometer for the future of track and field really is going to be the NACAC under-18, under-23 championship.
Right.
We have a stable like we've never had before. You know, the likes of Terrence Jones and Wanye McCoy and Remo Otterbo, we just have a ton of them that are coming up the ranks. And so this will be the future of track and field in that age group.
Just underway, 4x4 relay. That's SAC currently in the lead, followed closely by
I don't think that's
Queens
SAC.
College. No, that's not
AF
definitely
Adley?
not SAC. Looks like AF Adley, but they don't have AF Adley's in 6.
Oh. who's
So
in
yeah,
ours?
that could be AF Adley.
Yeah.
AF Adley, QC.
Yeah, that is
inside.
AF Adley.
It is AF Adley. So my color slate is not the best.
QC
Orange,
taking
red,
the lead.
Same thing to me, you know.
You're becoming an elder statesman, son.
Yes.
There goes the Comet flying down the track. So they're going to...
Nice shot.
Have a
Nice
first
drone work hit a
exchange.
day.
Nice drone work.
Nice drone work hit
Yeah.
a day.
Yeah, LOC cut down the drone.
On a
for the-
beautifully...
I love how he ignored you on that one.
Causing trouble, right?
On the exchange, it's QC with the lead here.
As Zara
into the
Frazier.
second leg. Did we just see her run in the 4x1?
Sure did.
She has run almost every race one can imagine.
Wow, she gonna sleep good tonight.
No, she comes from a track and field family.
Yep.
I mean, almost everyone in the family has been a part of the Bahamian team.
Either ran or coaches.
That's right.
Or both, or
Yeah.
do
Or
both.
both, yeah.
Have done both.
Yeah.
So she
Very
has
smooth.
good pedigree, still running smoothly. One would not imagine that she's run already for the day. Just
Several
another
times.
day in the
She's
office.
run for
a
the
couple
past
of
3
times.
days, huh?
Frazier out there, very nice.
And you see now St. Augustine's College has indeed.
It looks like Jayla.
It is Jayla.
Jayla
Jayla,
Smith.
another one who's run quite a few times today.
All day long. From the sprints to the hurdles. In fact, I think Jayla ran more than Zara.
Yeah, I saw Jayla in the hurdles. As you said, she ran the sprints.
She's tired.
Yeah, right about here.
I feel tired for her.
Yes.
Go to sleep. Go sleep, sweetheart.
Oh,
It's
now-
been a long day. I
well,
feel
now she can.
Yeah, now
She
that's
can.
why I say now
She
you can
can.
go to
Yeah.
sleep. So you can't do anything else anymore right now. So that's Shannon Edward Bruno, who got the baton for SAC. And
proud
Angel,
makeup here.
Angel Culmer, though, is very much out there.
It's really so pleasing to see how we have such a large representation from all of the schools.
Yes.
And I think that's really the growth of the sport. You'll find new talent in every school now.
We were talking about Morris Island and the
More than
exciting job that they've been.
Talk about Quincy Penn, who's been training under the tutelage of Pastor Williams.
Yes.
And she's been a standout over the weekend.
Yeah, we were talking about what he's been able to accomplish on Morris Island, finding athletes and nourishing them to I mean, just gem-like quality, right? I mean, it's just amazing.
Absolutely.
Takes a lump of coal and shapes them into a diamond.
Angel Culmer coming up for QC right now, handing
Great leg
off
for
to
Angel.
Sierra Delaney. Sierra takes off. She's going to be chased by Malaya Pratt from SAC. About a 60 to about 50-meter difference between the two.
Almost feels like 80 meters.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like that to the person doing the chasing, that's for sure.
But Sierra out there, Sierra Delancey, very smooth. You don't see any tiredness on her. She's extending that QC lead.
Although her stride is shortening a bit,
yeah.
You can tell she's kind of tiring.
She is out, though, have a very significant lead at this point. Unless
I don't see the SAC girl making up any difference.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't.
So
it doesn't appear that.
Unless we're going to maintain the status quo there.
Unless Sierra stops and starts running backwards,
In fact,
this is going to be a QC pickup here.
The lead.
Even though she has shortened, like you said.
Yeah, without seemingly trying.
And here she comes.
Right.
And now she picks up the pace.
Yeah.
She's got this weird left hand, but she's going to pick up the win for QC.
QC has been doing a wonderful job of maintaining its track and field program, and I think that they've really made the difference in the way we see track and field in the private school sector.
Yeah, the competition between them and SAC is definitely taking high school athletics to another level.
And we do have, we'll be joined in a few minutes by the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Bolag.
So I could do it.
Oh.
He'll
So we're kicking Romel out?
Yeah.
The
bosses arrived.
We're kicking Romel out?
Romel Knowles, the president of the
President
Bahamas
of
Olympic
BOC.
Committee.
Thank you so much, Romel. We had a great time this afternoon.
He has been with us for quite a little while. We're going to allow him to step away as we welcome in the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Bolag, to our desk here. As you can see, the final set of competitors coming toward the finish line as we round out this race. That's Temple Christian still out there and being cheered in. This crowd very supportive of the athletes.
It's a hard race. If you're under 14.
Yeah, you know, 400 meters and just being out there by yourself, knowing that you're the last athlete coming in.
Janiyah Anderson for Temple Christian just is going to push. And again, I always remind you, she's finishing.
That's right.
Most
it's so easy to just walk off the track and say, I'm done.
It's a lot harder to finish the race. QC wins it 4:28.30.
Y'all got more food upstairs? Yeah.
Well, no, that was a totally different conversation. I don't know what's going on there.
First of all, we'd like to welcome Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Mario Bolag, who's obviously been eating, approached by B3A's President Ramiko Archer about if there's any more food. Just so that we have breaking news, apparently there is.
There is some food.
There is some left.
There was some edibles left.
I know Ramiko been at you all day, so.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
But Minister, thank you so much for joining us. I know this has been a stressful couple of days for you just watching. And again, I don't mean that in a sarcastic manner. It is difficult to watch all of these athletes come up and you get so full of knowing what the future holds for us here in the Bahamas. What is your takeaway as we go into the heart of the 4x4s? What is your main takeaway from this? Not from looking towards CARIFTA, but just looking at the development of sport and track here in the Bahamas.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. I think it was more of a developmental meet for me. Where we were seeing most of those athletes, especially in the under 14, come out here and perform. Seeing some of the kids who might have been little over 14, but now has to run in the under 15, and seeing some 14 and 15-year-olds run with the under 17 and compete very well. So it tells that the future is bright for us in athletics. But most importantly, I think the Ishmael Roll, 15-year-old, he's just amazing, and I am hoping that he will be a future Olympian for us because he showed that in the 1 and the 2. I watched him in the 4x1 relay where SAC just escaped him. I think if they had another 5 meters in that race, he would have
they would have reached a different result.
And so it shows the heart of a young man who is up and coming and one of our brightest stars in future in athletics in this country.
Talking about up and coming future stars, just give us a minute, Minister. We're going to head over quickly to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with QC, who just won the under 14 girls 4x4.
Yes, Chris, this is Queen's College, just run the 4x4. You ran about 7 or 8 times for the entire weekend. How are you able to get that energy to win?
To be honest, I don't know. But I just catch myself because the 4x4, after I was running the 4x4, I felt very tired. But when I was getting down, I was shaking so hard. As I reached the curve and everybody started screaming. And in my head, I said, Rosellis, you got this, you got this.
Congratulations, you're excited. How you felt about your overall team's performance?
Our performance was good. I didn't think it would be that bad. I ran the whole thing and I was tired.
You came down the finish line and celebrated, showboated Creasy on your shirt. What was that about?
It was about like bravery. Like I had to be tough, you know. I was like, see, if you really want our team to win, you have to push and trust in God. So,
Toughness. What about you? You guys are the champs.
I didn't expect it to be that tiring, but I just tried to like stay good throughout the whole race. And by the time I was finished, I just tell her to take the baton, and then I just had to believe in myself.
There you have it, Queens College. They are victorious at this year's Nationals. Back to you guys.
I like how Rosella said, I don't know how I found this energy. She said, to be honest, I don't know.
But what she said is the key to, she said she heard the crowd.
She heard the crowd, right.
About the same
right.
For CARIFTA, that's why the Bahamians need to come on support.
Great segue, Minister, on that one.
Thank you so much for bringing that in. We've been saying that all weekend long. We hope that the Bahamians come out and support these athletes, because you just heard testimony as to why that is so important. That young lady said she heard that crowd, and that made her get that extra burst of energy, that extra juice of speed, and that was all she needed. So, hey, it's on y'all now. We put it in your hands.
Exactly.
All right, the athletes are ready. Now you got to be ready.
But you have to underscore the point, though, that this is the 50th edition. This will probably be the most memorable event in the history of CARIFTA. And we've always had sold-out crowds here at the stadium, at the National Stadium. And I believe that this is going to be a situation where you guys got to bring in more seats.
Yeah, well,
the ticket sales are going incredibly well.
Be the case, especially moving up to the last 2 days, which will be Sunday and Monday. And I have no problems to invest in the expense of more bleachers just to ensure that the stadium is filled with Bahamians.
4x4 getting ready to start. 2 AF Adley, 3 Temple Christian, 4 Sacks, 5 CH Reeves, St. John's in 6, and QC in 7.
So we have a full house.
Pretty much.
Indeed.
Sack and QC. I think that's Kenny Moxie.
No, I think that's Cameron. That's Cameron Henfield who's taking off out there.
He'll be followed by Caden Miller.
Right.
He's making a good accounting of himself.
Yeah,
Sack has drifted back right now.
Yeah, Sack is.
Well, you know, soccer's more of a sprint.
The 4x1s were right up in their alley. This 4x4 start to lose some people. But
St. John's is Cordell Monroe right there in the mix. You'll see him coming in.
But this is what makes the sport so exciting, eh? You're not going to win everything, but you're going to have high level of competition from all of the schools. And that was seen even with Tabernacle this weekend. They've really shown out well.
They have indeed. And, you know, I think they can go back to Grand Bahama with their heads held high. And we saw so many performances, not only from Grand Bahama, but some of the other family islands as well. Tyler Pratt, the young lady from Andress, who came in and looked so good in the long
high jump.
Yeah, and high jump. Yeah,
she's also qualifying the high jump.
5'6". That's right. 5'6".
Let's not forget Quincy Penn.
Yep.
And Quincy Penn. Yeah,
we talked about her earlier from Moores Island.
Yeah.
You know, just so many good feel-good stories. Yes.
Yeah. Quincy Penn reminds me of Shandira Brown. Who's now, she's just that good. In fact, she was a part of your highlights the other day.
Yes, she was.
St. John's right now, Leonardo Roll chasing down Caden Miller from QC, cutting down
he's
the lead. He's going to catch
absorbing him right now.
He's going to catch him.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Yeah, those footsteps. He's going to hear those footsteps. His steps are getting shorter and shorter.
Oh, he's holding on.
Yeah, he's just praying that finish line gets closer. He's like, why is this line moving?
The bear is on his back.
Caden is going to hand off to Navari
He's tied up, too. He is tied up. He has nothing left. And St. John's has taken the lead over QC.
Nico Seymour with the baton now for St. John's. Navari Knowles for QC trying to make up some ground.
Nice tall strides.
Yeah, he looks like a quarter mile.
Yeah, I was going to say, very good stride here by Nico Seymour.
Good frequency, looks great.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous running style there. He looks very comfortable.
So listen, man, you know, we have all kinds of athletes in the system, right? We got to take some of them from basketball because everyone wants to be a basketball player.
So moving back to the track right now, it is QC's Navari Knowles still out there. Sack backs in the mix. Jariah Woodside is making a push for Sack. St. John's out front right now, making a push as well onto this one. Sack in third.
The Giants
in control of this one. QC in second. Nico will hand off to Anthony Saunders.
And here comes Sack now.
Here comes Sack. Pulling up.
He should be fine.
RJ Roberts for Sack in the mix right now.
RJ has won 2 gold medals so far for the weekend, and so he should be something to watch in the last lap.
Taru Bannister out for QC. Anthony Saunders for St. John's right now. Sack in second. The fight seemingly for second and third.
The young man from QC is trying to make a bit of a run here.
Yeah.
St. John's is gonna even widen the gap here.
Oh, look at that stride. He's got such long strides
and he's picked it up at the 150 mark. QC is in second. It's a fight right now for second.
Don't look back.
He did look back.
Don't look back.
The Cardinal sin. Anthony Saunders made that beat back. He's going to be able,
Green Giants
should be able to hold on for the win. Sack making a push with RJ Roberts.
And Sack has now come back to finish. That's RJ Roberts, who showed some fortitude, able to push his way back into that second spot.
Yep.
There you go.
Congratulations
The private schools, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, indeed.
You know, talking about what you mentioned earlier about basketball players, you know, even when I was in high school, the better track athletes were on the basketball court.
If you're looking for a high jumper or a long jumper, go to basketball. That's where you'll find them.
As you see, the last of our competitors start to come toward the finish line here. Tabernacle and looks like
AF
Adley finishing it up.
So St. John's picks up the win there, 4:07.74. Strong finish there by Cordell Monroe, Leonardo Roll, Nico Seymour, anchored by Anthony Saunders.
So what do you think about a Monday evening track and field calendar? You think it's good for the sport?
You know what? I like it. Just in the framework of what it was meant to accomplish, which is, of course, to follow the CARIFTA trend, right? You wanted to kind of get a dry run. Obviously, CARIFTA ends on a Monday. From that concept, from that angle, I do like it. Now, whether
beyond CARIFTA,
right? Beyond CARIFTA, I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's good to have it on the weekends. You know, your Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
When you start to go into the beginning of the week, it gets a little tougher, especially with the kids having school and all the other stuff. It makes it very hard.
We're going to head, sorry guys, we're going to head real quick over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with St. John's, that just picked up that under 14 4x4 win. Jay.
You got it, St. John's. Giants, they came away with the first place finish. It was a gutsy performance. What do you think?
I'm very happy about it. We've been training all year long. I thank you for my goat.
I know it's a rivalry between St. Augustine's, QC, St. John's, but you guys were able to walk away.
Yeah, we was doing this for one person. Aiden, he was one of our teammates. He got injured, so we wanted to come here and get the win for him.
You ran a really good leg. What was your mindset? How you felt about it?
I feel great about it. I think I ran great.
And of course, you did an exceptional job on your leg as well. You guys are the champs.
Yes, sir. We always believe in the model. 3 had been easy. So.
There you have it, St. John's. These guys won first place. Back to you guys.
I like that.
Train hard,
win easy. All right.
I love it.
Got to write that down. You can tell that's coach speak, right? Some coach told him that. And
over
he remembered
and repeatedly.
Yes, he remembered it. It stuck with him. It stuck with him. So the girls now take the track.
In two flights.
Yes.
This is the under 17 girls?
Yes.
This would be the under 17 girls. 2 flights coming your way.
Are any of you surprised of C.R. Walker's performance?
No, not at all. C.R. Walker has been a perennial favorite in track and field. They have been a resurgence. It's been battling between C.R. Walker and C.V. Bethel back and forth for a while. Again, pandemic did put a dagger
in what they were trying
in what everybody was trying to do. but it had been C.R. Walker and C.V. Bethel for a while.
That's really been the pilot school for track and field.
Yeah. And junior-wise, A.F. Adley has been doing well for quite some time, along with
C.H. Reeves.
C.H. Reeves.
Yeah.
C.I. Gibson has always been a standout there in slipping in there. C.C. Sweeting has been a powerhouse from back in the day with Babs and everybody else. So this is not a new phenomenon with them.
But I think the schools are very impressive thus far. This would have been Sunland, Tabernacle, SAC, QC, somewhat of St. John's and C.R. Walker on the same level. But those schools have really shown that they have the skill set and the training necessary to maintain be the favorites throughout the end.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that indeed. All right, so our first of 2 time finals in the under-17 girls. That's QC in 3, Tabernacle Baptist, C.R. Walker, Kingsway Academy, and C.V. Bethel.
Again, look forward to QC and Tabby being really strong here.
I think that this is Akari Roberts, who's representing C.R. Walker.
She's going to start off very fast.
She had a great 800-meter run.
Yeah. See her just cutting
strides.
Yeah, look at the way she's eating up the
beautiful run.
She's just cutting them down.
So she's a CARIFTA qualifying the 800 meters. So she has 400-meter speed.
Interestingly enough, they run her on the first leg.
Probably to take advantage of her endurance to get them out front, because she's not going to be able to run on the inside. She's got to run probably the most of anyone on this team. So they run her first, get the lead, stay out, and drive through whatever she's done so far. And she's doing exactly that here.
Exactly. And if they don't have a full team,
yeah, you're right.
They give her the lead and let them try to hold on.
Holds up.
Yeah.
But again, Akari is another one of those athletes who you've seen out there just running her heart out.
Case in point, what you're talking about, because that lead has already evaporated.
Yep.
It looks like the Comets have now surged back in.
And they look pretty strong.
Raish Pantry has been strong in the 400 and the 200 so far. You can see she's definitely a 400, 200 build there. Her stride very easy coming up here onto the 200-meter mark.
Has a Allison Felix kind of
It does, that wild run, that almost loosey-goosey type of stride. Reminiscent of Anthony Strong, really.
A little bit as well. She almost, and again, I'm going to date myself as another elder statement, she almost reminds me of a short Marie-Jose Perec, who used to run almost helter-skelter, but was very
all
focused.
over the place, but
but she's a very short Marie-Jose Perec.
Yeah.
And the Comets will maintain the lead here as they hand it off. Just barely avoided a collision.
Yeah.
Understanding they've got a nice lead. She's just running a nice stride, running her race here, maintaining.
Yeah. She's in a comfortable lead.
Rainier Russell for C.R. Walker out there.
She's
making her push, trying to get her into it. But that is Kaylee Davis for QC.
Moving into their third exchange?
Yeah, this will be the final one coming up right now.
Coming up.
And she's actually picking up the pace. Look at this.
Oh, this is great.
She's running a negative split on this 4.
It's like you know a little about track and field.
Yeah. It does sound that way, doesn't it?
Those are the words that they gave me to say.
A swimmer.
Find a way to interject.
I try to put my swimming knowledge into track and field. But she is running very strong on this one.
Second place right now. Yeah, they're going.
And Krista Ford is another wonderful 800-meter runner, Krista Ford. So it's a closer for them.
That's it. She almost got them by 200 meters.
It's like almost by half a track now has extended the lead. So for all intents and purposes, the battle is just now for second, third, and whoever else wants to finish after that.
But again, right now, what she's running for is time. There are 2 flights here in this final.
Absolutely.
So she's got to not run just to win. She's got to run to have a strong time to stand up against St. John's and SAC coming in that second heat of this time semifinal, these time finals, pardon me.
So by all means, the race is not yet done, even though it's a strong performance here. They do have to hope that SAC and St. John's run slower times. Otherwise, This will be a nice performance, but it will not necessarily amount to a national championship.
Their time, 4:03.78.
We'll see if that holds up. 4:03.78, mark it down. And let's see if St. Augustine's or St. John's or perhaps anybody else.
Anybody else. Again, you can, running the 4x4 and the 4x1 is not always about the fastest team. It's those who can get around, get the baton around the track.
Yes. Which comes into play more in the 4x1, but certainly even in the 4x4, it does.
In the 4x4. You've seen a lot of collisions that happen on those exchanges.
We just saw one almost happen.
Almost happened just now. Anything can happen.
So let the good times keep rolling on. we got another time final here for the girls 4x4 under 17s.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting race. You're going to see a lot of CARIFTA qualifiers that are going to be in this race representing St. Augustine's College. Davinick Dean is a qualifier in the 100-meter hurdles. She's a qualifier in the 400-meter hurdles. She's a qualifier in the 400 meters. Bailey Major, she's a qualifier in the triple jump, the high jump, the 400-meter hurdles. And so these girls are deep in there in this age group for SAC. So I'm interested in seeing just how the other teams.
Hence why I said that time, even though it was impressive by QC, is no guarantee that it holds up because these young ladies will have something to say about it.
Well, who you think going to be the competition for SAC in this?
Well, St. John's has been good.
It's probably going to be St. John's, between St. John's, Temple Christian.
Is that
I don't see St. John's. I see look like
no, Sunland is not running in this one.
Who's in yellow and black?
St. John's is scheduled to be in lane 5. We'll see if they.
Who's in lane 4?
Lane 4 would be Temple Christian.
Yeah. Temple Christian.
We're gonna head real quick over to Jay Philippe, who has standing by right now with the current leaders in the 4x4. There's still another heat to come up. So we're gonna see how they are reacting and getting ready to see what happens in this next heat. Jay.
Yeah, like you said, Chris, they are the current leaders. You guys pretty much dominated the race.
Thank you. We did our best out there. Most of our athletes are not well, so we put our best foot forward. We did all that we could do out there.
As far as your leg, what was you thinking during the race and how was you able to execute?
The first thing that I thought was I had to get out. And the main thing that been coursing through my brain was I have to do this for my school, for my teammates, to make everybody that helped me throughout my whole journey proud of me. That's all I was thinking.
Great teamwork. What about you? You ran a pretty good leg as well.
Yeah, I was just in my race. I was just thinking that I have to get off quick and I can't slow down, and I got to win this for my school and my coach, and I just want to do it for my team.
There you have it. That is Queen Colors. They would have won this heat. We'll see what happens next. Back to you guys.
Okay, Mari Hanna almost wanted me to give #tear. I wanted to do it for my school, God, country, everything.
We've heard some great interviews, man. These kids are now, they're social media ready now. Yep. They've rehearsed in front of the camera so long doing the social media stuff that this is small stuff now.
So again, the time to beat 4:03.78. It will be SAC in 3, TC in 4, St. John's in 5, 8 Mile Rock in 6, and AF Adderley in lane 7.
That's AF Adderley?
Yep.
And very quickly.
8 Mile Rock, Sasha Ferguson.
And we saw her run earlier, too.
Yeah.
She looks
great. She actually has some good promise. I think that, this is another one of those Family Island kids, 8 Mile Rock, that she maybe gets overlooked because of Tabernacle, but you know what? She runs well.
Good height.
She's running an excellent first leg.
Running a smart leg, too.
And she has
Bailey Major on the inside.
Like you said, she has the height. Our coach at UB basketball, Bacchus Roll, always says one thing. He says, I can teach you how to play basketball.
I
cannot teach you height.
And Bailey now coming on strong.
So it looks like Bailey is leading the race. She's on the inside lane. And so the first exchange will go to St. Augustine's College. That's Cheyenne Demerit.
Now, it depends on how 8 Mile Rock runs his second leg and be smart. To try to take
Pick
stock
up.
early, you're going to find himself behind. Just stay in the race.
Yeah, just stay in the race.
Stay in the race.
Give yourself a shot.
Cheyenne Demerit, though, is a beast at times out there for Sack. But she is extending the lead right now.
We've
Very
established the positions.
Cheyenne. Cheyenne is out there. 8 Mile Rock still in the mix.
And they are in the mix.
Yeah,
8 Mile Rock is in the mix.
It's not giving up. Joy Johnson coming in strong.
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Just out of reach of where we're looking right now. But Joy, there you see her.
There she is.
Joy Johnson is going to hand off to Skylar Curry from 8 Mile Rock.
Now, Skylar's a little undersized. It'll be interesting to see what kind of speed she has and endurance, because it's going to take a lot for her to overcome the length of stride that we see in the front runner for St. Augustus College.
Eulanis Okompi, she is very long, very strong. You can see her stride there.
800-meter runner, so she's got the endurance. We know that for sure.
1,500-meter
She
runner.
also ran the 400-meter hurdles.
She's the qualifying
both in one day.
400-meter. Yeah, exactly,
So-
right. So Kumpe is certainly accomplished. Huh?
I see what you did there.
It's called alliteration.
So Sack out front, coming here at the 100-meter mark. Okompi will hand off to Alexis Roberts. The time again to beat is 4:03.78.
Now, Alexis, her father was a former CARIFTA athlete from Grand Bahama.
Right.
Okay. So
Alexis Roberts.
Yeah.
And there.
You can see the resemblance right there.
And this is Letitia Camp. No, I think it's Brianne Camp.
No, that's Britisha.
Britisha
who
Camp.
has it now.
Yeah. She's from Temple Christian, and she's been carrying the torch for Temple Christian the entire time.
There was a little bit of a hiccup there. I think
Sack is
This is not Compy.
Right.
Yeah,
This is not Compy who's running.
They switched
No,
it out.
this is Alexis Roberts.
No,
Is it?
yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They look
both
very
have
similar.
Very similar poof in the back of the head.
They have similar what?
A poof in the back of the head.
Is that the official term?
That may not be the official term, is what I call it.
Here comes the rocks.
Britisha Kemp from Temple Christian is trying to make a move here. Zion Muskram from 8 Mile Rock is still in it, but right now it is Alexis Roberts coming on very strong for St. Augustine's College. She's chasing 4:03.78. She is looking only at time at this point, and she will just get under. Her official flash time is 4:04.17, waiting for them to revise it, and it will be 4:04.21.
So they're just celebrating. So QC can celebrate now.
Yep. QC can celebrate.
So QC does pick up the win on that one.
And I thought on that last leg, Alexis kind of slowed down. You saw the backstretch. She didn't keep going. She saw we got a big lead, and she eased up a bit.
One of the disadvantages of having time finals is if you don't seed it properly, you don't have good head-to-head competition. Because I think that race would have been a far more exciting race if it had been the two of them in the race.
I agree. That would have been good to see them on the track at the same time, QC and Sack.
Well, once both on the track, they know they got one goal for each other, beat each other.
Exactly.
Yep. Right, yeah, there you go.
QC won that, eh?
Yeah.
So here comes AF Adderley pulling up. An accomplishment just to finish the race.
You know, Minister, it's an interesting question that's been brewing, and that is the recruitment has become so aggressive with the private schools, the recruiting a lot of the public school students. How do we maintain a program that keeps the public schools competitive?
Well, the idea is you have to have the right. Let's start off first of all with the various coaches and the various discipline in the public schools. Sometimes they find themselves where you have two persons in one school great at one spot.
Yeah.
And then you have in some, there's a lack of having persons in various sporting disciplines. And I think being around the public school system over the past 11 years at CC Sweeting, you can see that where there's strengths in some disciplines and there's weakness in others.
Yes.
And so I think what the ministry has done was brought on Floyd Brister, who is now assisting in trying to make sure that they balance and having the correct persons with the various disciplines in the school, so that when it comes to athletics, the kids who are in the government school will want to stay. Because I can tell you what happens is once they find persons, someone who knows that discipline, they had the tendency of staying. But when you look at the SAC and you look at the QC, they want to go to those schools because they know they have the persons in athletics who can help take them to the next level.
And I would say alleged recruiting.
Yeah.
As an attorney.
Well, let's just leave it there, right? But I do believe that the public school system, even with the recruiting taking place, you have so much talent. It's about talent development. And that's what I see you guys doing.
Talent development and having the coaches who are disciplined and determined to make sure they find those diamonds in the rough and shine those diamonds.
Absolutely.
But you just don't want a diamond to drop in your hand and just put them on the track and then say you create that.
Right.
I always said, you know, when I look at my time spent at CC Sweeting, I would go in Baintown, Rock Crush area and find the diamonds in the rough, make them rough, but there was some smooth diamond and then we get in the court. We did a lot of cutting. So at the end of the day, you gotta want to go there and find those kids and fine-tune them and be able to get them on the track.
Totally agree.
All right, real quick, we're going to head over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with St. Augustine's College, who picks up second spot here in this under 17 girls 4x4. Jay.
Right, Chris. St. Augustine's College, you've been running all week and you just ran the 4x1, 4x4. How does it feel?
It feels good. Going into the 4x4, I knew that I was going to have to run hard because it was tank finals. And as the ankle coming home, I knew I had to push. I gave it all I got. And I just came home with speed.
You did your part. You contributed. Excellent leg.
Yes. Yes, sir. I was very happy about doing the 4x4 after running the 8 and the 4 hurdles. And I just did my best and finished strong.
It was the last competition for you guys. You gave it your all.
Yes, I did. I knew I could rely on my team, so I just did my part and left it to them to bring it home.
How does it feel to come to win first place?
It feels good that I get to represent my school and so hopefully represent my country.
St. Augustine's has been dominant from day one, and the same thing with the 4x4 relay. It's back to you guys.
Appreciate you very much, Jay. And as we get ready for the under 17 boys now, quick lane assignments: Temple Christian in lane 2, AF Adley in 3, Kingsway Academy in lane 4, that's Mangrove Key Andros in lane number 5, and North Luther in 6. We have 3 time finals here for the boys 4x4.
Fun times all around.
Yes, sir. The gift that keeps on giving.
You know, Jamaica, back to what we were talking about earlier, there's also a culture that is developed at some of these schools. And so when certain athletes go to these various schools, they expect to perform at that great level because of the culture that is built by the school and the coaches that are in the schools.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
There is that indeed. Meanwhile, we are looking at the action here on the track, and it looks like Mangrove Key, who is showing some. That's actually North Luther in lane 6, who was
that again.
Out front. Mangrove Key
again. That's
this young man,
Enrico Pierre.
This is the 15-year-old. I mean, who ran the 800 meters earlier today, right?
Yes.
Amazing
ran
runner.
yesterday.
Great potential.
So, Minister, I understand you have another appointment you have to get to, so we want to thank you for coming by and hanging with us for a while.
Glad that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture is sponsoring this.
For sponsoring us, man.
We understand a big check is coming, making sure that gets sent in very quickly.
Definitely.
Make sure we got it on tape.
No, I too want to congratulate the ministry for stepping to the plate and taking the lead and putting on a wonderful production. This has been the test event for the CARIFTA trials. Together with the B3As and the local organizing committee, I don't think we could have put on a better performance.
Yeah, I'm impressed all across the board. And again, I got to extend thanks again to the ministry and the minister for stepping up and doing what has been a tremendous thing.
Sorry, just before you dip out, are there any last words that you want to give to the public on everything that you've seen this weekend?
Well, I wanted the public to know that this is just a preview of what's to come to CARIFTA. We'll see all these great performances, and once you come to CARIFTA, you will see us taking home much more medals than we did in the last CARIFTA. And also, too, I want to add that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, who is responsible for these assets, which is the athletes, got together along with B3As and wanted to make this event possible. And so we are here to ensure that sports development continues going on in the country. And as our motto said, we are here to serve and make sure our youths, who is our future, as well invested in.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Thanks again,
Thank you so much, Minister. Out front right now for North
Minister
Luther.
makes a good point when we talk about the Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Education. They're the custodians of our kids, and really, nothing can happen without them and the school system.
Yeah, indeed, they are the stewards, and making sure that everybody is in the best possible setting. Yeah. Settings like this that give them the opportunities to showcase what is indeed possible for our young people.
Brett Kemp for Temple Christian came from third spot, handing off now to Brendan Clear. Temple Christian out front. Again, he needs to cut in very quickly. North Eleuthera's Warren Hudson
too late.
handed off.
He cut in a little bit too late.
Yep.
He's still in his lane.
Yeah. Tearing off right now.
This is the function of coaching as well.
Yeah, not understanding that you can go into the inside lane. He made himself run a little longer.
Kenyon Johnson out there for Kingsway right now. If he can hold on to that pace, he will set the pace for this under-17 boys 4x4 event. He's run out of gas.
Yeah, I think he's hit the wall. Right around here, the line starts to move away from you.
But he's unrelenting, eh?
He's going to hold on, though.
He said, I just got to get there. I just got to get there.
Great job. Great job.
So North Eleuthera setting the stage. Or is that Kingsway Academy? I get confused sometimes with the greens. And as you can see, the young man.
So that was Kingsway setting the early mark right now, 3:43.54.
3:43.54 for Kingsway Academy. That's
Great run for Kingsway. Kingsway has also been producing a good track and field program.
Yeah, they've really turned things around. It used to be they had gotten their softball program up for a while.
Yep.
And so they were pretty good there. And then, you know, we saw briefly basketball, especially the girls' basketball program was pretty good. And now it seems that they've now made a concerted effort to shift their focus onto track and field. And we're seeing some good things here.
Follow the trend. Wherever there are skilled coaches in the system, you produce very, very successful training programs.
Very true, very
track
true.
and field program. Marvis David is a coach for one of the established track clubs here. He's the head coach, I think, for Kingsway. The same with Everett Frazier, who's the head coach for Fast Forward. He's the head coach for Queens College. And so it goes down the line. Rashad Patton from Government High School, they're growing a program. So put more coaches in the school system, you produce better results.
Yeah, and the proof is indeed in the pudding, as you said, right?
Yeah.
So we're seeing it. It's just a matter of allowing it to grow and nurture and just being patient, too. That's another thing. Understand that it's not going to be an overnight process, but if you give people the tools, it will eventually start to work for you.
Kenyon Johnson with a fantastic run there for Kingsway Academy.
Yeah.
Comes up and just really takes off for about 250, pardon me. I think when he got that wind on that backstretch on that curve, right there where he took the peep, I think it started to set in. Even more so right here in the last 80 meters. I don't know if he mentally said, I need to slow down, or if it just kicked in.
Or if his body just said, we need to slow down.
Yeah. Something needed to happen.
So we got Jay Philippe standing by once again. He's been busy back at the sidelines. What's up, Jay?
Super busy, but these guys are the real MVPs. Excellent performance. I'm going to tell you, you're kind of tired. How you feel about the race?
I feel good. We worked hard, trained RC. Coming down the 100-meter stretch, I almost fell out the lane, but I kept my balance and I kept pushing on.
Were you expecting Kingsway to come out on top?
Yes, I did actually. We ran some good races. We ran some good legs. We kept up with the pace and overall won.
You held it down on your leg. What was your mindset? How you felt about it?
I was just trying to run that person down. You know, that the person in TC. I was trying my hardest to, you know, push and get to the end.
You was able to use your length and athleticism to be able to help your team.
So it was my duty to help these guys, man. They put it on me. They gave it to me. When he got me a baton, I had to run him down. So it was mandatory for me. Kingsway, we rapping. Sing.
There you go, Kingsway. They would have won their portion of the 4x4. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Jay. First of our time finals done for the under-17 boys. Don't go anywhere, we got so much more action to come. The second now already lined up. C.H. Reeves in lane 2, Doris Johnson. Next to them is 8 Mile Rock, Windsor High, C.R. Walker, and Preston Aubrey.
All right, as we start this second heat, real quick, there is the notice of Windsor High, one of the newest schools, private schools in the mix, being out here and being represented. I think that bodes well for the improvement of track and field across the board as we welcome more schools into the mix. We are welcoming on one end and saying goodbye on the next. I understand that you may have to leave us in a few moments, President Archer.
We're wrapping up. We have a team meeting to begin the selection process.
I will pray God's blessings on you, not only during the meeting, but after the meeting. Hopefully your car has auto start so you can run through it and get out of here quickly. I know that's going to be a very challenging meeting very quickly. How do you expect that to go tonight, real quick, before you push out?
I'm pleased to say that we have quite a number of qualifiers. There are a number of athletes who fought a valiant fight and simply did not make the mark. There's going to be some consideration there only because we need to populate relay teams, and there are people who are very, very close to the qualifying standards. And so what we're going to do is we're going to look at the regional performances, and based on what the region tells us, we may make further considerations to adding more people to the team. And so I don't think it's going to be as contentious as many people may anticipate. We're going to name the best team in the Bahamas.
They always say, I've been covering this now for almost 30 years. They always say that I always get a call the next day.
We give you one guarantee.
Would you believe what happened in this meeting? Could you believe that they did this?
We're prepared. Our armors are on. But I expect that we will come out unscathed with a fantastic team.
One thing I will make a push. I don't generally do this, but that young man in that 5,000.
Yes, sir.
Christopher Santlis, please make a special push for him. He came very close. We think that if he had a crowd...
Are you his campaign manager?
I sure am.
Actually, we both are, because I think that kid really deserves some consideration.
No, he's on the radar. I think that,
all right.
You know, we've been trying to develop a distance program, middle distance program, and he certainly is.
He came very close.
The rising star.
Yeah, I think if he had some push, he would have done it.
And a bigger crowd, he could have been in it.
And, you know, the unfortunate thing is we need more people in the race.
Yeah.
That is the unfortunate thing that you say, that there are a finite number that you have, 80 that you can pick from. But good luck on that tonight, Dramico. I would not want to be you or a part of your committee that selects or ratifies this team. So hopefully, when will we have the team officially announced? By tomorrow?
We will have a press conference at 12 o'clock. The media is invited to come out, where we will name Team Bahamas.
And this is tomorrow at noon?
Tomorrow at noon.
Good job.
All right.
You can
send me a text and let me know you get home safely.
You can send me a text with, to let you know that you're home safely as well.
Force, right?
No, send me a text with, like, if you send...
I got home safely.
No, if you don't
thumbs up. Send me some thumbs
if
up.
you send me 80 names, I know you got home safely.
Oh, boy.
If you send me 80 names, I know you got home safely.
It's been fun, guys.
But, Dramico, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We know you have a lot more to do for tonight. And again, I do pray your wisdom and the committee's wisdom on tonight's selection. So thank you again.
Right.
Thank you again. Right now, C.R. Walker, Christian Pierre is holding off a strong surge there, I think, by Doris Johnson. But right now it is Christian Pierre.
He's starting to establish himself.
Establish himself is very much an understatement there. He pulls away and picks up the heat win.
And again, they're trying to be 340, 354. I think they did it. 3:38.67.
.338.69.
3:38.69.
I write bad, Marcellus. It's the only thing I failed in primary school. Penmanship.
We have one last chance here for one of these teams to steal the national championship here in the boys 4x4 for the under-17s. And that's going to be interesting because we got some pretty good teams coming up. SAC, CV Bethel, Tabernacle, St. John's. All have yet to run. QC
is in this one as well. Jack Hayward in this one as well.
We may get our wish. We got some good, strong teams in this finale here. That's going to be something to watch for. I think it's going to go right down to the wire.
QC has declared Kenny Moxie, Christopher Roker, Deron Pratt, and Leviticus Lavarity. That's going to be fireworks. But then SAC on the next end, and they've again, the seedings are random. It's not as if there's some malicious man in the back twirling his mustache making this up. It's completely random. But SAC will be in lane 1 and QC will be in lane 6. Like we said, who QC is sending out in lane 6. In lane 1, SAC is sending Quinton Roll, Trent Ford, Egan Neely, and Malik White. Egan has been running a lot. So again, that's going to come into play as well. Kenny Moxie, I don't know if he's breathed anything but competition today because he's just been from competition to competition, along with medal ceremonies.
It's been a busy day for him. And speaking of busy days, Jay Philippe, once again, very busy at trackside. What's up, Jay?
The CI Walker Knights coming from a GSSA victory. You guys came out and won the 4x4 tonight.
Yes, sir. Felt great about the performance. Just come out, make our school proud, and perform at our best ability.
You've had a busy weekend competing in long-distance races. You was able to win the second heat, run an excellent leg.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to my coaches. I want to say thank you to my mom for coming out and supporting me.
What was the message from coach as far as strategy for 4x4?
There was no message. It was only, she told me don't play with them. From at that corner, he said it's go time to run them down. And yeah, we come here for the win.
To be able to win heat 2, what does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I can't let the guys down. I gave me a good position, give me a first place, had the whole first place for my team. I did this that.
There you go, CR Walker Knights on top of the hill, Blue Road. We'll see what happens in the next seat. Back to you guys.
And the message was don't play.
Don't play with them. Hashtag don't play with them. When I grow up, I want to be as cool as Ross Modern and Lashley Nassance. They wear their sunglasses at night.
That's right.
They wear their sunglasses at night.
Like I said, when you're cool, the sun shines on you 24 hours a day.
Consistently shine.
That's right.
But again, now they set the next mark for QC SAC to really go after. Tabernacle, you can't count them out either. 3:38.69 is the time to beat. SAC in 1, CV in 2, Tabernacle in 3, St. John's in 4, Jack Hayward in 5, and QC in lane 6.
Watch out for the fireworks here. This is going to be exciting.
And again, QC has not sent their relay team out. They did declare a relay team, but they did not send their relay team out. So again,
the third and final
heat
final for the under-17 boys.
Look for action from Tabernacle and SAC now, lane 1 and lane 3.
Yeah, and this is, again, like you said, the second time QC declared a team, a relay team, and they did not show up. We just talked about how strong their program has been. It's very interesting to see them not show and for any particular race.
Right.
Especially the relays here.
So that's Quinton Roll out real quick for St. Augustine's College. Zion Henfield from Tabby in the mix as well. But right there, right next to him, though, is Ishmael Roll in the light brown with the green. But out front right now for SAC is Quinton Roll. Quinton just pushing to get the baton to Trent Ford. And again, it's very difficult on this first exchange to see where everybody is because there is that big difference in stagger.
Yeah, it only really comes into effect once they turn, turn in, then you can see.
Right.
And now they start to make that move.
Jack Hayward out there in the red. Tyrone Conliffe is going to cut in and try to cut in out front. SAC making the move as well on the inside. bunching up there with Tabernacle. Anthony Missick drops back a bit. Out front is Jack Haywards, Tyrone Conliffe. Conliffe pulling himself away from Tabby right now. Anthony Missick trying to make a move. It is Sack and Trent Ford.
And he's lengthening his pace a little bit, trying to pick up some more speed. I like this. Well, a little bit of jumble here.
Tyrone Conliffe extending the lead. In second right now, Trent Ford. Conliffe will hand off to Zion Shepard. Shepard out very strong. Chased by Malik White from St. Augustine's College, but also coming in Noah Bain from Tabby, and Christopher Williams Minor also in the mix. Even though he does have that slight advantage, this is not a foregone conclusion by any means. St. John's has now made a push, Sack dropping back to fourth. St. John's and Christopher Williams Minor out front. Tabby gonna make the move now, coming off the curve. Noah Bain trying to make that move around. Sack still struggling. Out front is Jack Hayward. Zion Shepard coming down very strong. Not sure what he's looking at. He may be looking at the time. Zion will hand off to Rotario Tate. Tate gets it with about a 3-second, 4-second lead right now on St. John's. Sack has dropped back. St. John's in the mix. Zion Davis coming on the curve out front. Rotario Tate. St. John's and Zion Davis trying to make a move. Sack drops back. Tabernacle drops back. Jack Hayward out front. Rotario Tate.
And running strongly too is Tate. He looks as if he's got a lot of energy left to give. Now he kind of slows down coming into the home stretch. And again, the time for them to beat is
3:38.69. That's what he's going after. If he's going after anything, do not worry though. Zion Davis is making a push behind him. Right now, it's not only a time, it's not only place, but it's also time. They're at 3:20.
And he is just fighting his way toward the finish line.
Tate is going to push. It's going to be extraordinarily close. His flash time is 3:27 high. That seems a little off, but they are marking it at 3:27.92. So right now, Jack Hayward wins it 3:27.92.
So we're slowly but surely winding down the night here as the last set of relays. We move to the under 20 divisions now. Let's go to Jay Philippe. Once again standing by with the winners of our last heat. Jay?
Yes, 3:27.92. That's a pretty fast time.
Yeah, I just want to thank my teammates again. We won the 4x1. And I thank my teammates and my coaches, and thank God for life.
That's a double. Winning the 4x1, winning the 4x4 as well. What was your mindset?
Eat bananas. Power up. We got to win.
What about you, Zion? You've been busy the entire weekend running different events. This one was personal for you.
First, I want to thank God for allowing me to run like that. That's why it was kind of personal to me. I was trying to split 48 to give my ankle leg man the lead. And I did that.
During the ankle leg, you left it all on the track. Were you worried about the time? What was you thinking about?
Well, I told my coach to time me, so I really tried to beat my time that I had for the last 4x4. Yeah, so I did that. And Fergie.
There you have it, Jack Hayward, under 17 boys. Back to you guys.
All right, appreciate you, Jay. And as we continue the night here, it is going into the latter part of the evening, just after 10 p.m.
Elder statesman.
Yeah, this is past my bedtime. But we're going to stick it out because we know that you're sticking it right out with us. So as we get down to our last few events. We got the under 20 girls, and I do believe there's only one.
One.
I'll take it. Yeah. So one heat, one final here, one final for the under 20 girls.
When they pitch you a fastball, you don't pass it up. You
That's
swing.
correct. Swing away. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. Wonder why they say that, but anyway, under 20 girls.
Sellett's talking to himself again.
This
Under
is
20
it.
girls.
Yeah, this is how you
Sunland
know.
Baptist in 1. It will be PJ Bethel High School in 2, BMES in 3, SAC in 4, C.R. Walker in 5, Kingsway in 6, and Tabernacle Baptist in lane 7. Again,
the under 20 girls, 4x4.
so I know that they said that the ratification meeting was going to start around 9:30.
Obviously, that didn't happen.
Right. No, well,
close enough.
Well, again, the athletes don't need to be there.
No.
The CARIFTA trials part of this competition is over, and you don't need the athletes there. You don't even need the coaches for this first part.
No.
So that's going to start. Again, they've been very secretive about where they will be
The location,
meeting.
undisclosed location.
Undisclosed location.
If he told us, he'd probably have to kill us. That would have been Tramico.
Right.
Right before he left. And I appreciate staying alive.
Staying alive is always important. So again, they are a little bit behind. According to their script, they should have been starting this at 9:45. But again, I don't think that they took into account that there would be
numerous
heats.
Numerous heats, yeah.
Right. Well, where's Steve going? I still love the overly dramatic music that they're using.
I almost feel like I'm watching some movie.
Avatar or
yeah,
something.
Avatar, yeah. Like
Lord of the Rings type of music.
yeah.
And again, they are going to be a little bit behind. The 4x4 girls under 20, they are out. They have been marshaled out. But again, they are waiting for, I think that they are presenting medals. I hear them presenting medals.
Yeah, they are presenting some medals.
But I don't see them presenting medals.
Something's going on.
Oh, they are presenting medals, okay. But there you see just a second ago, the under 20 girls 4x4 teams getting ready. Again, it will be Sunland Baptist, PJ Bethel High School, BMES, St. Augustine's College, C.R. Walker, Kingsway Academy, and Tabernacle Baptist Academy as well when we get started. So 2 of SAC runners have decided that they have been sitting down just a bit
they
too
want
long,
to stay warm. And
they're trying to stay warm.
For me, I would have sent these medals home. You know, I'll send them to you in the mail. Send them to your school tomorrow. And as this evening winds down, that's actually Norris Bain out of Grand Bahama, Tabernacle Baptist, who is doing presentations now. Yeah, I'm wondering now what's going on. These aren't actually medal presentations. These seem to be some type of awards they're giving out. All right, so let's go over there and find out what they're saying.
They're nice medals. I mean,
And we know our athletes love awards. The under-17 boys, most outstanding track, Ross Martin, C.R. Walker, flew over here to collect his award. Let's hear it from Ross Martin, C.R. Walker Knights. Most outstanding track in the under-17 division. For the most outstanding track, females, in the under-14 girls division, collecting the award, Kezra Thomas, Bishop Michael Eldon Schools. In the under-17 girls, most outstanding track female goes to Darvinick Dean, St. Augustine's College. In the under-20 girls track division, your most outstanding track female, Quincy Pan of Moores Island. Moving to the most outstanding field, female athletes. In the under-14 girls division, Queens College Comets, Tarjane Green. Moving into the under-17 girls, most outstanding field athletes. Under-14 girls, most outstanding field, Tarjane Green, Queens College Comets. Moving into the under-17 girls field, most outstanding, Terrell McCoy, Windsor Schools. For the under-20 girls, most outstanding field female, Queens College Comets, Lanisha Lubin. Now here's the exciting news. Most outstanding points for this 2023 ICS B3A's CARIFTA Trials and High School National Championships. Presenting these medals will be the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture and the Member of Parliament for the Garden Hills constituency, the Honorable Mario Bolag. Collecting the most outstanding points for the male in the under-17 boys division, we had a tie. Sunland Baptist, Zion Bradford, and Cameron Henfield, Queens College Comets. Can we ask the two, Zion Bradford and Cameron Henfield, please? Again, that was a two-way tie for the most outstanding points in the under-14 division. Zion Bradford, Sunland Baptist, and Cameron Henfield of Queens College Comets. In the under-17 boys, most outstanding points goes to Ross Martin of C.R. Walker Knights. And for the under-20 boys, most outstanding male, collecting all the points, Emmanuel Adams, C.C. Sweeting School. Running back again to get his most outstanding males award, Ross Martin, C.R. Walker Knights, the under-17 boys. Also returning to collect his award, under-14 boy tie, Cameron Henfield, Queens College Comets, most outstanding male for the under-14, tied with Zion Bradford. Okay, we're gonna move to the most outstanding females here at this 2023 combined ICS B3As, CARIFTA Trials, and High School Nationals. Collecting the most outstanding points in the under-14 girls division, but Bishop Michael Eldon Schools, K. Ezra Thomas. For the under-17 girls, most outstanding points goes to Queens College Comets, Jemiah Nabi. For the under-20 girls, most outstanding points, collecting will be Queens College Comets, Anae Mackey. Anae Mackey, Queens College Comets, under-20 girls, most outstanding points. Returning to collect his award in the male division, the most outstanding field goes to Tabernacle Joshua Williams. Congratulations to all of our outstanding male field and track athletes. We ask all of the athletes and coaches to please stick around for the completion of the 4x4s. We will give out the divisional championship awards. Look at those trophies. You don't want to leave those here. Beautiful. But we're going to move right back to the track with the finals of the 4x4s. So stick around.
Watch it now.
Finish up our races of the evening. I think, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, all right, good. All right. So, you had a perplexed look on your face. So we have two more races.
I always looked like that, Marcellus.
This is true.
How can you discern the difference?
We have two last races to go here before we wrap up competition here in these CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championships. They will be the girls 4x4, the under 20s, and then to wrap things up, the boys will take to the track for the under 20 boys 4x4. And you can see the competitors who've been waiting for a while. We saw them kind of staying warm and trying to stay loose as they got ready for the start of these races. And again, they had to wait for those presentations to take place here in the, again, the late hours, the waning hours of the evening.
Old people don't like to be up these hours. We had expected Sunland in lane 1 and PJ Bethel High in lane 2. They are not here, so in lane 3 is Bishop Michael Eldon High School, St. Augustine's College in lane 4, C.R. Walker in lane 5, Kingsway Academy in 6, and Tabernacle Baptist in lane 7.
And there we go. You're all set as far as your lane assignments. The only thing left to determine now is who is going to be the winner. And we'll decide that in just a few short moments here as they get ready to start this under 20 girls 4x4. Okay, we got to say thanks to our crew who has been at this all day. I mean,
from this morning.
Yeah, from early this morning. They had the early shift with Charles Fisher and Rupert Gardner. And now here we are again this evening, completely covering this event. They say only the sun covers the Bahamas better. That's correct. I remember hearing that as a little kid. It still holds true, I guess.
Was it in black and white then, Marcellus?
Actually, this was actually pre-TV. I mean, just the radio.
I gave you an out, Marcellus.
You remember they used to have this crazy, it'd be like this, it would sound like a, I don't know what kind of sound it was in this, only the sun covers the Bahamas.
It's like a reverb type of thing.
Yeah. So that was, I remember very well, sitting there with my grandmother while we would listen to the radio.
The funny thing was that when I was younger, I couldn't figure out where the Ed was in Z and S.
Yes.
Because it
said Z and S.
Z and S, and I constantly couldn't figure out where the Ed was in Z and S. I would see the Z,
yes,
but I couldn't find the Ed.
Yes.
As a young kid.
Very perplexing for you.
It was very disturbing for me.
So this is it, under 20 girls, all set up and ready to go. And just like that, they are underway.
Clean start there.
And look at that, trying to maintain the stagger on that outside lane as Tabernacle Baptist going out strong.
Shania Adderley, she's going out very hard here. Creeping on her it looks as if it is St. Augustine's College who is creeping up on her, and that's Ezethia Maycock. Getting eaten up right now, coming on the inside. BMES.
Wow, this is
and Kazera Thomas has taken the lead here. She's been a powerhouse for BMES for a minute.
She's been very busy during the course of this competition.
Hands off to Rizpa Thompson. BMES out front. Sack picks up the baton second. Nia Wright. Looks as if Tabernacle's Treasure Burrows got it in third spot. Rizpa Thompson out right now for BMES.
As they try to maintain a nice lead at this stage, cutting in.
About a 30-meter lead right now. St. Augustine's College, Nia Wright trying to cut it down, but right now it is Rizpa Thompson. Sack cutting it down ever so slightly, but Thompson still holding on.
And Tabernacle Baptist now trying
still in the mix.
Make some moves here in the third spot, coming on strong.
Treasure Burrows for Tabby making a move. You can see her picking up the pace there. Sack's Nia Wright also picking up the pace. Rizpa Thompson can hear her and is picking up her pace as well. Thompson will hand off to Phoebe Thompson.
It's going to be tight.
And Annie Moultrie gets the baton for St. Augustine's College. And out for Tabby is Tanaj Turnquest.
Anthony Shamutri running there for Sack, but she has some work to do as Bishop Michael Eldon continuing to lead. They have done so from start to finish to this point.
Phoebe Thompson out there very strong, but Annie is trying to cut it down.
Making a move here.
Cutting it down. 5 meters to go, Annie Moultrie.
And I think I hear her mother screaming all the way from here.
Unfortunately, we can. Moultrie is going to make a move right here, right about the 150 mark. And she will try, but it is Moultrie getting held off.
Still holding her off.
Still holding her off.
Right on that right shoulder.
Phoebe Thompson is holding Moultrie off. Can't hold her off for long. Moultrie is pulling up. She is going to hold on. It is BMES holding on.
I think it's going to be a simultaneous handoff here.
Exchange almost simultaneously. Coming down to the last leg of this under 20 4x4. The St. Augustine's runner, Darvinique Dean, has to cut in if she wants to make up any major move right here. She does. She's holding off Maya Knowles from BMES. Very calm, cool, and collected. Darvinique Dean from SAC extending the lead ever so slightly, but you've got to understand those long legs from Maya Knowles, they're going to come into play. See her kicking in right now, coming up to 200 meters, 150 right now. SAC still out front. Darvinique Dean making the move. Also trying to come with her is BMES Maya Knowles, but right now, SAC's Darvinique Dean out front. Tabernacles.
And Bishop Michael-Ella's got to be careful.
Yeah, she's got to be careful.
Black may have a push for second.
Black is making a move as well. She has. Black is taking second spot right now. Sack takes the win, and it's going to be a fight for second. Tabby, not enough. Just not enough there. Sack picks up the win.
As C.R. Walker now comes toward the finish line. Good run there by St. Augustine's College. 3:56.40. It's a pretty impressive finish there for the crew from St. Augustine's College.
Charles Fisher excited by the SAC win.
As he makes his way toward the exit, I think that he's like, I think he told his daughter, it's time to go. You got school tomorrow, it's time to go.
So a good win there by SAC. Had the fight back in. Annie Moultrie really pulled them back into that race. And they've stamped their tickets to head to Philadelphia.
Added incentive, if you will. And so we are
at the end.
At our final race of the night.
And this is going to be a full house. QC is sending a team out to this one. George Nottage, Matthew Chandler, Jonathan Harris, and Zion Miller for QC in lane 5. Sunland Baptist, Marco Carey, Fulton Robinson, Lamar Williams, and Dinaj Kelly in lane 2. Tamani Skinner for SAC in 7, along with Jonathan Fowler, Andrew Brown, and Morgan Moss. That's a powerhouse right there, if I've ever heard of one. Again, do not count out Tabernacle. They've got Joshua and Jordan Williams, who will be out there along with Aiden Kelly and Daquan Scott. And again, just to run through completely, it's Doris Johnson in 1, Sunland Baptist in 2, CC Sweeting in 3, GHS in 4, QC in 5, Tabby in 6, SAC in 7, and St. Anne's in lane 8. And again, don't count them out either. Philip Gray, Berkeley Munnings, Dana Roll, and Terrell Thompson. That could be a powerhouse and a spoiler out there in lane 8. Again, these are not seeded by any times. But we'll head over real quick to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with the winning SAC team. Jay.
Chris, you said it, the winning SAC team. Excellent race by these ladies. First leg you ran. Talk about the race.
Okay. I just wanted to go in there, give it my all after today, and hopefully, and my goal was to put them in a good position to try to win, and just hopes that everyone just push so that we can win, and we did that. So I'm proud of them.
You had a busy weekend competing in multiple events. How you felt about your particular leg, the second leg?
I feel good about it. I just glad that I could give to my team what they needed and not like chicken out or nothing.
Moultrie, that third leg, you came from behind. You was able to put your team back in a winning position.
I don't know. We just wanted to win, so yeah, it was a good race.
And of course, beautiful ankle leg by you. Was you guys confident that you would have been able to win?
I mean, I was confident in my team, but I wasn't confident in myself. Once I saw my other competitors, I doubted myself. But that goes to show us, have confidence in yourself and believe that you can be the best.
There you have it, confidence. You guys are the best. Congratulations on winning the under-20 girls 4x4. Back to you guys.
The St. Augustine's College, by the way, again.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. You gotta get it right.
I still have backup. And this big backup too. So again, boys 4x4, under 20. Doris Johnson in 1, Sunland Baptist in 2, CC Sweeting in 3, GHS in 4, QC in 5, Tabby in 6, SAC in 7, and St. Anne's in lane 8.
Our final race of the night.
I think there's a joke happening and I'm not hearing it.
Looking for a grand finale here.
Tamani Skinner very strong in that start there for St. Augustine's College.
He jumped out of there. Tabernacle also off to a, sorry, that's St. Anne's also off to a strong start.
Tamani Skinner is going to leave it all out here for a SAC right now.
Here comes Tabernacle.
Tabby's making a move. St. Anne's out there. Philip Gray. Again, don't count him out. He's a very strong competitor. Tamani running very close on the line, cutting down on that time that he's spending out there. Skinner for SAC. Gray for St. Anne's. Gray for St. Anne's with a slight lead, but Tamani Skinner cutting it down, pulling it out, keep that baton straight. Tamani Skinner is going to hand off to Jonathan Fowler. Fireworks are going to start here. Philip Gray will hand off to Terrell Thompson for St. Anne's. Tamani Skinner out front, hands off. Jonathan Fowler gets it, tears off running.
I haven't heard that in a while, tearing off running.
Tear off running.
Still very, oh, wow, look at that move on the inside, coming high.
GHS and Alexio Adderley, he may not be able to sustain that if he can.
Said, I'm going to just get a long lead and hope nobody catches me.
Yeah, do not worry, though. Jonathan Fowler is right there on his heels.
And he's walking him down.
He's walking him down. Even with that, that may have been the impetus for Jonathan to make that very strong move there.
He said, excuse me, I got somewhere else to be right now.
At this point, Alexio Adderley drops back, taking the lead and taking advantage right now is Jonathan Fowler for St. Augustine's College in the red. He will hand off to Morgan Moss. Not quite sure why they are lined up there, but Morgan Moss gets it. St. Anne's and Berkeley Munnings in second spot right now. Out front, Sachs, Morgan Moss trying to extend the lead coming up on the 100-meter mark. It is still Sachs.
They are flying around the track.
They are flying is correct.
My goodness.
Morgan Moss out there. Right now it is St. Anne's and Berkeley Munnings who is being chased down a little bit, but right now Sack, Morgan Moss out there all by himself, getting chased at this point at the 200-meter mark. You can see St. Anne's chasing him, Tabernacle and Daquan Scott coming for him as well. But right now, that is Berkeley Munnings chasing him from St. Anne's. St. Anne's going after St. Augustine's College. Boy. Berkeley Munnings is making the move here. One more lap to go. Berkeley Munnings is going to hand off right now. St. Anne's in the lead on this one. On the inside, Sachs, Andrew Brown, Dana Roll for St. Anne's. Sack takes the advantage on the very clean exchange there. Sack is heading out. Andrew Brown is trying to extend this lead ever so slightly. 15 meters at this point. It is St. Anne's and Dana Roll trying to make a move. Sachs, Andrew Brown is not going to let that happen. Coming up at the 200-meter mark, still about 15 meters. But it is Andrew Brown turning the afterburners on. You can almost see the lactic acid building up in him on this curve. But it is...
Well, look at coming up right now, the battle for the second.
Tabby coming as well. Joshua Williams from Tabernacle.
Brown tying up a bit.
Yep. He's better move if he wants to pick up this win. Andrew Brown for Sack is going to be challenged. He holds it off, but it will be for second spot. And it will be Tabernacle that picks up second. St. Anne's picks up third in a very dramatic end to this National High School Track and Field Championships and CARIFTA Trials. The final time, 3:18.69. A great run there by St. Augustine's College to pick up the win.
Fabulous run there by St. Augustine's College. They ran a sound race, all four legs, and they did get a challenge at some point in time.
They got two challenges.
They got two challenges, but
by Tabby, they got from St. Anne's. It was just really all around, but they were able to hold it off.
That third leg, St. Anne's fighting their way back into it, going into the final exchange, and then, you know, just being able to persevere and hold off. That showed a lot of guts by the St. Augustine's team, and also from all of the competitors, really, because this was by no means an easy race. Probably, like I said, one of the more competitive 4x4s we saw the entire evening, and it came right down critically to the last race of the night.
And again, as you can see, having all of the competitors in one flight makes it a lot easier to see where everybody is. And I think you're seeing better competition because of all of them being in there. Does that mean that we needed to have heats? I don't know. But again, that is where things are. Right now, you remember here, at this point, it was...
This is the young man from GHS
Lexio Adderley took off trying to see if
I think he inspired everybody else to go hard.
Jonathan picked it up, and picked it up very fast at that point. This may partially be attributed to GHS, because
they played rabbit almost.
Yeah, to a certain degree, because he took off. Alexio took off very fast. And I said, I know there's no way that he's going to be able to sustain this, but I think in his mind, he's trying to get out there and get out there very fast. Here, the third leg, I think that's Morgan Moss for Sack, who really had to struggle a little bit to hold off Berkeley Munnings from St. Anne's.
Yeah.
And he just tore off and just had to maintain it. One of the shorter competitors for St. Augustine's College, and again, that's
very unorthodox running style too. Probably makes himself work a little bit harder
than he needs to, and he's
he's starting to look. He can hear the footsteps.
Yeah,
he knows it's coming.
Here comes Berkeley Munnings. He's making a very strong push here, but you will see it is the exchange that keeps Sack in the mix here. Moss to Brown. St. Anne's does have the advantage, but Sack has a very great handoff there. You can see there Andrew Brown just really pick it up on that exchange, got them back out, and kept the lead. We're going to head over to Jay Philippe, who's standing by with the under-20 boys champions from the St. Augustine's College.
One more again.
St. Augustine's College, you guys are the 2023 high school 4x4 champions. How does it ring?
Feels amazing. We had a new PB of 3:18. It feels awesome. As the first leg starting it off, I just felt like I did my job, gave it to my boys, and they brought home the win.
You ran a pretty good second leg. What was going through your mind? How did you want to compete?
Don't lose.
And that's the message. Don't lose. You guys certainly won. Third leg, it was a little bit difficult, but you were able to make some ground.
Yeah, so I was just trying to get it too. Faster than my last leg, keep with last leg, and we could have finished it, so yeah.
You are one of the top athletes in track and field in the Bahamas. Was you confident once you got the baton that you was able to bring it home for the goal?
Yeah, you know, I was confident. I know I had a lot of strong runners who was running on my team, and I know once they give me the baton inside a good position, I would do good. So I just look at the board to see where I was and know what to do.
There you have it, the final event of the night for the 2003 High School National Track and Field Championships. St. Augustine's College, first place in the under-20 boys 4x4. Back to you guys.
All right, appreciate you, Jay. I think you know, as we finish off that last round of races here, let's toss it back to the studios, and we'll come right back. We'll close out. Or was it? Are we going to the?
I think
Are we going to the podium?
We're going to go to the podium.
Guys at the podium?
Some presentations they're going to make, presumably.
Okay, so
let's head down there.
Let's instead go down to the podium
Let's
and
see
see
if
what's
that's where
happening
we're going to
there.
go first. Let's see if that's where we wanted to go.
Zetness, all of the audio, movie group, Eric and Aiden. A special thank you to all of the supporting staff in the background that you might not have seen. Our minister, the Honorable Mario Bolag, and the entire staff of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, Acting Deputy Director, Sports Director, Kelsey Johnson. Special thank you to all of you for making this event a grand success.
I can't hear.
All right, so while we await that final presentation, coming over and joining us now, we got tired of having him on the sideline. We figured we'd bring him
Jay
over
needs a
here.
raise.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody says. Jay needs a raise.
Jay says, from your mouth to God's ears right about now.
We'll talk to Shashina about that. We need to get you a raise.
Please. So, guys, great ending, that last relay. Probably one of the most exciting ones we've seen this evening. And it was good to see all those teams out there fighting out, battling it out to the very, very bitter end. St. Augustine's does sorry, Jay. So go ahead and get that win. But just an absolute fabulous day, 3 days of competition.
It has absolutely been fabulous, like you would have said, Marcellus, from start to finish. The events ran smoothly. Didn't see no major injuries from any of the athletes. Parents was out here. Fans were out here. Even on the day, which was a school day, the athletes came out. They showed out. They showed that we're going to definitely be contending this year at the CARIFTA Track and Field Champions. But overall, I mean, to see the amount of talent out here in the Bahamas, I was super impressed with Andres. Andres had some pretty good athletes. Also, Morris Island.
Hold that thought. We're going to go right over to the podium real quick as they are now set for our final awards presentations of the evening. The Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture in position. Let's see what's happening over there.
Here are your combined team scores. Girls and boys scores have been combined. So, in the under-14 division, taking the third trophy, okay, in each division, only the winning divisional champion will receive those beautiful trophies on the table, standing right next to the minister. So we're getting ready. In the under-14 combined team scores, girls and boys. Coming in third, C.H. Reeves Junior High. Coming in second, Queens College Comets. And taking the divisional under-14 girls and boys trophy, St. Augustine's College, Big Red Machine. Again presenting the trophy, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Member of Parliament for the Garden Hills constituency, the Honorable Mario Bolag. Moving in. Moving into the under-17 combined girls and boys. Again, only the top, the champion, will receive the trophy. Coming in third in the under-17 combined division, Tabernacle Baptist, all the way out of Grand Bahama, collecting the silver, Queens College Comets, and your winner, champion in the divisional schools, under 17 division, combined team scores, St. Augustine's College, Big Red Machine. And for your under 20 division, again, the combined team scores are those of the girls and the boys for the completion of the 3 days, track and field. Coming in third in the under 20 division, Tabernacle Baptist Academy. Coming in second, Queens College Comets. And taking home the championship trophy for the under 20 combined team scores, St. Augustine's College, Big Red Machine. Again, on behalf of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, we want to say a special congratulations to all of our participating schools, our divisional champions in 3 divisions, under 17, under 14, and under 20. And of course, special mention and congratulations to all of our participating divisional schools, Queens College, C.H. Reeves, Tabernacle Baptist. Congratulations. This concludes our ICS B3A's CARIFTA Trials and National High School Championship 2023.
And how about that? All the trophies have been given out.
Clinton Laguerre there from St. Augustine's College. They won the under 20 division, the under 17 division, and under 14 division. Clinton making a very big mark out there. Hopefully he will make the CARIFTA team. Again, that ratification meeting has already started. You will see the fireworks in about an hour when things start to kick off. We will know by tomorrow, presumably by noon, who will be on the team. Again, it's an 80-team selection that is going to be necessary there. So again, we're going to be waiting for that for tomorrow. But again, a great 3 days of competition, getting everybody ready. Jay was talking about Morris Island. We've been consistently talking about how much they've got to go through, not only just to train, but to get to an event like this. And to come here and be so spectacular, I think is amazing.
Yeah, none of those athletes from Morris Island make this year's trip, but I would have mentioned Quincy was just exceptional. You know, being able to compete amongst the best and the best, that takes a major level of confidence, consistency, and being disciplined. And she was able to just defeat all odds, traveling to Providence, thinking about the training process for an athlete. That's just extremely difficult to be able to come out and compete and win not just 1 but 2 gold medals.
Commitment, right? And sometimes you make those sacrifices in order to get with the dreams, to get your dreams accomplished. And she did exactly that. You talk about, and that's some of the great stories we heard throughout the course of this weekend. You know, a lot of these athletes have made those sacrifices. A lot of the parents have made sacrifices.
I was about to say parents make those.
So yeah, you know, as a track parent and a sports parent, you know, we need to make these rides all the time. We gotta pick up and drop off, and sometimes that goes overlooked. And the kids remember a little bit later on, but it is one of those things that often goes understated, but should not ever be forgotten.
Correct.
Is that the parents and the coaches play a tremendous role in it. Athletes, yes, but again, without the parents being able to understand.
Make the pickups and drop-offs.
Exactly,
right.
Yes. It is not a given by any stretch of the imagination, so you got to get out there and get it done.
And Jay, from your perspective, Grand Bahama doing very well here. Sunland Baptist turning in some great performances. BMES making some great performances out there as well. What is your takeaway from Grand Bahama with this?
Well, recently Grand Bahama just competed at the island relays and also island sports, and so being in Grand Bahama on a daily basis, speaking to most of the athletes, doing feature stories, they wanted to come here and show that Grand Bahama has some talent, and so we did just that. Treasure Borrows, one of those athletes. Aaron Barr, of course, Zion Shepherd, another athlete, some other athletes that that came out today, over the week in fact, and just displayed some good character, and they were able to compete against some of the best in the country. And hopefully, from a Grand Bahama perspective, some of those athletes would be named to CARIFTA team.
I'm hoping that someone sometime gets in their mind that maybe we need to have divisional, not just by age, but by size.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about like the BAISS, it is a size that makes the difference. QC and SAC are the two dominating schools.
Yeah, just
and
by
maybe,
virtue
and
of
maybe
having a larger
right,
population,
a larger
absolutely.
population.
Yeah.
So maybe if you separate it by population like they do in the States, 5A, 4A, 3A.
Sure.
Again, I think it was Temple Christian who came third in the recent BAISS. They would have won 4A if that's what it was.
Yeah.
And so you would be a champion in your own right. And again, it is just a way that you describe it, but it is a way that you are a champion 4A as opposed to 5A with SAC and QC. And maybe somebody comes up with some sort of way that we can put that in place
Sure,
to give it a different.
That does sound extremely well, like something that maybe we can look into, and maybe that is something, because it does give those schools again something to shoot for, because you obviously know going in you're overmatched.
Right.
Just by virtue of just the depth of numbers in your school, you just can't simply put the athletes into the competition you need to in order to win overall. But if you're going up against schools of your like size, then it becomes interesting. Yeah, absolutely.
St. Anne's, St. John's, TC, Kingsway, they're making a mark and doing very well. They just do not have the numbers to compete with the SAC and QC. And maybe that's something that we look into in terms of expanding whatever, just like you have in Junkanoo, A groups, B groups. Maybe that's something that you look at too. I don't think that that's as big a problem in Freeport, Grand Bahama. But maybe we still need to look at it from a nationalistic standpoint, where we come to something like this, and it's
the family honor schools again.
Hey, 5A, 4A, whatever.
But looking at the overall talent of this past few days, I mean, it's been
very impressive.
It's been some exceptional performances. And me being in Grand Bahama and reading and learning about St. Augustine's College and QC, they're the real deal. Those schools they've been dominating St. Augustine's, QC, St. John's in some aspects as well too. But overall, Bahamians should feel very proud and anticipate some good performances when this team will be ratified tomorrow. As far as CARIFTA, I mean, some of the athletes just, I know there's a discrepancy about some new national records and that kind of stuff going on, but excellent performances from athletes all around.
And President Archer mentioned from the B3A is that this is going to be good news for us in 2 weeks. But watch what happens for track when we come to the NACAC championships and the CAC championships coming up, where we're going to see a little bit of our senior athletes, our junior senior athletes start to compete.
Yes.
That's where you're going to see a lot of standout as well. And that's the goal. Again, once you can touch and see somebody of your age who has the same passport as you, who's from where you come from, you can say that's where I want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, it has been a tremendous 3 days. It has been absolutely fun. But as I say, all good things must indeed come to an end, as does this broadcast. We hope you've enjoyed it. Again, thanks to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture for making this all possible. It has been an incredible time. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Chris Saunders, Jay Philippe, Marcellus Hall, we bid you good night. We'll see you again right around the corner. CARIFTA Championships, they're coming up real soon.
Get your CARIFTA tickets. The 58th CARIFTA Games is coming. April 7th to April 10th. Tickets are on sale now. Online at CARIFTA50.com. Or get your tickets now at the Eastern Grandstand Caribbean Village. For more details, email tickets@CARIFTA50.com or call 605-4051. Get your CARIFTA tickets. The 58th CARIFTA Games is coming. April 7th to April 10th. Tickets are on sale now. Online at CARIFTA50.com or get your tickets now at the Eastern Grandstand Caribbean Village. For more details, email tickets@CARIFTA50.com or call 605-4051. Get your CARIFTA tickets.